Chapter 1953. Firmament's rage had been stuck at the second layer because he had not found the 5 elemental energies. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. There were 5 different elemental energy sources. The heavenly spirit water was one of the water-attributed energy sources of the 5 elements, so he could explore it. Xiao Chun, it is best to maintain a distance from this person. I feel that he is not a good person. Lu Ruyan sent a voice projection to Xiao Chun as she sized up Lu Yuanzong. Xiao Chun replied, "There is no need to be afraid. I am confident of dealing with him. Although he is strong, he cannot do anything to me. Furthermore, there are no good people in this world. Everything depends on one's heart. There will probably be many experts in this medicinal spring. You can take this opportunity to collect all the other resources in the herb garden. Senior, please." Xiao Chun stepped forward and gestured for Lu Yuanzong to enter. Lu Yuanzong did not show any fear. He leaped into the medicinal spring. Xiao Chun quickly followed after, leaping into the water. Whoosh! 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 The stronger and more ambitious people in the herb garden quickly followed suit and jumped into the medicinal spring. Of the remaining people, only Lu Ruyun's group remained. They were the strongest. As Xiao Chun expected, they were strong enough to collect the remaining natural treasures in the herb garden. Gurgle! Gurgle! Natural medicinal springs were extremely difficult to find in the Great Thousand Realms. Once they appeared, they would attract the various strong factions to fight over them and bring them into their own sections. This medicinal spring was a grade 8 heaven-ranked medicinal spring. Its value was inestimable. The group leaped into the water, and the medicinal spring entered their bodies. They all felt a warmth. As their physical bodies absorbed the medicinal spring, they automatically tempered their bodies, mended their hidden injuries, nourished their internal organs, and refined their veritable essence energy. First, it was incredibly warm. However, after 1 kilometer, this warmth became somewhat scalding. The temperature rose continuously, reaching an extremely horrifying level. Xiao Chun had no choice but to gather veritable essence energy to block this heat wave. The rate at which veritable essence energy drained increased rapidly. Xiao Chun's heart could not help but sink. If he continued diving, the moment his veritable essence energy was completely drained, the high temperature would cook him. Since even Xiao Chun had such concerns, the others who jumped down naturally felt very nervous as well, feeling somewhat conflicted. Among the group, only Lu Yuanzong, a sovereign personage, was more relaxed and did not have many concerns. What exactly is below? Xiao Chun felt depressed. At the same time, he could not help feeling curious. The most likely outcome was naturally an underground flame vein. Right at this moment, Lu Yuanzong, who was at the very front, stopped descending. The few of them landed around him and looked down, only to see endless spiritual light bursting out from the ground below. The scene was incomparably shocking. Their vision was filled with a vast expanse of whiteness. He could feel that the medicinal energy of the entire medicinal spring was flowing downwards like a flood from a broken dam. Compared to this, the power of the medicinal spring they had felt on the surface wasn't even a drop in the ocean. Veritable flame saint spirit. Someone asked curiously. According to the records, the bottom of the medicinal spring should not be like this. Dragon essence energy. Spirit said. Lu. Essence energy, Xiao said. When the natural spirituality of the medicinal spring disappeared, it would become a wasted spring. Lu Yuanzong said indifferently as he quickly descended. Xiao Chun could not help thinking to himself, "This fellow is crazy." Then his body quickly descended. Xiao Chun could not help thinking, "This fellow is crazy." After some time, Xiao Chun felt his body empty. He opened his eyes and looked down, startled. When he came into contact with that light, Xiao Chun felt his body descend uncontrollably, sucked in. The first thing that entered Xiao Chun's eyes was a boundless flame. 9 fiery lights as resplendent as stars looked exceptionally piercing. Xiao Chun looked around. When he saw clearly, he was shocked to discover that there was an incredibly huge medicine cauldron below. Below them was an incomparably huge cauldron. That cauldron was probably the size of a city and was incomparably frightening. Boom! The vast spiritual energy from the medicinal spring poured into the medicine cauldron together with Xiao Chun and the others. In that instant, a fierce flame flared up in the medicine cauldron. Danger! Xiao Chun quickly controlled his body and turned into a flash of lightning, flashing away. Miserable shrieks rang out. A few people could not dodge in time and were vaporized on the spot, not even leaving ashes behind. In the blink of an eye, there were only a few people left alive. Without exception, the others either vaporized by the flames or fell into the medicine cauldron, unable to control their bodies. Astral cores! Lu Yuanzong exclaimed excitedly as he looked at the resplendent starlight in the medicine cauldron. Could it be that the resplendent flames are the astral cores? Xiao Chan could not help feeling horrified. A medicinal pill refined with so many astral cores. What kind of medicinal pill was being refined in this medicine cauldron? There was also the medicinal spring. The entire medicinal spring was serving the medicinal pill refined in this medicine cauldron. Over the past tens of thousands of years, who knew how much spring water containing medicinal energy had been infused in? Xiao Chan sized up the surrounding caverns. His expression could not help but turn grave. In those herb fields, countless rotting spirit herbs had accumulated medicinal energy. Finally, all of it settled in the cave and was used by the array formation. Ha ha ha! A divine pill. What is being refined here must be a divine pill that surpasses heaven-ranked medicinal pills. If I snatch this divine pill, it will be just a matter of time before I become a sovereign emperor. That's not right. I might even become a faux god and rank on the divine sovereign wind ranking. The experienced and meticulous Lu Yuanzong sank into a frenzy at this moment. Xiao Chan could not help feeling startled. This fellow had probably suppressed himself for too long. Now that he suddenly saw such a fortuitous encounter, all his suppressed emotions erupted. Suddenly, Xiao Chan saw Lu Yuanzong's bewitched eyes sweep over the lucky survivors. Oh no! This old fellow is going to find someone to scout the way. Before Lu Yuanzong could lock his gaze on Xiao Chan turned into a flash of lightning and quickly fled. Clearly, fighting a crazed sovereign personage was not rational. Why is this fellow running? Just as the others felt confused, they heard Lu Yuanzong say, "The few of you don't leave. Go down and scout the way." Lu Yuanzong suddenly flared up, and his sovereign personage will spread out. The group was instantly struck, and they vomited a mouthful of blood as they crashed into the cave walls. Lu Yuanzong used his full power suddenly. Although the survivors were experts, they could not dodge in time. "No, I don't want to go down." "It's not up to you." Ha ha ha. Xiao Chan heard miserable cries. Lu Yuanzong must have tossed someone into the medicine cauldron. As he moved further away, he could no longer hear anything. This medicine cauldron was even taller than a tall mountain. Xiao Chan could not care too much about it. He turned into a flash of lightning and descended continuously. By the time it landed, an entire quarter of an hour had already passed. Only after landing here did he feel somewhat safe. He did not dare to think about facing a madman above. Xiao Chan could only observe a moment of silence for those who were not smart. Splash! Before Xiao Chan could size up the scene below, he heard the sound of flowing water. His heart immediately skipped a beat. Where there was water, there was a river. Where there was a river, one could make it out. Xiao Chan knew his limits and would not touch that divine pill. Unlike Lu Yuanzong, Xiao Chan was extremely firm in his heart for the martial Tao. Even without this divine pill, Xiao Chan firmly believed that he could become a faux god and stand at the peak of the martial Tao. Whoosh! 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 Xiao Chan's figure flashed, and he arrived at the source of the sound. What he saw startled him. The water was flowing out from the bottom of the medicine cauldron. However, what flowed out was not water but the dregs of the divine pill. While it was called dregs, it was probably comparable to many high-ranked medicinal pills. So, this is how the pill river above is formed. As Xiao Chan watched the dregs continuously gather and turn viscous like the pill river above, he suddenly understood. Thinking about it carefully, this entire herb garden was actually in service of this divine pill. Even if everything else was added up, it would not be worth mentioning compared to this divine pill. With this thought, Xiao Chen's thoughts became clearer. In that case, my 7-colored coiling dragon tree should be serving this divine pill. I wonder what use it has? After strolling around the underground, Xiao Chan discovered many simple residences. There should have been people living there in the past. What is that? Suddenly, Xiao Chan discovered a person standing at the fire entrance below the medicine cauldron. Chapter 1954. Why did I not notice a person standing there all this while? There were only two. Either it was a small perfection sovereign personage, much stronger than an initial perfection sovereign personage like Lu Yuanzong. Xiao Chun could not sense the other party's presence at all. Otherwise it was a dead person. Xiao Chun sent out a strong wind and that person fell over. Indeed. It was more or less as Xiao Chun guessed. If it were a small perfection sovereign personage, Xiao Chun would have taken him down first. Whoosh! Xiao Chun gently leaped to the side of that person. After hesitating for a moment, he flipped the corpse over. Just as he had expected, it was just a skeleton covered in armor and clothes. No matter how incredible one was when one was alive, one would not be able to escape the clutches of time after death. One would eventually become a skeleton. Hey! Xiao Chun pushed the skeleton aside and discovered a few blurry words on the ground. After trying to figure them out for a long time, he read softly. Pill becoming vast? Xiao Chun, who had just felt that something was wrong, came to his senses in the next second. His expression changed drastically. The pill had become demonic, not the pill had become light. It was not that Xiao Chun had never seen a medicinal pill gain a demonic nature and sentience before. However, for a divine pill to become demonic, how strong would it be? Just thinking about it made him tremble in fear. Xiao Chun looked around, and his expression changed. Everything felt foreign. This was not an alchemy room but a cage that imprisoned a demon. Xiao Chun could not remain here for long. He could forget about any fortuitous encounters. If he could escape alive, everything would be worth it. Boom! Just as Xiao Chun was about to leave, several figures flew down from above the medicine cauldron. That's not right. They did not fly down. Someone flung them down with a huge force. Before Xiao Chun could react, 3 explosions rang out on the ground, accompanied by the sound of metal clashing. The sounds echoed for a long time in this spacious place. The 3 figures that descended were bound in chains. Flames burned all over their bodies as they roared like wild beasts. These people had ferocious gazes, losing all rationality. These 3 people. Xiao Chun's complexion changed slightly. He suddenly remembered that these 3 people seemed to be the first to be directly rushed into the alchemy furnace by the medicinal spring. How did he become like this? He looked like he had lost all signs of life, like he was a corpse. Furthermore, it was being controlled and sealed by chains. Was it Lu Yuanzong? No, that was not right. Lu Yuanzong did not have such great strength. With his initial sovereign personage cultivation, he could not have done this. It was that divine pill. Yes, it must be that peerless divine pill that possessed a demonic nature. These people had all become pill furnaces. Ah! The trio cried out in pain as their auras became even more terrifying. Vaguely, Xiao Chun's aura reached that of a sovereign personage. The flames covering his body turned black, looking like a demon from hell. Die! 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 Whoosh! The 3 roared ferociously and charged at Xiao Chun, showing no fear or rationality at all. Xiao Chun's heart sank. He knew that he was in great danger. If he was not careful, he could die here. He needed to end this quickly. Otherwise, when Lu Yuanzong became a pill slave and charged at him, it would be problematic. Taiji Yin-Yang Flame Diagram. Xiao Chun's eyes lit up with 2 resplendent lights, one golden and one snow-white. The primal chaos heavenly flame and the heavenly snow divine flame burned at the same time. The 2 lights formed a magnificent Taiji Yin-Yang Flame Diagram in front of Xiao Chun, blocking the 3's attacks. Primal chaos veritable essence energy. Taiji universe. Xiao Chun's hands moved, not holding anything back. His primal chaos veritable essence energy circulated wildly. His demonic chi veritable essence energy and spiritual energy veritable essence energy filled his entire body. A Taiji diagram appeared under Xiao Chun's feet, complementing the Taiji diagram in front of him. As Xiao Chun drained his veritable essence energy, the Taiji Yin-Yang Flame diagram in front of him gave off a bright light. Gradually, the 4 divisions and the 8 trigrams formed. Yin-Yang for divisions and the 8 trigrams. When the mysterious phenomenon of the Taiji diagram finished forming, Xiao Chun shouted, "Taiji explosion!" Boom! The Taiji Yin-Yang Flame diagram directly exploded. The 3 pill slaves with auras comparable to sovereign personages got blasted into the air. If it were an ordinary cultivator, This berserk strike would have shattered the other party's bones, killing them on the spot. However, the physical bodies of these pill slaves seemed to have been modified to something like a profound tool. They were incredibly hard, not something ordinary cultivators could compare to. Whoosh! The pill slave shook the black chain in his hand, and a flame immediately appeared on the medicine cauldron. It was just one spot, but when it landed, it turned into an unending rain of fire, covering the sky and the sun. This flame might contain the demonic nature of the divine pill, so Xiao Qian did not dare to touch it. He stood on the lightning dragon, and his figure turned illusory. Electric light shot out as he easily dodged the flames. However, the rain of fire did not stop. There was no end to it. The pill slaves did not care. As the flames bathed them, their injuries actually healed. The degree of horror made one's hair stand on end. Bang! When fighting with the pill slaves, Xiao Qian was shocked to discover that if he did not activate his divine dragon war body, the other party's physical strength was even greater than his. Great Dao Might, Thunder Great Dao, and Berserk Saber. Xiao Qian's face sank. He activated the Saber Great Dao and Thunder Great Dao at the same time, layering them and strengthening his might. Boom! 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 Xiao Qian's aura clashed with the three pill slaves, producing thunderous explosions that rang out endlessly. Right now, Xiao Qian's only advantage was that the three pill slaves had lost their rationality. Although they were rude and unreasonable, they were riddled with openings. Their attacks were even more chaotic. I have to make him stop this rain of fire. The endless rain of fire restricted Xiao Qian's movement technique, forcing him into a passive position in his fight with the pill furnace. Thousand Frost Battles Snow. Xiao Qian executed a killing move that he had learned in the Kunlun realm. He circulated the Ice Feather Divine Incantation, and snow instantly fell like falling leaves, covering the ground. The snow and flames merged, and the surrounding temperature dropped significantly, giving Xiao Qian a lot of space to maneuver. Now is the time. Xiao Qian did not want to delay any longer. His figure flashed, and he turned into 9 bolts of lightning rushing over. The lightning bolts turned into dragons. In that instant, 9 dragons soared into the sky. The dragons crashed into the three pill slaves. The huge impact along with the electricity sent the three pill slaves flying. Whoosh! The 9 dragons merged into one, and Xiao Qian did not stop moving. He ruthlessly smashed down with Firmament's rage. The fingers of the colossal hand were like sabers. Electricity flickered, covering the sky and sun. Once it landed, there was nowhere to run. Boom! Under the chain of attacks, the three pill slaves cried out in pain as their bones shattered and burned to ashes. Whoosh! 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 When Xiao Qian saw the 3 souls, he wanted to flee. However, terrifying laughter came from the medicine cauldron. The souls howled in pain as they were dragged into the medicine cauldron, letting out even more miserable cries. Xiao Qian's face sank slightly. This was his first time seeing such a terrifying existence that was hard to deal with. Even the souls were imprisoned, becoming slaves for all eternity. With the danger averted, Xiao Qian thought of something. His figure flashed, and he arrived beside that corpse. He searched around on his divine mountain. After a while, he found an ancient bronze plate with some profound words on it, recording something. Xiao Qian had seen some of these words in the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories. They were ancient words from the beginning of the martial epoch. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor did not recognize many of them. Xiao Qian relied on his memories and recognized them with much difficulty. Great Desolate 10,000 Beast Pill. Xiao Qian's expression immediately changed. He knew that this was an extremely horrifying medicinal pill. This was a divine pill refined by gathering the essence, souls and blood of 10,000 kinds of ferocious beasts from the Great Desolate Aeon and supplementing it with divine herbs that were tens of thousands of years old. Just the ingredients alone were hard to find. This was no longer the Great Desolate Aeon but the Epic Epoch. Epochs came and went. It was unknown how many epochs passed before the martial epoch arrived. The difficulty of finding the descendants of 10,000 Great Desolate Aeon ferocious beasts in the martial epoch was easy to imagine. Furthermore, the supplemental herbs were incredibly precious. Even a true god would find it as difficult as ascending to heaven to collect them all. To think that someone really wanted to refine such a divine pill. Legend had it that once this divine pill was refined and consumed, it could reverse one's bloodline and trace one's origin, reverting to the primal chaos god demon. Based on the current situation, the refinement of this medicinal pill clearly failed. In Xiao Chen's opinion, this was just wishful thinking, going against the heavens. It was simply impossible to accomplish this. Not only would it fail, but it might even result in a great disaster. This divine pill tainted with a demonic nature before Xiao Chen horrified him. If it was released, it would be a horrifying disaster. Without even thinking, Xiao Chen directly tossed the ancient bronze plate into the fire like a medicine cauldron. This would completely destroy this harmful medicinal pill recipe. Xiao Chen continued searching the corpse. He felt that there should be some other things left. Just at this moment, the black chains binding the pill cauldron behind him twisted like a snake and silently crawled towards Xiao Chen. Chapter 1955. Inside the herb garden. When Murong Yen and the others worked together, they were nearly undefeatable. Without a sovereign personage, they were overlords among holy venerates. The divine dragon bloodline in their bodies was a powerful killing weapon. No one dared to compete with them. The few of them monopolized close to 80% of the harvest in the herb garden, reaping a bountiful harvest. Why is Xiao Chen not back yet? Lu Ruyun said somewhat worriedly as she collected the spring water in the medicinal spring. As she looked at the gurgling spring water, she felt somewhat worried. Wei Hongfei smiled at the side and said, "Don't worry. He is very lucky." Back then, when he was alone in the abyssal underworld battlefield, even Rakshasa Tion's clone could not do anything to him. This time he will be fine as well. Lu Ruyun said. However, that Lu Yuanzong is a sovereign personage. Although he is only an initial perfection sovereign personage, he is not someone that we holy venerates can match. The difference is still too great. When the difference in cultivation was too great and there was a huge disparity in strength, no matter how many trump cards one had, it would be useless. The moment a sovereign personage's will of soul appeared, they could suppress them on the spot. No matter how many trump cards one had, one would not have the space to bring them out. No matter how unrivaled Xiao Chen was among the holy venerates, there would always be a huge difference. There would naturally be a huge gap between Xiao Chen and a sovereign personage. Wei Hongfei asked seriously, "Do you want to hear my opinion?" When Lu Ruyun saw Wei Hongfei, she showed a serious expression and asked, "What opinion?" Wei Hongfei said unhurriedly, "I keep feeling that Xiao Chen is still hiding a side that we do not know about in the strength we revealed. The strength that we have displayed has always been restrained, like he is purposely hiding it, not willing for others to know about it." Lu Ruyun said, "Are you doubting Xiao Chen? How can you do that? After all, he saved your life before." Wei Hongfei sighed softly. "Naturally, I know. However, I can only tell you these opinions. So there is no need to worry too much about Xiao Chen. Even if he is not an enemy sovereign personage, I think it should not be difficult for him to leave easily. Without us by his side, we can bring out his strength without any worries." Lu Ruyun entered deep thought at Wei Hongfei's words. She felt that what he said made sense. In fact, the feeling that Xiao Chen gave her was also a layer of fog. There were many things that she couldn't see through. What made her feel strange was that Xiao Chen's face perfectly matched the outline of her sister's blank painting. She wouldn't believe that there was no mystery to it even if you beat her to death. Just as the two of them were about to continue their conversation, the medicinal garden spirit formation barrier suddenly suffered an intense attack. The entire herb garden was shaking. The expressions of Lu Ruyun and Wei Hongfei changed at the same time. They looked up and said, "Someone is using a soul tool to attack the herb garden's barrier. What happened? Who is it? To think that it is a soul tool. Could it be the 6 great sects? Didn't they all go to the city center? Why are they still using soul tools to attack the herb garden?" The cultivators collecting resources in the herb garden all panicked. Before the attacks of the soul tools, they had nowhere to run. "Assemble!" Wei Hongfei shouted, and Murong Yen and the others quickly gathered over. Their expressions all appeared somewhat grave. Boom! Another horrifying attack tore a huge hole in the herb garden's barrier. Then a few figures quickly entered. The person in the lead held a resplendent sword in his hand, emitting a powerful pressure that shook the surroundings. Ice Cloud Sword. It's the ruling Sword Gates people. The expressions of Lu Ruyun and the others changed slightly. The ruling sword gate cultivator holding the ice cloud sword was Qi Yunfeng, whom they had interacted with before. Ha ha ha! Look, look, what did I discover? A herb garden left by a true god. We are going to strike it rich. Qi Yunfeng looked at the medicinal spring and then at the Pill River. His face lit up with joy. His senior and junior brothers behind him also felt incredibly joyful. They said, "Congratulations, senior brother Qi. The value of this herb garden is even more than our earlier harvests combined." Thinking of leaving? Everyone, don't move. Seeing that someone wanted to sneak away, Qi Yunfeng quickly swung the sword in his hand. The fleeing person's aura locked onto that person's, and his soul immediately froze. That person looked no different from an ordinary person. However, his body was incredibly stiff, like he was fixed in place, unable to move. Shatter! Qi Yunfeng shouted, and that person immediately shattered into countless pieces of ice. Then strands of terrifying icy sword chi burst out. Whoosh! 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 Sword chi surged everywhere, and the expressions of the cultivators in the herb garden changed drastically as they scrambled for cover. Some of the cultivators could not dodge in time. The sword chi pierced their bodies and quickly sealed them in ice, turning them into statues. Behave yourselves. Our senior brother Qi doesn't want to go on a killing spree, and take your harvest from the herb garden. Hand over all your harvests from the herb garden and you can leave. Otherwise, you saw what happened to these people. A ruling sword gate disciple behind Qi Yunfeng threatened coldly. Senior brother, there are a few Divine Dragon Empire cultivators over there. They blocked those sword chi. What? Qi Yunfeng looked around and immediately fixed his gaze on Lu Ruyun and the others. After being stunned for a while, he guffawed. Ha ha ha! Interesting, interesting. Unexpectedly, we meet again so soon. You bunch of Divine Dragon Empire bastards. Are you still not going to hand over your harvests? Do you guys want to die? Seeing that the other cultivators were still in a daze, unwilling to hand over their harvests from the herb garden, the other ruling sword gate disciples became enraged. Murong Yen retorted indifferently, "Hand over my ass. You are just relying on a soul tool to intimidate others. Without this sword, this old man can teach you how to behave." Qi Yunfeng smiled coldly and said, "Even at death's door you still dare to be stubborn. If I do not teach you a lesson, you will not know how powerful I am. Everyone else can leave. Today I will leave you all behind." "Many thanks, young Master Qi. Young Master Qi, you are really bold. Young Master Qi really has good eyes. Their group occupies more than 80% of the natural treasures in this herb garden. We are just small fries." When the other cultivators in the herb garden heard this, they rejoiced and quickly fled. "Let's test his strength first. If it is just an ice cloud sword, given our strength there is nothing to fear. He will not be able to bring out much of its might." Situ Chongfeng's voice rang out in everyone's minds. "Should we leave? We cannot leave for now. We still do not know what state Xiao Chun is in. If his combat prowess is weakened after he comes out, it will be somewhat problematic for him to face this ice cloud sword." "Yes." Wei Hongfei's voice rang out in everyone's minds, sounding incredibly calm. "Die." However, Qi Yunfeng did not give them much time to think. The moment he saw the others flee, he immediately attacked. As Qi Yunfeng circulated the ice cloud sword, the ruling sword gate disciples behind him did not dare to be careless. They all executed their secret techniques, continuously draining their soul energy and veritable essence energy to infuse into the ice cloud sword. It turned out that Qi Yunfeng was not the only one controlling this sword. Instead, these people were controlling it at the same time. Clearly, the ruling sword gate's upper echelon wanted this group of people to wield the soul tool and sweep through the resources of the other regions, while the various large sects headed to the city center to search for that mysterious energy source. It had to be said that this move was quite brilliant. Even sovereign personages feared the might of a soul tool. Even if they could bring out only 10 or 20% of its might, it would already be horrifying. Boom! When this sword chopped down, Murong Yen and the others blocked it for a while before getting knocked back. The sword light flowed, and the icy sword chi gave everyone the impression that they could not block it. More importantly, the ice cloud sword might spread out in all directions, covering the entire herb garden and greatly suppressing everyone's strength. Murong Yen wiped off the blood from a corner of his lips. An intense flame burned all over his body, dispersing the cold. He smiled and said, "You are rather strong. However, that is all there is to it." Qi Yunfeng put in more strength. "Don't tell me that you are only capable of this? You bastard! This old man will kill you. Ice Cloud Sword, soldiers at the gates." Murong Yan's mockery enraged Qi Yunfeng. He activated the secret technique of the soul tool and locked it on Murong Yan. "Good job. It is time for us to make a move." It turned out that the group had agreed to let Murong Yan attract the firepower while they took down Qi Yunfeng in one go. Murong Yan did not dare to be careless when facing the secret technique of a soul tool. He instantly activated his Great Desolate Aeon bloodline and executed the blood-devouring dragon fist. Murong Yan's entire body burned with a scarlet light as he sent out a blood dragon fist light to clash with the blazing sword intent. "Damn it! I fell for it. Activate the sword might and protect me." When Qi Yunfeng attacked, he knew that he fell for a trick. He saw Wei Hongfei and the other three charging at him like beams of cold light, startling him. The other ruling Sword Gate disciples quickly made their moves, forming their own sword arts. Finally, before Lu Ruyun and the others arrived, the Ice Cloud sword might retracted and encased the group. Boom! All sorts of chaotic dragon race martial techniques struck the sword might. The sword might only lasted for a moment before breaking. Qi Yunfeng and the others immediately went flying. They all vomited blood and fell to the ground. However, the sword might blocked most of the damage. Although they were in a sorry state, they did not suffer any major damage in the end. When Lu Ruyun and the others saw this scene, they felt slightly disappointed. They quickly retreated to protect the severely injured Murong Yan. "Haha! Qi Yunfeng, you really embarrassed our rank 6 sections. To think that you cannot destroy a group of holy venerates with the Ice Cloud Sword." Whoosh! 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 Just at this moment, many figures suddenly appeared in the herb garden. The true inheritors of the other 3 rank 6 sects all rushed in. Every leading disciple held a soul tool in their hands. The situation instantly turned exceptionally chaotic. "You all!" Qi Yunfeng felt greatly startled. Unexpectedly, so many soul tools appeared in one go. "Humph! Do you think that your ruling Sword Gate is smart and that the people of the other rank 6 sects are fools? We have been following behind you. Haha! Do you really think that you are unrivaled? This herb garden is ours." Chapter 1956. Inside the cave under the medicine cauldron, Xiao Chan flipped the corpse over and found a jade pendant on the armor. His eyes immediately lit up. The instant Xiao Chan held it in his hand, he immediately felt a warmth. What a wondrous feeling. However, before Xiao Chan could send his spiritual sense into it, he suddenly sensed an extremely dangerous aura. Xiao Chen's expression changed drastically, and he quickly turned around. Whoosh! 3 black chains instantly wrapped around Xiao Chan like black lightning. One of the black chains bound Xiao Chen's feet, and the other 2 bound his hands. Damn it! Xiao Chen's heart sank. He felt like he could not move at all as a huge force continuously pulled him upward. At the same time, strands of evil energy came from the black chains, continuously invading Xiao Chen's soul pool, trying to corrode his soul. Just the force of the black chains already made Xiao Chan feel weak. This soul energy that corroded the soul was even more difficult to deal with. Xiao Chan could only rely on his willpower to resist. Whoosh! Soon, Xiao Chan was pulled back into the air above the medicine cauldron. The mysterious existence controlling the chains pulled him back into the medicine cauldron. Divine Dragon War Body. Break. At the crucial moment of life and death, Xiao Chan finally expelled the energy corroding his soul. Then he shouted. Vital qi surged in Xiao Chen's body, roaring like a river. His body suddenly swelled up, and his dragon might soared. A pair of azure-colored dragon wings crackling with electricity spread out, and all the chains on his body broke. Roar! Dragon roars rang out continuously in the empty cave. The dragon might on Xiao Chen's body soared to the level of an initial perfection sovereign personage. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, 4 or 5 figures charged out of the medicine cauldron's flames. The leader had an overwhelming aura as he roared ferociously. This person forced back Xiao Qin's dragon might. This person was the sovereign personage Lu Yuanzong. Black chains also bound his body, and a crazed look flashed in his eyes. Haha! Xiao Qin, to think that you have not left yet. Since you haven't left, then stay and become the pill god's slave. Let's flatten the entire world together. To think that Lu Yuanzong could still maintain some rationality. He was very different from the other berserk and ruthless pill slaves. Xiao Qin could not help but frown. Such an existence combined with Lu Yuanzong's strength would likely be even more difficult to deal with. Wonder. Ha ha ha. Right now, I am even stronger than a small perfection sovereign personage. As long as you offer your soul to Lord Pill God, you can obtain everything you want. Lu Yuanzong smiled proudly when he saw the expression on Xiao Qin's face. Whoosh! Too lazy to bother with this madman, Xiao Qin flapped his wings, stirring up a strong gust of wind as he flew far away. Lu Yuanzong alone was already difficult to deal with. With the addition of the others, it would probably be even more difficult to deal with. Their chances of victory were slim. You want to leave? This is the pill god's world, you can't leave. Lu Yuanzong snorted coldly. Pill fire blazed all over his body, making him look neither human nor ghost as he charged at Xiao Qin. His speed was no slower than Xiao Qin's. Dang! 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 After Lu Yuanzong caught up, he quickly attacked, forcing Xiao Qin to turn around. After receiving 10 moves, he vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back. Just as Xiao Qin was about to land, he flapped his wings and hovered in the air. Do you feel the pill god's strength? Do you feel a flame attacking your heart? It is very painful, but there is nothing you can do about it. Ha ha ha. Lu Yuanzong teased as he looked at Xiao Qin like a crazed demon. 10 strands of pill fire rushed to Xiao Qin's heart like venomous dragons. The pill fire burned his meridians, feeling like thousands of poisonous needles stabbing at him. Just at this moment, Xiao Qin felt a warmth from the jade pendant in his hand as it drew in all the pill fire in his body. Boom! After absorbing the pill fire, the jade pendant gave off a bright light. Xiao Qin felt a strange pull, like he could control that mysterious mountain-like medicine cauldron. Rumble! The entire medicine cauldron shook intensely. Heaven and earth shook in the cave, and countless flames poured out. A terrifying and deep voice came from the medicine cauldron. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Yes, Lord Pill God. Lu Yuanzong's expression changed drastically as he charged at Xiao Qin. At the same time, pill slaves continuously flew over from the medicine cauldron, radiating terrifying auras as they tried to surround and attack Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin dodged continuously as he sent his spiritual sense into the jade pendant. It turned out that this jade pendant was used to store the medicine cauldron. This made sense. The medicine cauldron before Xiao Qin was huge, nearly the size of a mountain range. Ordinary storage rings would not be able to store it. One needed to use additional means to control it. At the same time, this jade pendant could control the flame in the medicine cauldron. Controlling the jade pendant meant controlling the medicine cauldron. However, it was practically impossible for Xiao Qin to completely control the jade pendant in such a short time. Furthermore, with Xiao Qin's veritable essence energy, he could not drive the vast flame in the medicine cauldron. That was the flame released by the astral core. One needed to be at least a divine vein sovereign emperor. The jade pendant had only one use for Xiao Qin. He no longer needed to worry about the pill flame in his body when he fought with Lu Yuanzong. Xiao Qin could control this weak pill flame as he pleased with the jade pendant. The medicine cauldron shook continuously. The existence in it appeared extremely enraged. Those pill slaves did their best to kill Xiao Qin. At the crucial moment, Xiao Qin's heart turned increasingly calm. Everything in this herb garden seemed to have a purpose. While everything looked casual, they actually had a deep meaning. The herb fields were used to stabilize the medicinal energy in the surrounding caves, and then the formations were used to transfer it. The medicinal spring was for maintaining an abundant supply of medicinal energy into the medicine cauldron at all times. The pill river was formed after the medicinal dregs of the divine pills were discharged. What about the coiling dragon tree? Xiao Qin felt like he thought of a crucial point, and his thoughts became increasingly clear. Suddenly, inspiration flashed in Xiao Qin's mind, and he revealed a smile. So that was the case. The coiling dragon tree was used to suppress the demonic nature of the medicinal pill. The coiling dragon tree was divine dragon wood in the first place. The 7-colored coiling dragon tree was of high grade and could be used to suppress the demonic nature of this great desolate 10,000 beast pill. That must be the case. The herb garden's owner was very meticulous. Everything in this herb garden was connected. How could the owner not think of a way to suppress the demonic nature of the great desolate 10,000 beast pill? However, this coiling dragon tree withered because no one cared for it, resulting in the demonic nature of this medicinal pill. To think that you dare to get distracted. Die. Lu Yuanzong saw Xiao Chan, who had been extremely nimble since he unfurled the blue dragon divine wings, pause for a moment. Lu Yuanzong snorted coldly and gathered a ferocious might. Then a fist light that shook space flew over. However, just as the fist light was about to strike Xiao Chan, the blue dragon divine wings with lightning coiling around it folded together. The wings layered over each other in front of Xiao Chan, encasing him and using the dragon wings to receive the other party's punch. Bang! A surging dragon might surged out, knocking Lu Yuanzong back. Flames rained down from Lu Yuanzong's body, and electric light burst out, blasting his body beyond recognition. After this strike, Xiao Chen's bones contracted and squirmed. He withdrew his divine dragon war body, returning to his original form. What kind of dragon might is this? Light of freedom. As Xiao Chan looked at that medicine cauldron, he turned into a flash of lightning and charged over. Then, he turned into a lightning dragon and flew up the medicine cauldron. After a while, he revealed himself at the edge of the medicine cauldron. When Xiao Chan looked down, he saw a terrifying existence in the blazing flames. It looked like it wanted to charge out of the flames and swallow him up. Xiao Chan did not panic. He took out the brocade box and tossed down the 7-colored coiling dragon tree sapling. Whoosh! The grade 8 heaven rank medicinal spring above Xiao Chen's head poured out vast medicinal energy again, instantly infusing it into the 7-colored coiling dragon tree sapling. Immediately, the 7-colored coiling dragon tree grew at a visible pace. Then it fell down and suppressed that pill demon. The sapling sprouted branches and leaves. In the blink of an eye, it was 1 kilometer tall. The coiling dragon tree was incredibly thick, its roots firmly planted in the flames. Unexpectedly, the coiling dragon tree could even absorb the energy of this astral flame to nourish itself. Xiao Chan recalled that the coiling dragon tree in the Red Dragon Palace seemed to use flames as nourishment. Hence, it was not strange that this 7-colored coiling dragon tree used flames as nourishment. Miserable cries came from the medicine cauldron as it shook continuously. The chains on the pill slaves flying at Xiao Chan fell off. All of them were like flowers that lost their nourishment, instantly withering. No! Lu Yuanzong cried out in horror. However, he could not change anything. His life force drained away, and his body continuously withered. A sovereign personage died just like that, paying a heavy price for his greed. Chapter 1957. The true inheritors of the 4 rank 6 sects all held soul tools as they guarded a corner in the herb garden. The original situation of the ruling sword gates Qi Yunfeng dominating the herb garden turned into 4 people fighting for supremacy. If it were just the ruling sword gate, even if Qi Yunfeng had a soul tool, Murong Yan and the others would not fear him. Even if they could not defeat him, they could still leave at any time. However, now that the people of the 4 rank 6 sects, the ruling sword gate, the Northern Mountain Academy, the Wolf Smoke Pavilion, and the White Sun sect appeared, things became somewhat problematic. They could not leave even if they wanted to. Friends from the Divine Dragon Empire, we do not have any personal grudges with you. You can leave after offering up half the resources in the herb garden. Don't even think about the rest of the medicinal spring and pill river. The true inheritor of the Northern Mountain Academy, who was dressed like a white-clad scholar, spoke indifferently as he held a folding fan in his hand. The White Sun sect and the Wolf Smoke Pavilion both expressed their agreement with the white-clad scholar's suggestion. They would not go overboard with Murong Yan and the others. The strong preyed on the weak. Given that they held a great advantage, this group of people was already very generous in asking Murong Yan and the others to hand over only half the resources. Of course, this was because Murong Yan's group was a disciple of the Dragon's Gate. If it were loose cultivators or disciples of other sects, not to mention half the harvest, It would already be very fortunate if they did not hand over the resources that belonged to them in the first place. Situ Changfeng and Wei Hongfei discussed for a while and came to an answer. They could only do this. However, the reason for their hesitation was that Xiao Chun was still in the medicinal spring and had not come out yet. They could not contact him with the Dragon's Gate's identity token, so they did not know what happened. This worried them. Suddenly, Qi Yunfeng said with a cold smile, "You fellows stop pretending to be good people before me. If you knew that their group monopolized a demonic blood thousand-winged snake's corpse 7 days ago, would you still make such a decision?" "What?" The moment Qi Yunfeng said that, the expressions of the white-clad scholar from the Northern Mountain Academy, the wolf-armored cultivator from the Wolf Smoke Pavilion, and the pretty woman from the White Sun sect changed slightly. A demonic blood thousand-winged snake. An overlord-class ferocious beast that is worth more than 10 million primeval heavenly pills. As they looked at Murong Yan's group, greed immediately appeared in their eyes. To them, Murong Yan's group was like sparkling gold. Ha ha ha. Qi Yunfeng, oh Qi Yunfeng, you hit it extraordinarily well. You are really broad-minded. I'm afraid you didn't even tell your own group of junior brothers. You're quite a loner. The leading wolf-armored cultivator from the Wolf Smoke Pavilion held a strangely shaped, ferocious and tyrannical dragon-toothed saber as he mocked. Qi Yunfeng said coldly, "Cut the crap. The most important thing now is to keep this group of people here. You are just a bunch of Dragon's Gate Outer Palace disciples. I don't know what you are afraid of. Just kill them." Shua. The white-clad scholar silently opened the folding fan in his hand, and the might of a soul tool slowly spread out. He smiled faintly and said, "Sorry, as the saying goes, it is better to offend a gentleman than a vile person. Sometimes, provoking an existence like Brother Qi is really a troublesome matter." Humph! A bunch of hypocrites. None of them are good people. Lu Ruyun frowned slightly as she looked coldly at the others. However, she did not show any fear. As the White Dragon King's daughter, she naturally had many life-saving trump cards that the White Dragon King left on her. However, once she used them, her father would definitely find out. Now she had no choice but to use them. This girl is rather good-looking and has a fiery character. If you are willing to follow me, I might be happy and let you all go. The wolf-armored cultivator from the Wolf Smoke Pavilion looked at Lu Ruyun, desire flashing in his eyes. The girl before him gave off a special air. She looked valiant, and her facial features were exquisite. Aside from being pleasing to the eye, she also gave off a different air. "Dream on!" Lu Ruyun shouted, and a saber light turned into countless flying willow leaves. Then they gathered into a white dragon. The white dragon flew towards the wolf-armored cultivator. Boom! The white dragon appeared very suddenly. When the wolf-armored cultivator swung his saber at it, he got knocked back because he underestimated his opponent. The willow leaves scattered. Tens of thousands of willow leaves scattered with the wind whistling away. When the willow leaves pierced through the wolf-armored cultivator, his body was covered in wounds and blood. A terrifying murderous intent appeared in the wolf-armored cultivator's eyes, and his expression turned extremely sullen. However, the white-clad scholar's expression suddenly changed. He looked at Lu Ruyun and said, "Willow Leaf Saber, what is your relationship with the White Dragon Holy Daughter?" "Humph! No matter who you are related to today, I will personally kill you." The wolf-armored cultivator roared and unsealed the dragon-toothed saber in his hand. Boom! The might of a soul tool surged out. Whoosh! 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 Wei Hongfei and the others quickly shielded Lu Ruyun. They all made their moves, preparing to deal with the strike of this soul tool, the dragon-tooth saber. Just as the battle was about to erupt, a towering tree suddenly sprouted from the center of the gushing medicinal spring. The tree frantically absorbed the spiritual energy in the herb garden, growing at a visible rate. The coiling dragon tree blocked the horrifying strike of the dragon-tooth saber. Rumble! The entire herb garden was shaken by the sudden change. Cracks even appeared on the ground. What's going on? This sudden appearance of the coiling dragon tree startled everyone. The white-clad scholar and the others held up their soul tools and cautiously retreated to a corner of the herb garden. This is a coiling dragon tree. The eyes of the pretty woman leading the White Sun sect exclaimed as her eyes lit up. This coiling dragon tree has a very strong life force. To think that it directly bore fruit. What exactly is going on? Just as the true inheritors of the 4-rank 6 sects felt confused, someone with sharp eyes suddenly exclaimed, "Look! There is a person on the tree." Doubt flashed in the wolf-armored cultivator's eyes as he quickly squinted. Indeed, there was a person holding a simple and unadorned treasure bough. That's not right. That bough is aimed at me. The wolf-armored cultivator's expression changed dramatically. A threat of death that he could not get rid of appeared in his heart. He shouted, "Protect me! Protect me! Quickly! Help me activate the Dragon Tooth Saber secret technique." However, by the time the wolf-armored cultivator reacted, it was already over. The Wolf Smoke Pavilion true inheritors at the back had just formed hand seals when the arrows from the god shadow bows shot out. Shio! The shadow of a god was invisible and formless. Ordinary people couldn't even see the trajectory of it. Bang! The wolf-armored cultivator's dragon tooth saber was blasted away. A horrifying wound appeared on his chest. He was crippled on the spot. If not for the soul tool in the wolf-armored cultivator's hand blocking most of the impact, the wolf-armored cultivator would have died on the spot. His companions behind him were affected by the shockwaves and were sent flying while vomiting blood. A soul tool. This bow is a soul tool. Furthermore, its grade is even higher than ours. The Northern Mountain Academy's white-clad scholar, the White Sun Sect's pretty woman, and the ruling Sword Gate's Qi Yunfeng were all startled. As the wolf-armored cultivator struggled to get up, he suddenly discovered a gaze on him. Immediately, he felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. A chill invaded his body, chilling his limbs and bones. Xiao Chun was looking at him coldly, expressionless and silent. I'll go now. Fear lingered in the wolf-armored cultivator's heart, unable to disperse. His voice trembled somewhat. Don't offend people you should not offend. Don't say things you should not say. It is too late to leave now, Xiao Chun said indifferently. Earlier, in the medicinal spring, he happened to hear the wolf-armored cultivator say good things to Lu Ruyun. At that moment, the wolf-armored cultivator was already a dead man in Xiao Chen's heart. The wolf-armored cultivator's heart turned cold. He explained, "There must be some misunderstanding. I can explain." Seeing that Xiao Chen seemed to want to kill, the white-clad scholar said, "This brother, do not go overboard. We are from the nearby rank 6 sections. If you kill him, you will offend the Wolf Smoke Pavilion. You can forget about leaving this ancient city alive." Xiao Chen said sullenly, "Is that so? However, not only do I want to kill him, but I also want to spare you." The saber intent silently permeated the wolf-armored cultivator's body. Then Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and clenched it. Thousands of saber lights burst out of the wolf-armored cultivator's body, which had already been severely injured by the god Shadow Bow. He died on the spot, turning into mush without a corpse remaining. "Senior brother!" The Wolf Smoke Pavilion disciples cried out in horror. The white-clad scholar paled in fright. He could not help taking a step back. He said, "You are seeking death. If the three of us work together, you will not be able to survive." Whoosh! Right after the white-clad scholar spoke, Qi Yunfeng flew off on his sword. While the white-clad scholar was distracted by Xiao Chen, he led the ruling Sword Gate disciples in fleeing for their lives. When the White Sun Sect's people saw that the situation was bad, they also fled far away. The white-clad scholar's face immediately drained of all color. His heart sank. Chapter 1958. Bang! Two loud sounds rang out. It was not Xiao Chen continuing to attack. Instead, it was the White Sun Sect disciples and the ruling Sword Gate disciples crashing into the herb garden's barrier. The two sect disciples flew out too fast. In the end, they crashed even harder, falling to the ground. What's going on? This barrier does not look like it is meant to seal the inside. The expressions of Qi Yunfeng and the others changed slightly, revealing confused expressions. Earlier, they had seen those cultivators run out without any obstruction. Naturally, the reason was that these people had been absorbing the spiritual energy in the herb garden for a moment after entering. The spiritual energy in their bodies had completely merged with the herb garden. After Xiao Chen's warning, the others did not absorb the spiritual energy in the herb garden. Naturally, they could walk out easily. Damn it! How can it be like this? Qi Yunfeng cursed. However, he did not say anything more. He prepared to gather the ruling Sword Gate disciples and attack with their soul tools. Sorry, I did not intend to let you go. Firmament's rage. Xiao Chun directly threw a palm strike. The fingers of the gigantic hand were like sabers, flickering with electricity. Then it smashed down with the rage of a great desolate Ian ancestor dragon. You are going too far. Qi Yunfeng felt incensed. He could only change the direction of the ice cloud sword's attack to clash with this horrifying palm strike. Bang! The instant the gigantic palm landed, the ice cloud sword pierced through the soul tool. However, Qi Yunfeng and the others showed extremely unsightly expressions. This was especially so for the sect disciples at the back. Blood leaked out of their lips. Senior brother, we have already overdrawn on our veritable essence energy. If we continue, we will overdraw on our soul energy. Even with the strength of a few people, a soul tool was not that easy to control. Qi Yunfeng looked at Xiao Chun and said, Xiao Chun, what exactly do you want? The White Sun Sect's pretty girl, the Northern Mountain Academy's white-clad scholar, and Qi Yunfeng all felt somewhat anxious from Xiao Chun. If this continued, they would end up in a life-and-death struggle, fighting with their lives on the line. When the white-robed scholar saw that the other two did not succeed in leaving, he heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at Xiao Chun and said, Xiao Chun, don't go overboard. Even a corner dog will jump over a wall. Don't force people into a corner. Lu Ruyun and the others could not help feeling nervous. They leaped onto the coiling dragon tree and stood behind Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun looked at the white-clothed scholar and said with a snicker, So what if I'm forced into a corner? Do you still want to fight me to the death? Do you dare? If you dared to risk your life, you would have done so long ago. Why do you need to deceive yourself? You want to fight to the death? I, Xiao Chun, am afraid of everything, but I am not afraid of fighting to the death with you people. Whoever dares to move, I will see. Xiao Chun twirled the god shadow bow in his hand and locked onto the three. The others were so frightened that they took a few steps back. Their faces darkened, and they didn't dare to say anything. God Shadow Bow. As the three looked at the soul tool in Xiao Chun's hand, they revealed horrified expressions as they fought to the death with Xiao Chun. They did not know whether Xiao Chun could survive or not. However, if Xiao Chun used his full power on the bow in the other party's hand, they would definitely die. Fighting to the death was just a pretense to deceive themselves. If they did not even believe themselves, how could they scare Xiao Chun? They could only mock them. As the three looked at the white-clad, expressionless Xiao Chun on the coiling dragon tree, they felt uncertain. They could sense a strong aura from Xiao Chun. This caused them to feel the pressure that could only be felt when facing the elders of the sect. Their mental state and cultivation were on a completely different level. Xiao Chun took in the reactions of the three. Disdain flashed in his heart as he said, My request is very simple. Do what you did to my companions earlier. Ah! The moment Xiao Chun said that, the white-clothed scholar and the others were startled. Xiao Chun wanted them to spit out all their gains from earlier. This could not be tolerated. Young Master Xiao, these are our gains in the ancient city. Leave them all. Before the three could say anything, the Wolf Smoke Pavilion disciples who had lost their leader took out the natural treasures they had obtained in the ancient city and placed them on the ground. Xiao Chun waved his hand, and an opening appeared in the herb garden's barrier. Those people felt like they were relieved of a heavy burden. Then they picked up their dragon tooth sabers and rushed out. Such a scene was inconceivable to the white-clad scholar and the others. How could Xiao Chun control the herb garden's barrier? They needed to use a soul tool to open an opening. To think that Xiao Chun managed to do it easily with a casual wave of his hand. The white-clad scholar's heart immediately thumped. His final bit of courage was gone. The white-clad scholar's expression turned sullen. After discussing with the others, he took out the resources and placed them on the ground. Every time the white-clad scholar took out a portion, his heart bled. He went for wool and came home shorn. Originally, he wanted to make a huge profit from this group of dragon race cultivators. Who knew he ended up losing his gains? Is that enough? The white-clad scholar asked through clenched teeth. Xiao Chun nodded and gestured for them to do as they pleased. With a thought, an opening appeared in the herb garden's barrier and let them out. Following that, the White Sun Sex people were forced to do the same. They handed over their gains and left as well. Qi Yunfeng's expression changed unpredictably, appearing uncertain. He felt extremely depressed and upset in his heart. Qi Yunfeng originally thought that this was a rare chance to turn the situation around. Unexpectedly, he ran into this group of dragon race cultivators again. Not only could he wash away his previous humiliation, but he could also recoup his losses with interest. Who could have imagined that the moment Xiao Chen appeared, the situation would instantly turn around? Senior brother, we already overdrew on our veritable essence energy. The ruling Sword Gate disciples behind complained bitterly. The ruling Sword Gate disciples at the back complained bitterly. The Ice Cloud Sword was very powerful, but it was not easy to control. The few attacks exhausted these people's veritable essence energy. Shut up. Do you think I don't know? Qi Yunfeng cursed as he took out the resources and placed them on the ground, his heart filled with sullenness and displeasure. When it was about time, Qi Yunfeng looked at Xiao Chen and angrily said, "Green robes should not flow forever. Xiao Chen, just you wait. Don't let me run into you again. Let's go." "You talk too much." Xiao Chen immediately became slightly angry. Originally, letting this Qi Yunfeng off was already showing mercy. Who could have imagined that this person would still dare to boast shamelessly after leaving? A spot of heart flame appeared on Xiao Chen's fingertip. He drew the bow, pulled the bowstring and released. Qi Yunfeng dead. The divine image pierced through the heart. The might of the arrow instantly shattered all of Qi Yunfeng's life force. The heart flame spread, and his eyes slowly lost color. Qi Yunfeng did his best to turn his head, wanting to see Xiao Chen again. His heart filled with regret. Why did he have to be so shameless? Wouldn't it have been better for the white-clad scholar and the White Sun Sex people to leave quietly? If Qi Yunfeng had another chance, he definitely would not have been so shameless. His mouth felt good for a moment, and it repaid itself in an instant. Senior brother. The remaining true inheritors of the ruling Sword Gate were all frightened silly, not daring to say anything. They also did not dare to look at Xiao Chen. After using the Ice Cloud Sword to create an exit, they fled for their lives, running as far away from the herb garden as they could. Good kill. Back then we could have left. However, this fellow jumped out and spoke of us killing the demonic blood thousand-winged snake, nearly causing us all to die. Murong Yan said ruthlessly as he looked at Qi Yunfeng with some disgust. Situ Changfeng said, "This person asked for it. Back then, when we killed the demonic blood thousand-winged snake, he already had bad intentions. Even though he was clearly not strong, he wanted to work with eccentric Tai and the others to suppress us. He is a classic fence-sitter." Situ Changfeng said, "This person asked for it. Back then, when we were dealing with the demonic blood thousand-winged snake, he already had bad intentions." Xiao Chen put away the god shadow bow and calmed himself. Then he said, "Let's not talk about this person. There are some coiling dragon fruits on this coiling dragon tree. After we pick them, we should leave quickly." Lu Ruyun asked, "Xiao Chen, what exactly happened below? Also, how did this seven-colored coiling dragon tree grow so big in an instant? What exactly is going on? What about the others? What about the sovereign personage Lu Yuanzong?" Murong Yan and the others all felt incredibly curious, wanting to know what happened below the medicinal spring. "I'll explain it to you later. The matters below are too complicated. This herb garden is no longer safe. If we continue waiting, I will not be able to control the situation." At this moment, the coiling dragon tree and the pill demon were in an intense battle to the death in the medicine cauldron. The pill demon was not resigned to being suppressed, resisting to the death. However, Xiao Chen did not know the result. Naturally, if the pill demon was suppressed to death, that would be the best result. However, if the pill demon came out, Xiao Chen did not dare to imagine the consequences. When the others saw Xiao Chen's grave expression, they did not dare to delay, quickly picking the coiling dragon fruits of various colors on the tree. Xiao Chen landed and collected all the harvests of the white-clad scholar and the others. Then he turned his head back to look at the coiling dragon tree. A trace of reluctance appeared in his eyes. What a pity for this seven-colored coiling dragon tree, the medicinal spring, and the pill river. Originally, Xiao Chen had wanted to leave the sapling behind. In the future, when the Kunlun Realm's Dragon's Gate disciples came up, they could quickly increase their strength. Chapter 1959. Under the white-clad scholar's lead, the Northern Mountain Academy's group left the herb garden feeling extremely depressed. They only calmed their emotions after a long time. After all, this group had soul tools. As long as they did not run into a strange person like Xiao Chen, they would be able to reap great benefits in the ancient city if they put in some effort. Even if they ran into a sovereign personage, they would be able to hold their own without fear. No matter what, he absolutely could not run into Xiao Chen. "Senior brother, where are we going now?" The white-clad scholar replied. "We cannot remain in the southern city. We came from the western city. That leaves only the northern and eastern city. Let's go to the eastern city. As far as I know, not many people go there. With a soul tool we can dominate." "Alright, I'll listen to senior brother." The group executed their movement techniques and continuously leaped from roof to roof in the ancient city. As they rose and fell, they traveled a long distance. These people were not weak. However, when they ran into Xiao Chen, they paled in comparison. When the God Shadow Bow clashed with the soul tool, it completely countered it. On a street in the eastern city, a white-clad monk looked at the item in his hand with joy on his face. Just earlier, he finally walked out of the blood rain that no one dared to touch. Indeed, he had obtained a great fortuitous encounter in this dangerous land. It turned out that there was a drop of divine blood at the end of the blood rain. This was a drop of martial god essence blood containing a divine nature. If one could refine it all, the benefits would be extremely startling. Unfortunately, even a sovereign emperor could not refine it all. At most, one would have to spend more than 10 years to slowly digest it. Otherwise, one might explode and die at any moment. The white-clad monk knew his own strength. He only took a trace of this drop of divine blood and used it for himself. Even if it was just a trace, less than 1% of the drop of divine blood, it still benefited the white-clad monk greatly. Even so, Xiao Chen still received boundless benefits. His physical body and bloodline were thoroughly purified. There was also some divine might that merged with his Buddhist might, making it even more wondrous. Someone is coming. The white-clad monk looked up into the distance. A group of people quickly leaped from roof to roof appeared at the limits of his vision. A soul tool? The white-clad monk focused his gaze on the folding fan in the white-clad scholar's hand. With one glance, he recognized the grade of the folding fan. However, this wasn't what surprised him. What surprised him was that this person had a trace of an aura that he was rather familiar with. The aura of an old friend. The white-robed monk muttered to himself. Who was his old friend? Who was he? Naturally, this person was the Black Lotus Church's only remaining holy son Ming Xian. The Black Lotus Holy Venerate's death allowed him to break out of his cocoon and become a butterfly. His comprehension of the Buddhist Dharma improved further. After making arrangements for the Black Lotus Church, Xiao Chen went to the Central Great Realm alone. Treasure Path of Buddha Light. The white-robed monk's hands moved, forming hand seals. Buddhist light gathered above the dome. In the next moment, a golden path was carved out, and the white-robed monk stepped onto it. The golden path brought him along like an aurora movie flying away. However, his clothes did not move in the slightest, and he looked rather calm and composed. In just a moment, he appeared in front of the people from the Northern Mountain Academy. Where did this monk come from? Move aside, don't block the way. The white-robed scholar looked at this monk. Although he chided him, he did not dare to underestimate this monk at all. The white-robed scholar silently opened the folding fan in his hand, and the might of a soul tool encased the group. The holy son Ming Xian looked at the white-robed scholar and said, "I do not have any malicious intent. I just sensed the aura of an old friend on you. Who did you see earlier? I hope you can tell me." The moment the white-robed scholar said that, he immediately became enraged. Being humiliated by Xiao Chen earlier was the greatest humiliation of his life. How could he let others know? To think that this monk actually wanted him to say it the moment he opened his mouth. How could this be? An old friend? Wait a minute. Could this person be acquainted with Xiao Chen and is his friend? If I can subdue him, I might be able to recoup my losses from Xiao Chen. With this thought, the white-robed scholar could not help surging with a murderous chi. You do not have any malicious intent, but I do. Kill. The white-robed scholar gently waved the folding fan in his hand. Immediately, the Confucian scriptures in the fan started chanting. A vast righteous qi gathered above the white-robed scholar's head. The might of a soul tool is indeed extraordinary. The holy sun Ming Xian dodged by a hair's breadth. However, the fan's shock wave still struck him. The vast Confucian scriptures rang out in his ears, one word at a time. Bang! 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 The holy sun Ming Xian's mind shook, and his qi and blood surged. He vomited a mouthful of blood, and his complexion paled slightly. Don't blame me for being too ruthless. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being acquainted with Shao Chun and befriending someone you should not have. The white-robed scholar's attack succeeded, and his righteous qi grew even stronger. He said seriously, "Life is like a dream, the curtain falls on prosperity." The scene in the folding fan immediately changed, showing 100 years of life. The curtain falls on prosperity. Life is like a dream. As the palm strike flew over, it looked like a dream. It was like real life was just a dream in the first place. The holy sun Ming Xian smiled faintly and said, "So you really do know an old friend. Black Lotus secret technique destroy." The Buddha's prayer beads in the holy sun Ming Xian's hand instantly formed a horrifying hand seal. Buddhist might surged all over his body, brewing horrifying energy. However, it was like the calm before the storm. There were no energy fluctuations coming from Ming Xian's body at all. Only when the holy sun Ming Xian stretched out his hand did all his energy erupt at this moment. Boom! A black Buddha statue appeared behind the holy sun Ming Xian. Its eyes showed an expression of loathing for everything in the world as it shouted. The tall building under the holy sun Ming Xian instantly turned to dust. The white-robed scholar bore the brunt of the attack. Before this secret technique, the holy sun Ming Xian appeared extremely petty, immediately getting blasted away. Bang! 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 When the dust settled, everything within 1 kilometer of Ming Xian was empty. No buildings could be seen. The many Northern Mountain Academy disciples were blasted into pieces. Their mangled corpses littered the place. Boom! Ming Xian's figure flashed. When he landed, he stepped on the chest of the white-robed scholar, who was struggling to get up. A miserable shriek rang out. The holy sun Ming Xian remained indifferent. He said indifferently, "You are not the only one with a soul tool. Now, can you tell me what happened to you earlier?" I'll talk. The white-robed scholar said with some difficulty, feeling unbearable pain. After the white-robed scholar finished speaking, the holy sun Ming Xian kicked the white-robed scholar into the air. Then he said sullenly, "What a coincidence. However, I have an appointment with someone, so I won't be looking for you now." Whoosh! 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 After learning about Shao Chen's whereabouts, the white-robed scholar moved quickly. 1 hour later, on a tall building in the ancient city. "You are late." When Ming Xian reached the tall building, a mysterious person shrouded in scarlet shadows spoke to him indifferently. This person exuded a strong evil demonic Dao aura. A stark difference from the calm and peaceful Ming Xian. However, these two people with completely different auras ended up together. "I was delayed on the way. The east gate was indeed difficult to reach. However, it should not be too late now." The mysterious scarlet shadow person looked at the center of the ancient city and said, "It is not that easy for those undying old men of the heavenly lodging palace and the 4-rank 6 sects to break the restrictions. How surprising! Who could have thought that an ancient city left behind by a true god would appear in desolate God Valley?" Ming Xian looked at the center of the city, where a mysterious crystal core supported the vast spiritual energy in the city, controlling everything in the city. That was a divine crystal. A divine crystal that contained divine Dao energy. Even a sovereign personage would not know how valuable it was. Only sovereign emperors who surpassed sovereign personages could understand a little about these existences that surpassed the mortal realm. Divine crystals held a fatal attraction. Ming Xian said softly, "To think that no sovereign emperors arrived. This is the most surprising thing. It looks like this ancient city is indeed appearing for the first time. The heavenly lodging palace did not know what was in there either. This is an opportunity for us." Shao Chun did not know where the two got their confidence from, daring to barge into the center of the city. The rank 6 sects and the heavenly lodging palace's sovereign personages gathered there. Everyone could tell that the center of the city had the greatest fortuitous encounter. However, as long as one knew one's limits, one would not take such a huge risk by getting involved. Inside the herb garden. Xiao Chun, there is a total of 10 odd coiling dragon fruits of all attributes. This is a great harvest. The coiling dragon fruit's effects are not much weaker than your heaven dragon fruit. Murongyan said joyfully. To think that the coiling dragon tree could sprout leaves and bear fruit in a short time. All of them were astonished by what they saw. Let's go. We can't stay here any longer, Xiao Chun said softly as he put away the coiling dragon fruits. However, this coiling dragon tree seems to be continuing to grow. Should we not wait a little longer? Morongyan asked. The coiling dragon tree had already grown to 3 kilometers, but it had not given up. Clearly, it would bear more coiling dragon fruits. When Xiao Chun saw this, he felt that it was a pity. If Xiao Chun had not given the immortal spirit ring to Ao Jiao, he could have ignored that pill demon and directly collected this tree. However, that was all he could do now. Let's go. Let's go to the city. I feel that there are even greater fortuitous encounters there. Chapter 1960. The group left the herb garden one after another. Then, Xiao Chun turned his head back to look at the coiling dragon tree and the pill river. There was also the huge medicine cauldron at the bottom of the herb garden, where the others could not see. All of this held an incredible allure for Xiao Chun. I can't just give up. While the others were not paying attention, Xiao Chun casually formed a hand seal. Life bestowal spell. Some of the soil in the herb garden gathered and turned into a lively little bird, which became Xiao Chen's eyes. If the pill demon was destroyed, then Xiao Chun would do his best to subdue this coiling dragon tree and that incomparably huge medicine cauldron. Xiao Chun, why don't we refine this coiling dragon fruit here? It can increase our strength significantly in a short time. Situ Changfeng suggested to Xiao Chun. The others were filled with anticipation as well, eager to give it a try. Xiao Chun looked at the surroundings and nodded. Go ahead and refine it. I'll stand guard for you. Murongyan took out the coiling dragon fruit. Dragon-shaped spiritual energy swirled around the group. The different colors represented different attributes. Murongyan chose the red one. That was a fire-attributed coiling dragon fruit. If others consumed it, not only would it be useless, but it would even harm their bodies and minds. However, if the red dragon race members consumed it, they would benefit from both. Their soul energy and veritable essence energy would increase significantly. They would also gain great comprehension of the fire Tao, which had boundless wondrous uses. Murongyan received the coiling dragon fruit and smiled. In our red dragon palace, only elders can consume the coiling dragon fruit. Disciples have to complete very difficult missions. Or have exceptionally outstanding cultivations to be rewarded. Master said that when I enter Ancestor Dragon City, he will reward me with one. Ha ha ha. I can refine it now. When I return, I will probably be so shocked that my jaw will drop. After the others received the coiling dragon fruit, they all revealed joyful expressions. However, Lu Ruyun was surprised. She did not have a choice. She shook her head and said, I don't need it. I already refined a similar fruit 3 months ago. It would be a waste to refine it again. Xiao Chun shoved the coiling dragon fruit to her and said, There is no need to be afraid of wasting this thing. It is fine as long as it is not harmful. This white coiling dragon fruit is actually quite suitable for you. Leaving it in my hands would be a true waste. Lu Ruyun smiled helplessly and received it. The few of them began to refine it. Xiao Chun guarded it carefully. There were a lot of death servants here, so someone had to protect them. The dead pool was extremely difficult to deal with, but as long as he was not surrounded, it would not be a big problem. Xiao Chun looked at the center of Xie City and was a little puzzled. What exactly was there? The dense spiritual energy that filled the entire city came from that point. The energy of the various restrictions and formations in the city also came from that point. That place should also be extremely dangerous, not a place ordinary people could go. 1 hour later, Murongyan and the others woke up one after another. Strong auras surged out from their bodies. Their auras were clearly much stronger than before. Let's go. Setting off again, Xiao Chen's party's speed was much faster. Along the way, they met many cultivators and had some harvests. However, compared to what Xiao Chan and the others had obtained in the herb garden, it was nothing. However, as Xiao Chan approached the center of the city, he encountered fewer and fewer cultivators. One could clearly feel that the atmosphere in the air had become much heavier. The formless might and pressure placed an increasingly heavier restriction on them. The deeper they went, the more they felt it. How terrifying! I feel like my strength is suppressed by about 10%, Murong said with a grave expression. As he looked at the unknown center of the city, he felt pressure. This is actually good news for us. This is actually good news for us. The pressure on sovereign personages will be even greater, Situ Changfeng calmly analyzed. Xiao Chun felt that his strength was suppressed by about 20%, much more severely than Murong and the others. Situ Changfeng was right. The stronger one was, the greater the restrictions they would face. However, at the same time, Xiao Chun was shocked to discover that his physical strength was not suppressed. Under such pressure, his vital qi became even heavier. This was a piece of comforting news. Wait, there's the sound of fighting. Suddenly, Xiao Chun stopped and listened attentively. Situ Changfeng closed his eyes. In the next moment he opened them and said, "It came from the west. I seem to hear some familiar voices. I heard them. It's Zhongli and the Golden Dragon Palace's Qin Outyan." Situ Changfeng was skilled in the wind great Dao. He could clearly hear the faint sounds coming from the wind. With an advantage that the others didn't have, the few of them were quite convinced of his judgment. Murong smiled and said, "Zhongli actually allied himself with Qin Outyan. Interesting. No wonder he has the confidence to fall out with us." Xiao Chun recalled that he seemed to have beaten up this Qin Outyan before. He asked seriously, "What is Qin Outyan's background?" Finding this strange, Murong asked, "You don't know? His first brother is known as the top expert of the Golden Dragon Palace. He was already a late-stage holy venerate many years ago. He grasped two great Dao and even comprehended the Emperor Dragon's mysteries. Although he is known as the top expert of the Golden Dragon Palace, he is actually the top expert of the Outer Palace. Wei Hongfei should be clearer on this." Wei Hongfei ignored Murong. He said with a grave expression, "They probably ran into the group of people I met earlier, the mortal enemies of the dragon race." Murong expression changed slightly. "Do we need help? I'm afraid we have no choice," Situ Changfeng said. "They are currently being chased. The direction they are fleeing in happens to be where we are." Indeed, right after Situ Changfeng spoke, hurried footsteps came from the front. Hurried footsteps came from ahead. Soon Zhongli, Lu Yunfei, Qin Outyan, and the others appeared before them in somewhat sorry states. Aside from Qin Outyan, who was in a slightly better state, the others were all injured. "Ah!" A miserable shriek rang out. A saber light struck a dragon race disciple who was running too slowly. The black saber light turned into a malicious spirit, continuously gnawing on the other party's physical body and soul. The miserable shriek was incredibly mournful, making everyone tremble in fear and their legs go soft. "What saber technique is this?" Murong asked with a somewhat trembling voice. This was too evil. He had never seen it before. "We have never seen anyone with a saber before," the Green Dragon Palace's Duan Fei said softly. When Zhongli and the others saw Xiao Chun, they were startled. Then they said joyfully, "Xiao Chun, Wei Hongfei, you came at a good time. We ran into the Flood Dragon humans. Help us block them." Whoosh! 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 Before they could react, the pursuers had already arrived. A group of black-clothed men wearing masks that covered the lower half of their faces, revealing only their foreheads and eyes, as well as a man wearing a bamboo hat wielding a saber appeared. When Wei Hongfei saw the leader of the black-clad men, his expression changed drastically. He cried out hoarsely, "Yin Songming!" Although that person wore a mask, Wei Hongfei immediately recognized his eyes. This was the flood dragon human Yin Songming, whom Wei Hongfei fought in the abyssal underworld battlefield. His strength was still fresh in Wei Hongfei's mind. With one hand, Yin Songming beat Wei Hongfei until he could not retaliate. "I was wondering who it was. It turns out that it is a group of defeated people." Yin Songming only glanced at Wei Hongfei before shifting his gaze to Xiao Chun. He said seriously, Very good. Unexpectedly, you are here as well. Zhen Yuan, you should be very happy, right? Whoosh! The bamboo hat man removed the conical bamboo hat from his head and waved it. The conical bamboo hat immediately shot towards Xiao Chun. As it spun around, it actually turned into a black dragon image. When it arrived before Xiao Chun, the black dragon image appeared and roared ferociously. A berserk dragon might surged out. This stunned Morong Yen and the others. They felt immense pressure and could not help taking a step back. Bang! Xiao Chun calmly attacked, throwing a punch and shattering that black dragon image along with the conical bamboo hat. Boundless shrapnel flew into the air. Xiao Chun, it has been a long time since we last met. Under the conical bamboo hat was a face that Xiao Chun was very familiar with. It was the profound light temple's Zhen Yuan. However, he now had hair and his face looked older. When Xiao Chun saw that strand of saber light earlier, he had already suspected it. Unexpectedly, it really was Zhen Yuan. After absorbing the Black Dragon King's strong demonic nature, Zhen Yuan actually did not turn crazy. Not only that, but Zhen Yuan even mingled with the Flood Dragon humans, who once followed the Black Dragon King. Damn! These dragon race cultivators with divine dragon bloodlines. I'll leave them to you, Xiao Chun. Yin Songming had an innate hatred for cultivators with divine dragon bloodlines. When he saw them, he would feel an uncontrollable murderous intent in his heart. In reality, the Flood Dragon humans had an inextinguishable hatred for the dragon race. Back then, the Flood Dragon humans could not stand the pressure of the six-colored divine dragons, and followed the Black Dragon King to the abyssal underworld. Now they lived at the bottom of the abyssal underworld, even more miserable than they had been in the Divine Dragon Empire. Naturally, the Flood Dragon humans placed all this hatred on the cultivators with Divine Dragon bloodlines. I'll block them. You all split up. Xiao Chun sent a voice projection to Morong Yen and the others. Then he activated his Divine Dragon War body, and his body instantly swelled up. His bones crackled like thunder. Xiao Chun's dragon might immediately strengthen several-fold. What was even more shocking was that Xiao Chun's dragon might completely merged with his physical body, not leaking out at all. This blocked Yin Songming, preventing him from continuing forward. Xiao Chun, I'll leave these people to you. We'll go first. When Zhongli and Qin Outyin saw the situation, they rejoiced in their hearts. Then they laughed loudly and turned to leave, not lingering at all. Chapter 1961. Before Morong Yen and the others could decide, the instigators Zhongli and Qin Outyin quickly fled. They had no intention of staying to help. Perhaps they knew how horrifying Yin Songming and Zhen Yuan were, and felt that they could not defeat them, so they used Xiao Chun and the others as shields. Do you think you can leave? Martial artists with divine dragon bloodlines are indeed as shameless as ever. Today I will kill all of you. Yin Songming snorted coldly. Without even looking at Xiao Chun, he turned around and directly grabbed at Zhongli. Xiao Chun did not move, as Zhen Yuan's saber intent had already locked onto him. There was no room for change in the confrontation of Qi. Touch of death. As Yin Songming waved his hand, countless strands of black energy moved towards Zhongli like dragon whiskers. Zhongli's expression sank. Black tentacles surrounded him from all directions. There was no way he could escape. Rushing cloud hand. With a furious roar, Zhongli's hands moved rapidly. Layers of clouds surrounded him as he thrust his palms forward. The clouds changed constantly, forming all sorts of mysterious phenomena that charged out in all directions with great might. However, once the clouds got close to the black tentacles, the mysterious phenomenon formed by the thousands of clouds corroded, rendering it useless. Thousand cloud flower rain falling water turns to ice. Zhongli's expression changed slightly, and his hands moved as he attacked again. The mysterious phenomenon of thousands of clouds turned to ice. Cold chi spread everywhere, sealing the black tentacles in ice. He blocked it. Zhongli showed joy on his face. However, before his smile faded, he saw Yin Songming reach out and grab. Kacha kacha! The layer of ice shattered, and thousands of black tentacles gathered into a tentacle containing the mysteries of the Death Tao. Then it grabbed at Zhongli. Everywhere the black tentacle passed, all life was lost and everything was silent. It was extremely terrifying. It's over. A trace of despair involuntarily surged in Zhongli's heart. If he was grabbed by this palm, he would lose most of his vitality. Even if he did not die, he would be crippled. The falling leaves filled the sky like rain. Shwa! Leaves fell from the sky as the wind blew. They were sparse like the sound of falling rain. A flash of saber light with strong life force and humanity appeared. It streaked across the sky and cut off the black tentacle. Lu Ruyun pushed off the ground and moved gently, shielding Zhongli. Let's go. I'll cover you. Thank you, senior sister. Zhongli was still in a state of shock. He felt a trace of shame in his heart, but a trace of determination flashed in his eyes as he turned around and left. Xiao! Yin Songming hovered in the air. Then he stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion. The shattered black tentacles returned to his body. His entire body was suffused with a black aura of death. The aura wriggled like tentacles, looking exceptionally terrifying. What a pure white dragon bloodline. Your identity is definitely not simple. Yin Songming looked at Lu Ruyun, and his eyes lit up. He said seriously, perhaps there might be some value in changing my mind. When Xiao Chun noticed this scene, his heart skipped a beat. He said, protect Lu Ruyun. Xiao Chun had seen this Yin Songming make a move before. Yin Songming's strength was extremely terrifying, far beyond that of an ordinary holy venerate. This person's resentment and killing intent were the most horrifying that Xiao Chun had ever seen in his life. So. Murong Yen and the others quickly rushed over and arrived before Lu Ruyun. At the same time, the other flood dragon humans moved as well, arriving behind Yin Songming. I alone am enough. You all go and chase after those small fries that fled, Yin Songming said indifferently. Yin Songming said indifferently, his tone filled with strong confidence. Yes, young master. The other flood dragon humans immediately scattered, leaving only Yin Songming. A wind blew. The flood dragon humans shattered. Zhen Yuan appeared where Xiao Chun stood. As he looked at Xiao Chun, who had already retreated far away, Zhen Yuan asked seriously, are you not going to draw your saber? Zhen Yuan's face hurt somewhat. He had already dodged very quickly earlier. However, due to his distraction, the saber chi broke his defense and injured his face. The saber chi broke through his defense and injured his face. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand and prodded his wound. Then, he looked at the blood on his hand before looking at Zhen Yuan. When a saber is drawn, it will definitely see blood. I promised your master to spare your life. Haha, that old fellow is really concerned about me. Since that is the case, why did you not send me to the 4 great monasteries earlier? This old man has had enough of that tiny place. Zhen Yuan revealed a mocking smile as a crazed look appeared in his eyes. Since that is the case, then die. You can forget about drawing your saber for the rest of your life. Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber. Breaking the mundane. A black saber light burst out of Zhen Yuan's body, and a black swastika appeared on his forehead. Scriptures appeared in the surroundings. All sorts of illusions appeared in Xiao Chen's mind, all of which were tragedies of the mortal world. The flames of war raged on. Corpses piled up. Cries of starving people filled the land. Crows ate humans. Emaciated people appeared everywhere, starving and cold, their clothes barely covering their bodies. Zhen Yuan used the most decisive method, a method that was completely different from Xiao Chen's, to break the mundane world. Zhen Yuan comprehended the mysteries of the first move of the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber. However, in Zhen Yuan's hand, it became an incredibly horrifying demonic saber. In the next moment, all sorts of illusions, crows eating corpses and passers-by lying on the roadside, waiting to die, all showed their ferocious sides. Zhen Yuan's sharp gaze focused on Xiao Chun. Then it turned into a saber light and charged at Xiao Chun. The entire world turned into Zhen Yuan's saber light. Break! Xiao Chun did not think too much. He materialized the divine dragon war body and punched 100 times in all directions. Bang! 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 Vital chi surged and dragon roars rang out. The illusions instantly broke, and Zhen Yuan took advantage of the opportunity to charge over. This is for not drawing your saber. Zhen Yuan did not show mercy after gaining the upper hand. He quickly launched all sorts of sharp attacks, turning them into a complete saber move, putting immense pressure on Xiao Chun. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged more than 100 moves. Xiao Chun was forced back several steps, allowing Zhen Yuan's aura to reach its peak. Azura Hell Chop. When Zhen Yuan's aura reached its peak, he did not hesitate to chop with his saber. The saber move that Zhen Yuan set up completely erupted at this moment, revealing his ferocious and terrifying side. It turned into Azura Hell, concentrated in this saber strike. This was the opportunity that Zhen Yuan had been waiting for. Buddhist Sect's 7-kill seal. Xiao Chun roared ferociously and executed the Buddhist Sect's 7-kill seal in the time it took for a spark to fly. His killing chi expanded 7-fold. Supreme Dragon Fist. Raging at the unfair heaven. Zhen Yuan's surging killing chi turned into rage, shaking the sky and making it pale. When Zhen Yuan punched, killing chi surged out endlessly like a gushing river. Before the fist light arrived, the terrifying killing chi turned into a sharp dragon image and tore that Azura Hell into pieces. When the fist light arrived, the 7-fold killing chi suddenly erupted, and the Azura Hell instantly crumbled. Zhen Yuan vomited a mouthful of blood as he got knocked back. Shock appeared in his eyes. Unexpectedly, his peak killing move could not defeat Xiao Chun. Supreme Dragon Fist. Heaven Dragon Regrets. While you are down, I'll take your life. Xiao Chun did not hold back. He leaped into the air. His killing chi erupted as he punched again. The boundless killing chi gathered into a lofty aspiration, like a regretless heaven dragon. It carried an aura of despair and self-sacrifice, pressing forward with no regrets. The strong dragon might cause the nearby ancient city to tremble. Many buildings collapsed. When Yin Songming, who was fighting 1 against 4, sensed this scene, he sent out a palm strike to block Lu Ruyun and the others. Yin Songming charged over to Xiao Chun in a flash. The mysteries of death chi all over his body surged as he sent a palm strike to clash with Xiao Chun's sure-kill fist light. Bang! The fist and palm clashed and the shock waves spread out. The others all moved back, afraid of getting caught up in the shock waves. Cracks appeared on the ancient street. A certain formation that was originally supporting the ground looked like it would break at any moment. Xiao Chun took a few steps back and thought to himself, what a pity. This punch did not land on Zhen Yuan. It would be difficult to subdue him. Zhen Yuan had refined the demonic chi that the Black Dragon King had accumulated for many years. His physical body had already fallen into the demonic Tao, and his recovery ability was startling. Indeed, the demonic chi on Zhen Yuan's body surged. His injuries healed at a visible rate. A brilliant light flickered in Zhen Yuan's eyes, and the demonic chi on his body surged. Yin Songming looked at Xiao Chun, and a look of praise flashed in his eyes. Supreme Dragon Fist. To think that you actually managed to practice the Supreme Dragon Fist. This is truly shocking. However, I know this fist technique as well. Supreme Dragon Fist, Master of the World. Right after Yin Songming spoke, he suddenly punched. Black dragon chi spread out from his body, and his veritable essence energy burned, materializing a war banner burning with black flames. When Yin Songming punched, the war banner carried a boundless tyrannical aura that commanded the surroundings as it shot towards Xiao Chun. This startled Xiao Chun. Clearly, he had not expected Yin Songming to practice this forbidden technique that only the Heaven Dragon Palace had. However, the situation before Xiao Chun did not allow him to think too much. He was very clear on how strong this punch was. As Xiao Chun circulated his energy for the Supreme Dragon Fist, he punched and materialized a blazing war banner as well. Then he punched. Bang! One side infused the mysteries of the Death Tao into the Supreme Dragon Fist, and the other infused the mysteries of the Massacre Tao into the Supreme Dragon Fist. The strong clashed, and the two war banners crashed into each other in the air. A horrifying dragon roar shook the surroundings. The two war banners shattered at the same time, and a startling force exploded where they stood. The two war banners turned into a horrifying pillar of energy soaring into the clouds. In the next moment, the ground cracked open. A black hole appeared, and everyone fell into it uncontrollably. After everyone fell, a strong suction came from the hole, making it even more difficult for those who struggled to get out. They could not resist this mysterious suction at all. Chapter 1962. Inside the mysterious cave, Xiao Chun and Yin Songming did not give up on fighting. As the two descended, they continued to search for opportunities to severely injure each other. The two executed the Supreme Dragon Fist, exchanging moves in the average-sized cave, fighting intensely. The Heaven Dragon's dragon might and the Death Dragon might clashed, neither giving way. Dragon roars rang out. Xiao Chan showed a grave expression, feeling shocked. To think that someone could rearrange the Supreme Dragon Fist like him. In reality, if the other party used resentment to practice the Supreme Dragon Fist, it would be even more mighty. However, like Xiao Chan, Yin Songming saw the flaws of the Supreme Dragon Fist and switched to the Death Dao to drive the Supreme Dragon Fist. The other party's comprehension of the Death Dao was much stronger than Xiao Chen's Massacre Dao. Xiao Chen's killing qi had been tempered in the Great Thousand Realms for many years. Although it was vast and dense, it barely advanced to the level of will. Xiao Chan was still a long time away from truly comprehending the Massacre Dao. In reality, few of the thousands of cultivators, even divine vain sovereign emperors, could comprehend such a great Dao that surpassed attributes. The process was painful, arduous, and long. However, once one comprehended it, one's strength would be extremely horrifying. Within the same cultivation realm, one would be unrivaled. The Yin Songming before Xiao Chan was such an existence. To think that he comprehended the Death Dao. If not for Xiao Chan using the 7 kill seal to drive his killing qi, Yin Songming's Supreme Dragon Fist would not be able to hold his own. However, Xiao Chan did not know that Yin Songming was even more shocked than he was. The other party should not have come into contact with the Supreme Dragon Fist for long. However, the comprehension ability that he showed was already no weaker than Yin Songming's. How did you cultivate the Heaven Dragon Forbidden Art? Xiao Chan asked as he looked at the other party. Compared to the other party's horrifying strength, this question was even more serious. Yin Songming retorted coldly. When I came into contact with the Supreme Dragon Fist, you had not even grasped it yet. Boom! The two exchanged moves again, and the effects of the 7 kill seal on Xiao Chan slowly weakened. In the clash of the Supreme Dragon Fist, Yin Songming slowly fell into a disadvantage, losing his aura. This is not enough for you to be arrogant in front of me. Yin Songming grabbed hold of this opportunity to deal a fatal blow to Xiao Chan before he landed. However, Xiao Chan suddenly discovered that Xiao Chen's aura had become erratic. Xiao Chan had clearly locked onto the other party. But Xiao Chan was unfathomable, like a fish in water. Bang! Xiao Chan punched out, only to find that he missed. The terrifying might of the fist exploded, but it did not hurt Xiao Chan at all. Heaven Dragon Profundity. You actually comprehended the Heaven Dragon Profundity. This greatly startled Yin Songming. Theoretically, a Flood Dragon human could become a Heaven Dragon. Yin Songming had studied the Heaven Dragon's mysteries for many years. Even though he could comprehend the Death Dao, he could not make any headway. Not only that, Xiao Chan snorted coldly in the darkness. The substantial Heaven Dragon's mysteries merged with the Supreme Dragon Fist's final move. When Yin Songming sensed Xiao Chen's aura, he recognized this move. It was the Supreme Dragon Fist's final move. Only I am supreme. Without even thinking, Yin Songming used his strong Death Dao's mysteries and his mental cultivation technique, which he was far more familiar with than Xiao Chen's, to launch this punch first. Supreme Dragon Fist, only I am supreme. When Yin Songming punched, an unparalleled tyranny burst out from his body. That was the intense confidence of being the only one in the entire world, everywhere and everywhere. What was a supreme? Until the end of time, a supreme would not age. Even after a long time, a supreme would not die. This heart would not die. These words would not be regretted. This body would not die. At first, Xiao Chen's fist move was the same as Yin Songming's. However, later on, it gained an even more distant state. Supreme Dragon Fist, only I am supreme. Although it was only an embryonic form and not complete, when Xiao Chan merged the Heaven Dragon's mysteries with it, Xiao Chen's punch became well prepared. In that instant, Yin Songming's might drowned out Yin Songming's. The instant the two fists clashed, Yin Songming's aura shattered. He vomited a large mouthful of blood as he went flying. Why? They were both using the Supreme Dragon Fist's final move. Even if Yin Songming grasped the Heaven Dragon's mysteries, the other party's 7 kill seal was no longer effective. Yin Songming should be slightly stronger. However, why did the might of Xiao Chen's only I am supreme completely drown out Yin Songming's? They were not on the same level at all. Yin Songming, who flew back in pain, felt very confused. However, before he could think too much, Yen Songming, who had been severely injured by the punch, lost control of his body and fell down. Withdraw. Xiao Chun opened his fists and retracted the scattered dragon might, negating the might of Yen Songming's punch. There was no one else in the darkness. Silence reigned. Yen Songming had been defeated. However, he could not continue his pursuit in this mysterious cave. Caught off guard, the others had already fallen somewhere. Only the two of them could control their falling speed. Now that Yen Songming was defeated, only Xiao Chun remained, able to control his body somewhat. This cave in the depths appeared rather abruptly. This was worth thinking about. Why would such a cave appear near the center of the city? Xiao Chun calmed his mind and entered deep thought. Then, he opened his heavenly eye and did his best to see his surroundings. However, the situation was only a little worse. He could only see some blurry light in the darkness. There were also flickering spots of light on the walls. Wait, there seems to be some pattern to these spots of light. Are they talisman scripts or ancient characters? Xiao Chun did his best to control his body. Then he arrived before the wall. As he descended, he imprinted the flickering characters into the depths of his mind. He compared them with the memories that the blood-soaked dragon emperor left behind, hoping to gain something. These are divine characters. Xiao Chun finally confirmed that these were divine characters, the characters that the heavenly realm's martial gods used back then. Compared to ordinary characters, divine characters contained the energy of the divine Tao. After they were written, they naturally contained laws and supreme truths. Xiao Chun felt like this was a record of some cultivation technique. Unfortunately, whenever he tried to recall it, the divine characters imprinted in his mind would quickly slip away. After that, he had no recollection of them. Just at this moment, Xiao Chun felt something under his feet, and he landed. The huge impact nearly sent Xiao Chun tumbling down. Fortunately, Xiao Chun had been doing his best to control his body. Although the impact was strong, it was still within his control. After stabilizing his footing, Xiao Chun controlled his body and walked forward step by step. After opening his heavenly eye, he could see divine characters that others could not. Xiao Chun was strangely obsessed with these divine characters. Although he could not truly remember them, Xiao Chun found them very wondrous as he walked along the flickering divine characters on the walls. My soul energy? Suddenly, Xiao Chun was shocked to discover that the originally faint sun and moon shining together in his soul pool actually glowed. A bright moon and a blazing sun competed for brilliance. Although the light was not dazzling, it flickered, giving this mysterious phenomenon its original form. Originally, Xiao Chun's soul energy had to advance by at least 5 or 6 layers to reach this level. However, just by observing these divine characters, he managed to achieve such an effect. This helped Xiao Chun save a lot of time. Interesting. If I continue to observe these divine characters, will I be able to bring out the sun and moon shining together mysterious phenomenon in the end? Xiao Chun thought joyfully. Originally, he had only just advanced to the Holy Venerate realm. His soul energy had been extremely weak. After all, he had not cultivated any soul energy secret manuals. Previously, he had only been a star venerate. His usage of soul energy had been very crude. Wanting to bring out the sun and moon shining together mysterious phenomenon, without reaching the sovereign personage realm was like a fool's dream. Those outstanding talents of rank 7 sex had been nurtured from a young age and received pointers from experts. That was why they could bring out mysterious phenomena at the Holy Venerate realm. However, along the way, Xiao Chun had relied on himself to fumble about, unyielding perseverance to achieve this. Xiao Chun, who came from the abandoned land, was much weaker than many people in the Great Thousand Realms. With this anticipation, Xiao Chun immersed his consciousness into the divine characters, following the traces left by the divine characters as he chased after them. He did not notice that the space he was in had already turned blurry without him realizing it. Whoosh! Murong Yen was the first to come out of the cave. Soon after, Lu Ruyun, Wei Hongfei, and the others came out one after another. How piercing! The first reaction of these people, who suddenly came out of the darkness, was to close their eyes involuntarily. When these people got used to the light, they were horrified to discover that they were under a pink screen of light. There was a mirror made of light under their feet. They could not see the exit at all. Where's Xiao Chun? Lu Ruyun suddenly thought of this question and asked the others, appearing somewhat flustered. I don't know. He and that flood dragon human should have fallen in first. Logically speaking, they should have arrived earlier than us. Did you not see him? I was following behind you. I thought that Xiao Chun came out long ago. Just as the group felt confused, Situ Changfeng said. At that time, I felt that Xiao Chun and that flood dragon human continued fighting after they fell in. Since that flood dragon human Yen Songming has not come out yet, Xiao Chun should not have come out so early either. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyun and the others relaxed slightly. Soon Yen Songming and Zhen Yuan appeared together. However, there was still no sign of Xiao Chun. Damn it! What did the two of you do to Xiao Chun? Why is he not out yet? Lu Ruyun shouted when she saw the situation. This startled Yen Songming. He thought to himself, shouldn't this fellow have come out long ago? However, Yen Songming remained expressionless, not showing any fluctuations. He smiled coldly and said, Why are you so concerned about that fellow? You are a noble white dragon. Did you fall in love with a mixed blood dragon? He already died at my hands. You can rest easy now. You. Lu Ruyun and the others immediately became enraged. They prepared to activate their great desolate Ian bloodlines and fight to the death with Yen Songming. Upon seeing this scene, Zhen Yuan frowned slightly. These people activating their great desolate Ian bloodlines was problematic. He said coldly, Xiao Chun is not dead. We do not know where he is either. Before you make a move, look at your surroundings first. Everyone is looking at us like fools. Chapter 1963. Xiao Chun followed the flickering divine characters on the walls and walked all the way. When he startled awake, he discovered that he was in a strange world. Where am I? Where are Lu Ruyun, Murongyan, and the others? Xiao Chun felt suspicious. He felt that there was only one path in the cave, and he had walked for a long time. After walking for so long, even if Xiao Chun was at the very back, he should have met someone else or left the cave he came from. Or perhaps Murongyan and the others had already arrived here before him. However, after looking around the place, he didn't find anyone else. The strangest thing was that Xiao Chun discovered that the path he came from had been cut off. It looked like he had arrived in this strange space for some reason. This place was filled with pink crystal walls that flickered with a dazzling luster. Xiao Chun did his best to recall. Unfortunately, he had been immersed in the divine characters earlier and had no recollection of them at all. Of course, the divine characters that captivated him had all slipped away. He could not remember a single one of them. The only thing that proved their existence was that Xiao Chun's soul energy had increased significantly. The mysterious phenomenon of the sun and moon shining together in Xiao Chun's soul pool had become increasingly distinct. The silhouettes of the sun and the moon appeared clearly. Not only did they flicker with light, but they also shed a faint radiance on the ground. Xiao Chun entered deep thought. With a thought, he sent out his holy venerate will. Boom! In that instant, the mysterious phenomenon of the sun and moon shining together appeared in Xiao Chun's soul pool. The bright moon and the blazing sun appeared at the same time. The entire space and the surrounding crystal walls reflected off each other, looking very beautiful. Xiao Chun revealed joy on his face. I succeeded. The increase in Xiao Chun's soul energy allowed him to finally bring out the mysterious phenomenon of the sun and moon shining together. In the future, even if he faced a sovereign personage's will of soul, he would be able to hold his own. Xiao Chun would no longer be in a predicament like when he was a star venerate, feeling a headache every time he faced a holy venerate's will of soul. After withdrawing the mysterious phenomenon, Xiao Chun frowned slightly. Returning to reality, where exactly am I? After searching for a while, Xiao Chun's expression slowly turned grave. There was no exit. The entire space was like a maze, crisscrossing and confusing. There were crystal walls all around him that emitted pink radiance. They were filled with an energy he couldn't understand. That energy was unfamiliar and powerful, causing people to feel reverence. It was somewhat similar to the divine text, but this was tangible energy. Xiao Chun knew very well that he did not absorb it. Bang! Bang! Punch after punch landed on the crystal wall. Xiao Chun's hands hurt a little, but the crystal wall didn't move an inch. It was as if it had existed for eternity and would never change. Was he going to be trapped here for the rest of his life? Since he could get in, he could definitely get out. Xiao Qian calmed himself down and began to search for the divine characters that had drawn him in. The light of the crystal wall covered the light of the divine characters. Xiao Qian's eyes were dazzled, but he still didn't discover anything. He had to think of a way to make the divine text appear. With a thought, Xiao Qian said softly, "Demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art." Within his 9-star primal core, the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art slowly circulated, and strands of black demonic qi emanated from his body. The demonic qi thickened and stuck to the walls, covering up the light of the crystal walls. The originally flickering space turned pitch black. Xiao Qian circulated his energy and nimbly controlled these demonic clouds, making them thinner. With Xiao Qian's continuous effort, flickering divine characters finally appeared on the crystal wall. In this dark environment, these flickering divine characters gave off a faint light, appearing exceptionally eye-catching. Xiao Qian activated the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories to see if he could dig out more information about the divine characters. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor was only one step away from becoming a true martial god. Although Xiao Qian could not write divine characters, he could still recognize them in the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories. Xiao Qian knew that the original deities of the heavenly realm had a complicated relationship with the peak factions of the Great Thousand Realms. In reality, in every war between the righteous factions and demonic factions, the true masterminds behind the scenes were these deities of the heavenly realm. Be it the righteous Tao or the demonic Tao, they all had the support of the heavenly realm's deities. However, the deities had not expected that the last great war between the righteous factions and demonic factions would involve a variable like the Black Dragon King, bringing the flames of war to the heavenly realm. The chaotic war between the deities resulted in the heavenly realm's destruction. From then on, the heavenly realm no longer existed in the Great Thousand Realms. However, when the deities of the heavenly realm still existed, the decrees they passed down were written in divine characters. The various major factions all had people who could read the divine characters and clearly understand the decrees of the heavenly realm's deities. Naturally, the divine Dragon Empire had a backer in the heavenly realm back then. Those dragon races that advanced to martial god would definitely take care of their own races in the central great realm. As the ruler of the divine Dragon Empire, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor naturally could read the divine characters. After some hard work, Xiao Qian finally obtained some simple techniques for reading the divine characters. However, these techniques were limited to letting Xiao Qian understand the divine characters. They could not leave an impression in his mind. Divine characters were different from ordinary characters. The meaning of one divine character might require thousands of ordinary characters to describe. Xiao Qian's eyes quickly scanned these divine characters, searching for a way to escape. Since Xiao Qian came to this place because of the divine characters were definitely his only chance to escape. It was very possible that he had accidentally touched one of the characters while reading those divine characters, which resulted in him being sent here. Whoosh! Xiao Qian's figure flashed, and he arrived before a divine character. After hesitating for a moment, he gently tapped on it. Perhaps he could use the same method to send himself out now. Boom! A huge force shot out, and Xiao Qian vomited a mouthful of blood as he went flying. This divine character recorded a flame, containing the supreme principles of the Fire Tao. It was berserk and merciless, inflicting severe damage on Xiao Qian's physical body and soul. Xiao Qian did not complain. After he stood up, he continued to read these obscure and unfathomable divine characters. After trying many times, Xiao Qian felt like he was on the verge of death, killed by the energy in the divine characters. Xiao Qian thought about giving up. However, if he gave up, he might really be trapped here forever. Xiao Qian clenched his teeth, feeling mentally fatigued. Then, he touched another divine character. If Xiao Qian understood this divine character correctly, it described big. There was no way to count on a beginner like Xiao Qian to understand the complete meaning of this divine character. It was already extremely difficult for him to comprehend a rough state. This divine character contained a state that Xiao Qian could only comprehend to big. Boom! After Xiao Qian touched the divine character, the entire crystal wall started to tremble slightly. The flickering divine characters vanished, hiding within the crystal wall. Xiao Qian did not know what happened. He withdrew the demonic clouds in the surroundings, and the space regained its brightness. That is, in the center of the crystal wall, Xiao Chun discovered a beam of light encasing a stone stele. Whoosh! 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 Xiao Chun was certain that before he touched the divine character that represented Big, this stone stele had not appeared. Xiao Chun's heart skipped a beat. He quickly walked over and looked carefully. Then he muttered, "Divine Universe Stele." Just as Xiao Chun finally obtained an opportunity to leave this mysterious place, Murong Yan, Lu Ruyun, and the others found themselves in trouble. Murong Yan, Lu Ruyun, and the others found themselves in trouble. They followed Zhen Yuan's instructions and looked around. Then they all showed stunned expressions. At the moment, they were in a certain barrier, and beneath their feet was a pink mirror that was as bright as if it had been washed. Outside the barrier was a group of cultivators so shocked that their jaws nearly fell off. These people were the 4-rank 6 sects and the Heavenly Lodging Palace branch's upper echelon and elite disciples exploring the center of the ancient city in search of the greatest fortuitous encounter, the Divine Crystal. Aside from these people, there were also many sovereign personages, loose cultivators in ancient desolate town who were confident in their strength. These loose cultivators cut their way through the pressure of the Divine Crystal, crossed many restrictions and killed countless corpses. After paying a huge price and going through a lot of trouble, they finally arrived here. After that, they discovered to their frustration that the Divine Crystal was right before them. However, no matter how hard they tried, they could not break the barrier of the Divine Crystal. Even with the combined power of several soul tools, they could not shake this barrier at all. In the hands of a sovereign personage, a soul tool could bring out 50% of its might, perhaps even 100%. Compared to the might that Xiao Chan and the others could bring out with soul tools, it was on a completely different level. However, even under such circumstances, they still could not break the barrier. Looking at the Divine Crystal right in front of them, yet they couldn't get their hands on it, anyone would go crazy. Just as they were about to despair, Murong Yen and the others appeared inside the barrier. How could they not be shocked? Damn it! Did I see it wrong? There are actually people in there? I did not see wrongly. I saw it too. How did this group of people appear? Quickly come over and tell us how to enter. Otherwise, everyone will die. After the upper echelon of the 4-rank 6 sects recovered from their shock, they rejoiced and shouted. After the initial shock, Murong Yen and the others discovered that this group of people could not enter. So, they ignored this group of frantic sovereign personages. Lu Riyun looked at Yen Songming and demanded, "Where is Xiao Chan? If you do not give me an explanation today, I will not let you off." Yen Songming's and Zhen Yuan's gazes were already fixed on the sky. A pink crystal floated there quietly. This was the divine crystal that the group of people outside yearned for. This divine crystal gave off an awe-inspiring energy that they could not comprehend. A fanatical look flashed in Yen Songming's eyes for only an instant before he calmed down. Given Yen Songming's current cultivation, snatching this divine crystal would be pointless. Not only would he not be able to comprehend it, but it would also bring him a lot of trouble. Upon hearing Lu Ruyun's words, Yen Songming recovered his wits. He smiled and said, "I feel that you should not worry about Xiao Chun at this moment. You should worry more about yourself and the people around you." When Murong Yen and the others heard the meaning behind Yen Songming's words, their faces immediately sank. They stepped forward and shielded Lu Ruyun. "Zhen Yuan, you don't mind helping me block the attacks of these people with their great desolate Ian bloodline, right? I am very interested in this young lady. Her value might surpass our imagination." Yen Songming had great insight. When his gaze fell on Lu Ruyun, a sinister look flashed in his eyes. "As you wish." Zhen Yuan felt somewhat displeased. However, since Yen Songming insisted, he could only agree. Boom! In that instant, Zhen Yuan ignited the demonic nature that the Black Dragon King left in his body. His black hair immediately fluttered about, and his eyes flickered with a pitch-black light. His expression twisted, and his demonic might flourished. Chapter 1964. Yen Songming had sharp eyes. He determined that Lu Ruyun had an extraordinary background and was extremely valuable. Even if Murong Yen and the others activated their great desolate Ian bloodlines, the two of them would have to pay a heavy price. He still felt that it was worth a try. Zhen Yuan had been in the central Great World for some time. He knew how terrifying the martial practitioners with the 8 overlord bloodlines were after they activated their great desolate Aeon bloodlines. If he were to lower his guard, he might very well lose his life here. Without hesitation, Shao Chun ignited the Black Dragon King's demonic nature that he had absorbed and refined. His body immediately erupted with a demonic might that rivaled that of a sovereign personage. However, this was because his cultivation was not high enough and his body could not withstand it. The Black Dragon King's demonic nature could display even more terrifying might. However, now it was already frightening enough. The moment the demonic might appeared, Murong Yen and the others trembled in fear. Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. Entering hell. Zhen Yuan drew his saber and shouted ferociously. A black saber light instantly materialized, a horrifying scene of purgatory. Zhen Yuan turned into the Kasayapa Buddha in hell, exuding boundless demonic might. The demonic smoke materialized thousands of malicious spirits, circling above Murong Yen and the others. They bared their fangs and claws, giving off ghostly cries and wolf howls. From time to time, the spiraling demons and monsters would transform into sharp saber chi. They rained down like a torrential storm, each and every one of them lethal. They carried fear and resentment, and very quickly, they messed up their formation. As expected of a Buddhist forbidden art. If you can learn the 7 kill seal, TSK, its power will be unimaginable. However, this move can actually be more perfect. I'll bring you to the real Azura Blood Sea to train some other day. Yin Songming silently spread out his death Dao's mysteries. Black smoke lingered on his body, wriggling like tentacles. Zhen Yuan said in a deep voice, "End the battle quickly to avoid any accidents." As Yin Songming looked at the somewhat disheveled Murong Yan's group, he smiled casually. They are just a group of outer sect disciples. If they were the Dragon's Gate's inner sect disciples, it would be somewhat problematic. However, it was true that he had to end the battle quickly. Accidents were bound to happen. Death like wind. Hu Qi. With a wave of his hand, it was as if autumn had arrived in an instant, bringing with it gusts of autumn wind that were suffused with a bleak feeling. It arrived mercilessly, sweeping away all the fallen leaves in the world, bringing with it a sense of desolation and withering. The wind of autumn, the wind of death. This move was so brilliant that it made people gasp in amazement. He had actually merged the Death Upanishad into the wind invisibly. One would not be able to sense where the death force was hiding. While it appeared to be empty, it was actually like a shadow following one's body. What a terrifying young man, to have mastered the Tao of death to such a level. Outside the barrier, the sovereign personages of the various sects, who were shouting earlier, all showed grave expressions when they saw Yen Songming make a move. He is Yen Songming. So, it is him, the strongest outstanding talent of the Flood Dragon humans. According to rumor, when he fought a sovereign personage, he managed to retreat unscathed. This group of Dragon Clan juniors are going to be unlucky. Against him, they would have to be at least at the level of the 7 sons of the Divine Dragon to be able to suppress him. However, this guy is truly terrifying. I've never heard of him comprehending the Tao of death before. This fellow holds a great grudge against the dragon race. The dragon race cultivators that run into him usually do not have a good ending. Some sovereign personages recognized this Yen Songming. It turned out that he was not a nameless person. We have to break this Azura purgatory first, or we'll all die. Situ Chongfeng shouted and arrived at the front. When he saw the death wind, his expression turned grave. Then he attacked decisively. 1,000 cloud stacking cliffs. In an instant, a heavy cloud will emerge from his body, stacking layer upon layer like a cloud mountain. The wind follows the clouds. This young man is very decisive. He wants to attract the wind of death to himself, creating an opportunity for his companions. But can he withstand it? The eyes of many sovereign personages lit up as they figured out Situ Chongfeng's intentions. Boom boom boom. Murong Yen and the others activated their great desolate Aeon bloodlines one after another. Without hesitation, they each sent out a move at the Azura hell, trapping them. Amidst the horrifying dragon roars, several people attacked at the same time. The Azura purgatory immediately shook, looking like it would collapse soon. If I don't go to hell, who will? Just at this moment, Zhen Yuan shouted, and the demonic might on his body turned into a horrifying Buddhist might. A black swastika appeared under his feet. The full might of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, entering hell, was displayed. Block him. The expressions of Wei Hongfei and the others changed drastically. This was the greatest danger they had faced since they started cultivating. They all focused and did their best. Heaven burning rage. Golden light cauldron. Falling leaves filling the sky, sounding like voices. Boom! The few attacked at the same time, clashing with the horrifying saber move that Zhen Yuan executed, after he ignited the Black Dragon King's demonic nature. However, after Zhen Yuan ignited his demonic nature, he executed entering hell. This could not be viewed with common sense. This saber strike knocked Murong Yen, Lu Ruyun, and the others back one after another. Their auras plummeted, and blood leaked out of a corner of their lips as they fell to the ground. Zhen Yuan turned around and took 3 steps back before he stabilized himself. The demonic might on his body slowly receded. Bang! On the other side, Situ Changfeng, who was blocking Yin Songming's killing move alone, finally could no longer hold on. The 1,000 cloud stacking cliffs shattered, and the mysteries of death entered his body. Situ Changfeng's life force immediately drained away. His expression turned grave as he resisted the endless mysteries of death in his body with much difficulty. Whoosh! Come with me then. Yin Songming brushed past Situ Changfeng and charged at Lu Ruyun, preparing to send Situ Changfeng flying. However, something strange suddenly happened. A horrifying aura burst out of Lu Ruyun's body. Despite moving later, she arrived first and soared into the air. Yin Songming revealed an extremely horrified expression because of Lu Ruyun's aura. At this moment it completely suppressed Yin Songming. His body even turned somewhat stiff, and fear welled up in his heart. Lu Ruyun blew away the death chi on Yin Songming's body with a palm strike. Then, she instantly stabbed the saber with her right hand into Yin Songming's chest. A horrifying saber intent surged out. Even the injuries that Yin Songming suppressed when he fought with Xiao Qian erupted at the same time. At the crucial moment, Yin Songming landed a palm strike on Lu Ruyun and quickly bounced back. Situ, are you alright? Lu Ruyun landed and looked at Situ Changfeng with guilt on her face. Had Situ Changfeng used the strand of aura that the White Dragon King left in his body earlier, Situ Changfeng would not be in such a predicament. If Lu Ruyun used this strand of aura, her father, the White Dragon King, would know that she had snuck out. The dragon race had extremely strong life force. The innate energy that their bloodline gave them made them different from other cultivators. They had strong recovery abilities and strong life force. When facing the corrosion of the Death Dao's mysteries, they should have strong resistance. However, this Yin Songming seemed to have modified his Death Dao, making it especially effective against dragon race cultivators. Situ Changfeng's current situation did not look optimistic. Damn it! You two bastards! The others struggled to get up. After checking Situ Changfeng's situation, they glared at the two. So that's how it is. I know who you are now. After Yin Songming fell to the ground, he executed a strange hand seal. Then the death chi on his body suddenly soared, forcefully suppressing his injuries. Yin Songming's gaze turned even more fervent as he looked at Lu Ruyun. It is not just him. All of you will not be able to escape death today. In your next life, don't be a dragon race cultivator. Yin Songming roared, and a terrifying demonic flame continuously appeared behind him. Even the smooth mirror under his feet looked down on it. Reversing the Death Dao's mysteries. He is really crazy. His talent is also startling. His comprehension of the Death Dao puts even the older generation demonic Dao experts to shame. When the many sovereign personages outside the barrier saw this scene, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Yin Songming's gaze locked on Lu Ruyun. Aside from her, everyone else was a dead person to him. Bang! Right at that moment a strange change occurred. Cracks began to appear on the spirit formation barrier, and frightening power began to leak out non-stop. Just as everyone felt confused, the floating divine crystal in the air suddenly exploded. A white figure floated down from the sky. The divine crystal exploded. Furthermore, a person flew out of it. This person was Xiao Qian, who had found an opportunity to break free. Xiao Qian raised his eyebrows when he saw Yin Songming, who exuded a terrifying Death Dao. Holy Venerate Will. sun and moon shining together. With a thought, Xiaochan brought out his holy venerate will. A bright moon and a blazing sun rose up at the same time. Moonlight and sunlight intertwined. As Xiaochan slowly descended, he let his will of soul encase Lu Ruyun and the others. This immediately suppressed Yin Songming's death Dao's mysteries, causing him to feel a huge resistance. Yin Songming's way forward immediately became restricted. Damn it! At the crucial moment, Xiaochan suddenly appeared. This instantly drove Yin Songming, who had suppressed all his trump cards, crazy. The negative effects of reversing the death Dao started to appear. Black demonic patterns appeared on Yin Songming's face, and pain appeared in his eyes. Yin Songming's death Daos might continuously weakened. Zheng Yuan shouted anxiously, "Yin Songming, it's time to go. Damn it. A great opportunity is gone just like that. Xiaochan can only let them off today." Whoosh! A murderous intent flashed in Xiaochan's eyes. The tyrant's saber, which had not appeared for a long time, instantly appeared. Xiaochan drew his saber. Before Yin Songming, who had just thought of retreating, could react, a cold saber light flashed. Then Yin Songming's head flew into the air. His head separated from his body, and blood spurted out. He's dead? Zheng Yuan, who had already taken a few steps back and waited for Yin Songming to retreat, was stunned when he saw this scene. Chapter 1965. The tyrant blade was unsheathed, sealing the marquis with blood. For some reason, Zheng Yuan suddenly recalled what Xiaochan told him. It was not that Xiaochan did not want to draw his saber, but that when he drew his saber, he needed to see blood. That saber. His gaze fell on Ba Dao, and his face instantly became solemn. Zheng Yuan had seen that saber before. However, now that he saw it again, he felt like he had been reborn. Tyrant blade. He was very clear about the origins of this saber. Back then, he had a great chance of obtaining this saber as well. Unfortunately, it still fell into Xiaochan's hands by chance. First, it was not particularly scary. However, now, the feeling it gave Xiaochan was one of fear. If Xiaochan had used this saber back then, he would have died. He might be caught off guard and lose his life without any mental preparation. This was what happened to Yin Songming before Xiaochan. He died a wrongful death. Despite being severely injured, he still managed to reverse the Tao of death. When he saw Xiaochan, he hesitated for a moment and did not retreat on the spot. When the profound of death started to devour him, he wanted to retreat, but Xiaochan didn't give him the chance. Clang! After sheathing his saber, Xiaochan landed beside Situ Changfeng and checked on his injuries. Xiaochan frowned. What a horrifying death profound. The death energy in Situ Changfeng's body was invisible and formless. However, it continuously tortured Situ Changfeng, corroding his life force. He was like a bright flower slowly withering. If he wanted to treat Situ Changfeng, he would have to find the mysteries of death in his body. Of the group, Duan Fei, who was the most skilled, had already tried but could not find a solution. He directly said that only the elders of the Green Dragon Palace had a solution. However, based on Situ Changfeng's current situation, he would not be able to last that long. Xiaochan, is there any way to save him? Murong Yin asked sullenly, feeling extremely grave. He simply did not wish to see Situ Changfeng die. Xiaochan pondered and nodded. Don't worry. I have a way to stabilize his injuries first. If anyone has any medicinal pills that can excavate the power of the bloodline, give them to Situ. With the toughness of the dragon race's bloodline, it can slightly slow down the loss of vitality. This was only to strengthen Situ Changfeng's life force foundation, so that his life force would not drain away so quickly. Xiaochan treated the symptoms and not the root cause. However, as long as he could endure this period, Xiaochan would have a way to temporarily suppress the power of death in Situ Changfeng's body, allowing him to last until he reached the Green Dragon Palace. Given the strength of the Green Dragon Palace elders, it would not be difficult to remove Situ Changfeng's death energy. I do. Me too. The few of them rushed to take out their treasured medicinal pills and handed them to Situ Changfeng. Xiaochan, is there really a way? Lu Ruyun's eyes turned red. Her valiant face looked somewhat heart-wrenching. This time, the stimulation this child received was still a little too big. For Xiaochan and the others, they had experienced the parting of life and death a long time ago. No matter how fierce the competition was within the sect, it would not result in death. However, once they left the sect, death was all too common. At every moment, there would be cultivators falling on their way to the peak. You can trust me. Xiao Chun looked seriously at Lu Ruyun. Lu Ruyun, who always trusted him, nodded, feeling somewhat relieved in her heart. Carrying Situ Changfeng on his back, Xiao Chun looked around. Cracks appeared in the barrier, looking like it would collapse at any moment. Thousands of divine crystal shards hovered in the sky, attracting the attention of the various cultivators. No one had expected Xiao Chun to come out of the divine crystal and kill Yan Songming with one saber strike. All the more, no one had expected the divine crystal to explode, producing so many shards. Some people rejoiced and some people raged. The people rejoiced because the divine crystal had shattered into so many shards. The loose cultivators would have a chance to fight for them. The people raged were the stronger ones. With the divine crystal exploding, the complete true God's mysteries would no longer exist. Even if all the divine crystal shards were pieced together, their value would be far from comparable to a complete divine crystal. Let's go. This place will turn chaotic soon. We should leave this troublesome place first. With the shattering of the barrier, blood would flow like a river because of the divine crystal shards. Boom! Indeed, someone quickly used a soul tool to shatter the barrier. Many sovereign personages soared into the sky, heading for the divine crystal shards in the air. Xiao Chun and the others had already retreated to the periphery. The moment the barrier shattered, they quickly left. However, the group did not notice that Yan Songming's headless corpse on the ground silently turned into a clump of black smoke. After the black smoke of death formed a formation, it infused into a divine crystal shard. The divine crystal instantly turned black. Amid the chaos, it flew towards Zhan Yuan. Zhan Yuan felt slightly stunned. He received the divine crystal shard feeling confused. Then he revealed a confused expression. When Zhan Yuan saw a strange talisman seal in the divine crystal shard, he revealed an expression of understanding. I just knew that you would not die so easily. After putting away the divine crystal shard, Zhan Yuan carefully sized up the surroundings before leaving quickly. Brat, stop right there. On the other side, Xiao Chun ran into trouble. Someone had been targeting them for a long time. The moment the barrier shattered, a sovereign personage elder from the ruling sword gate was sent to block Xiao Chun. This was an initial perfection sovereign personage elder. His cultivation was about the same as Lu Yuanzong, whom Xiao Chun interacted with. However, this sovereign personage came from a large sect. He should be slightly stronger than Lu Yuanzong. When a sovereign personage blocked their path, Murong Yan and the others showed grave expressions. In the earlier battle, Murong Yan and the others had activated their great desolate Ian bloodlines and could not put up a fight at all. Even if they did, it would not be of much use against a sovereign personage. It would not make much of a difference. You killed Qi Yunfeng, right? The old man said with a sullen expression as he looked at Xiao Chun. Clearly, there had to be a reason why this old man sought trouble for Xiao Chun while the other sovereign personages chased after the divine crystal shards. You speak too much nonsense. Xiao Chun knew that he could not resolve this peacefully. He did not overthink. The moment he appeared, the god shadow bow appeared in his hand. A spot of heart flame burned on Xiao Chun's fingertip and spread to the arrow. Then, a simplified version of heart force merged with the arrow. Xiao Chun drew the bow and drew the bowstring. Veritable essence energy and soul energy continuously poured into the bow. When facing a sovereign personage, Xiao Chun showed no intention of holding back. Aside from activating his bloodline power, he brought out the god shadow bow's full might. A soul tool. Interesting. This old man looks forward to seeing how much might an insignificant holy venerate like you can bring out. The old man showed a calm expression as he smiled faintly. A trace of mockery flashed in his eyes. The old man was very clear on the strength of a soul tool and the requirements to use it. A holy venerate would not be able to bring out much of its might. Boom! However, as the vast might and pressure from the god shadow bow soared up, the sovereign personage old man gradually turned grave. Damn it! The old man cursed after clearly seeing the grade of that soul tool. Then he turned to leave. Without a doubt, Even a sovereign personage would not dare to clash head-on with Xiao Chan using the God Shadow Bow at full power and the Heart Flame. However, by the time the old man flew over and blocked Xiao Chan, it was already too late. The God Shadow arrow had never missed before. The instant Xiao Chan let go, a miserable shriek rang out. There was no way to dodge. After the arrow struck the old man, it did not lose any momentum, continuing forward ferociously, destroying countless buildings and carving out a path. Let's go. With the significant increase in Xiao Chen's soul energy, he still had some strength left over after executing the God Shadow Bow at full power. It was no longer like before, where he would run out of energy after executing the God Shadow Bow once more. Then Xiao Chan carried Situ Changfeng on his back and quickly led the others away. Right now was far from the time when the danger was over. Xiao Chan, thank you. Situ Changfeng, who was on Xiao Chen's back, was in a daze. His mind was somewhat unclear, sometimes awake and sometimes asleep. At this moment, Situ Changfeng endured the dizziness and the loss of life force before he finally managed to say a complete sentence. Xiao Chan understood Situ Changfeng's state the best. The death energy suppressed his life force. He could only watch helplessly as his life force drained away. Even in such pain, Situ Changfeng still had to thank Situ Changfeng. This made Xiao Chan feel somewhat uncomfortable. He replied softly, Situ, don't speak. Conserve your strength. On Xiao Chen's back, Situ Changfeng said in a somewhat daze, I can't. I have to say it. Otherwise, I won't have a chance to say it. That would be too regretful. Murong Yen felt a lump in his throat, and tears indeed flowed out. As he cried, he thought, stop talking. Xiao Chen said that he can save you, so he definitely can. Murong Yen thought of many things. He had known Situ Changfeng for much longer than Xiao Chan. Many times, Situ Changfeng would step forward without hesitation. Murong Yen thought of demonic venerate Mu Yun in Violent Flame Desert. Situ Changfeng had saved his life when he was in danger. Now, if not for Situ Changfeng blocking Yen Songming's death like wind, all of them would have died. They would not have lasted until Xiao Chan appeared. Situ Changfeng was always so kind. Most of the time, Murong Yen was heartless and did not overthink. He did not even say a word of thanks. Situ Changfeng's words were unbearable for Murong Yen. He should be the one thanking Situ Changfeng. Wei Hongfei and the others showed unsightly expressions as well. Their eyes even turned somewhat moist. Xiao Chan showed a grave expression when he felt the weight on his back. It was not because Situ Changfeng was really heavy. Instead, it was because he felt his responsibility. He felt everyone's anticipation of him saving Situ Changfeng's life. Xiao Chan killed Yen Songming with one saber strike, and knocked back a sovereign personage with one arrow. To others, these actions looked casual. However, who knew how much effort, soul energy, and veritable essence energy Xiao Chan put into them? Xiao Chan did not say anything. He silently carried Situ Changfeng on his back as he killed the guards along the way. After making one round, Xiao Chan returned to the place where he fought with Yen Songming. He wanted to go to the southern city, to the herb garden in the southern city. Whether Situ Changfeng could survive or not depended on Xiao Chan. Kill. As Xiao Chan faced the guards blocking his way, he did not hold back on his veritable essence energy and soul energy, which he did not have much in the first place. It looked like hope was right before him. Xiao Chen's eyelids twitched slightly. When he looked up, he saw a white-clad monk and a mysterious person shrouded in a scarlet shadow standing on the roof in front. Ming Xian, Xiao Chan said through clenched teeth as he stopped walking. He had not expected to run into this person at this moment. Chapter 1966. Black Lotus Church's holy son Ming Xian. He had actually appeared at a time that Xiao Chan would never have expected, and in a place that he would never want to see him. This caused his heart to sink for some reason. Who is this person? Upon seeing the holy son Ming Xian and the mysterious person shrouded in blood, Murong Yen and the others were stunned, feeling somewhat worried. Based on the auras that the two gave off, it was clear that they were not ordinary holy venerates. Xiao Chan looked at Ming Xian and said, Ming Xian, I had a chance to kill you before your master died. However, I spared your life. Now, can you return this favor? I'll stay and let my friend leave. The current situation was not suitable to fight with someone like Ming Xian. In his life, Xiao Chan rarely gave in. Even if he was weaker than the other party, He would never beg the other party to let him go. As for those of the same generation, there was no such thing. Xiao Chun was alone. At most he would die. At worst, the result would be nothing more than that. He was not too afraid. But now it concerned Situ's life and death. Xiao Chun still wanted to fight for it. Of course I can agree. The Holy Sun Mingxian had a calm expression as he spoke softly with a smile. Just based on his expression, it was hard to imagine that he had a deep grudge with Xiao Chun. But I won't agree. The mysterious person shrouded in a bloody shadow beside him said in a hoarse voice. Based on the Holy Sun Mingxian's expression, it was like he knew that the other party would say that. He shrugged and said, "Sorry, I can only represent myself. I already repaid your favor. Please don't say such things in the future." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chun could not help feeling enraged. This Mingxian was simply toying with him. He had no sincerity at all. He had never thought of letting the people around Xiao Chun go. I can still shoot another arrow. However, the current Holy Sun Mingxian is somewhat unfathomable. It was unknown whether or not this arrow could kill the other party. What was even more difficult to deal with was that there was another person beside Mingxian. That person's aura was even more terrifying than Mingxian's. Don't worry. A person's death is like an extinguished lamp. Everything becomes empty. What worries will there be? From the center of the ancient city, he chased after them in secret until now. Mingxian would definitely not give up on such an excellent opportunity to kill Xiao Chun. He would not have such a good opportunity the next time they met. How could Mingxian give up? Xiao Chun had never been afraid of fighting, but at this moment, he really yearned for a way to solve the problem in front of him without fighting. When Mingxian saw the unresigned expression in Xiao Chun's eyes, he smiled and said, "Still not giving up? Do you think that someone will come and help you? Accept your fate." Caw. Just at that moment, a piercing bird cry suddenly rang out from the horizon. It carried a sliver of arrogance as it resounded through the heavens recklessly. Xiao Chun was very familiar with this voice. It was the demon blood vulture. Xiao Chun's heart skipped a beat. He looked up and saw that in the sky. The demon blood vulture spread its wings and soared high into the sky. It did not know what fortuitous encounter it had, but flames covered its entire body, making it look like a blood phoenix filled with divinity. "Xiao Chun, that stupid bird of yours is here." Murong Yen rejoiced when he saw the demon blood vulture turn into a flaming cloud, covering the sky and sun as it charged at Mingxian. Without saying anything, the demon blood vulture, whose strength had increased explosively, moved like scarlet lightning. The smile on Mingxian's face froze. Then he said sullenly, "What the heck is that? Quickly scatter." The mysterious person shrouded in bloody shadows at the side said quickly when he sensed the extraordinariness of the demon blood vulture. However, the instant that voice rang out, the demon blood vulture crashed into where Mingxian and the mysterious person shrouded in bloody shadows stood. A loud explosion rang out. Pillars of flame soared into the sky. The two did not have time to dodge at all. They were thrown into disarray. Not knowing what was going on, the two appeared to be in a sorry state amid the flames. They did their best to charge out, but they appeared increasingly flustered. "Let's go." With the demon blood vulture appearing to block these two, Xiao Chun could relax. Carrying Situ Changfeng on his back, Xiao Chun ran wildly, killing the damned servants in his way. For hours later, the herb garden they were in earlier reappeared before Xiao Chun and the others. However, Situ Changfeng, who was on Xiao Chun's back, was already fainting. The death qi had corroded away all the life force in his body. Situ Changfeng's body grew increasingly lighter. However, Xiao Chun felt his footsteps getting heavier. Quick! 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 The group returned to the herb garden in a fluster. Xiao Chun quickly put Situ Changfeng down. Then, he looked at the coiling dragon tree, which had stopped growing. Without thinking, Xiao Chun leaped down along the roots. "Look after Situ Changfeng. Wait for me to come up." Xiao Chun showed a grave expression as he descended along the roots. The medicinal spring was already close to drying up, having been absorbed by the coiling dragon tree. Xiao Chun's descent was much faster than before. Right now, Xiao Chun placed all his hopes on the great desolate 10,000 beast pill, the little bird that he left here with the life bestowal spell. He saw the scene of the coiling dragon tree, successfully suppressing the pill demon. The surging demonic nature scattered, turning into filth and scattering everywhere. Right now, the great desolate 10,000 beast pill should have been washed clean of impurities, leaving only the essence. As long as Situ Changfeng consumed it, it would continuously consolidate his life force, strengthen his bloodline, and unearth an endless stream of life force. The vast medicinal energy of the great desolate 10,000 beast pill was more than enough for Xiao Chun to rush to the Green Dragon Palace. Boom! Soon, Xiao Chun arrived at the medicine cauldron. Even though the coiling dragon tree had already absorbed most of the flames, using them as nourishment, the coiling dragon tree still had not recovered. The flames in the medicine cauldron were still frighteningly powerful. Xiao Chun used his true essence to protect his body. He didn't care about anything else as he ran through the fire. He searched for the great desolate 10,000 beast elixir in the raging fire. Alas, the space within the cauldron seemed to be a world of its own, vast and boundless. Flames filled the entire area. Where was the great desolate 10,000 beast pill? There was no way to find it. How could this be? Xiao Chun felt very anxious. According to his understanding, a medicinal pill at the level of the great desolate 10,000 beast pill would not be able to withstand it. Even if most of the medicinal properties had been shaken off along with the demonic nature, it was still as dazzling as the stars. It should not be difficult to find. Where is the divine pill? In the depths of the blazing fire, Xiao Chun calmed himself. There would definitely be no results if he searched blindly. Since it was a divine pill, no matter how weakened it was or how much the medicinal properties had been demonized, that strand of divine nature should still be there. I got it. Although the pill demon had been shaken off, and its demonic nature eliminated, its divine nature and intelligence still remained. The pill demon knew that Xiao Chun was looking for it, so it hid. If Xiao Chun could not figure this out, he would never be able to find this great desolate 10,000 beast pill. I will only lend you 10% of the medicinal properties to save my friend's life. I will not destroy your intelligence or take away your divine might. Xiao Chun shouted from within the medicine cauldron. He knew that the other party would definitely understand what he meant. However, the flames in the surroundings did not move or respond. Xiao Chun tried to persuade Xiao Chun with kind words, but the other party did not put on any pretense. Xiao Chun could not help getting enraged. He said sullenly, "Since you do not dare to show yourself, it means that your divine nature is weak and cannot withstand a single blow. If you continue wasting time with me, even if it takes 10 years or 100 years, I will sweep away the flames in the sky and find your hiding place. Why are you still not coming out and offering up 10% of the medicinal properties?" Boom! 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 The ice-snow divine flame in Xiao Chen's left hand and the primal chaos heavenly flame in his right hand. One was yin and the other was yang. No flame in the world could break free from these two attributes. Xiao Chen let go, letting the ice-snow divine flame and the primal chaos heavenly flame continuously absorb the flames in the medicine cauldron. Immediately, the flames in the medicine cauldron surged like waves, roaring continuously. Xiao Chun remained unmoved, showing a calm expression. After a while, a bright light suddenly flew over to him. It was a great desolate 10,000 beast pill containing heavy medicinal properties. However, it did not have any spirituality or divine might. The true great desolate 10,000 beast pill must have listened to Xiao Chen's suggestion and used 10% of its medicinal properties to refine it into a pill. Humph! Xiao Chen stopped absorbing the flames in the cauldron and snorted coldly, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. He shouted, "If you waste my time, I will settle the score with you later." Whoosh! After obtaining the medicinal pill, Xiao Chun flew up on a cloud and arrived at the surface of the herb garden. When the others saw Xiao Chen, they were greatly startled and could not bear to look at him. Xiao Chun could not care less about his doubts. He took out the medicinal pill and handed it to Lu Ruyun. "Feed it to him." Lu Ruyun was stunned for a moment. Then she received the medicinal pill and fed it to Situ Changfeng. Morong Yen asked nervously, "Xiao Chun, will this medicinal pill be effective?" "It should be." Xiao Chun felt somewhat uncertain. After all, there was only 10% of the medicinal properties. He could not guarantee anything. Who knew? Right after the two spoke, the great desolate 10,000 beast pill took effect. A vigorous life force surged out of Situ Changfeng's body. His complexion recovered, and his lips turned red. This directly pulled him back from the gates of hell. Such a strong medicinal pill delighted the group. They were already in despair. To think that Xiao Chun could still pull Situ Changfeng back from the brink of death. Xiao Chun, what medicinal pill is this? Wei Hongfei sighed somewhat. Why do I feel that the aura of his bloodline is becoming increasingly stronger? What exactly rank is this medicinal pill? Even the rank 6 heavenly pills that I once saw could not strengthen the bloodline so quickly. No matter what, Situ Changfeng managed to keep his life, even profiting from a disaster. As for what the medicinal pill was, naturally Xiao Chun would not say. If the matter of the divine pill spread, it would result in huge trouble. The demonic Dao cultivators had a vicious method of refining human blood into a medicinal pill. This increased the risk for Situ Changfeng. Xiao Chun relaxed slightly. Then he sized up his surroundings: the pill river, the herb field, the coiling dragon tree, and that heaven-supporting medicine cauldron. In the past, there were no suitable treasures to collect. However, the divine universe steel that Xiao Chun obtained from the divine crystal seemed to be able to collect everything. Chapter 1967. After a lot of effort, the group arrived at the herb garden. Outside the ancient city, a person wearing robes with pictures of the 26 constellations used his soul energy to rush over from the distant heavenly lodging sect's headquarters. The blood sand that lingered in desolate God Valley all year round and the harsh environment did not seem to affect this person at all. It was like he was walking on a boundless plain, looking down on everything. All the storms, sand, and horrifying ferocious beasts did not exist before him. Or rather, they were not worth his attention at all. He simply ignored them like air. The terrifying blood sandstorm scattered before this person. Before the horrifying ferocious beasts could show their ferocious side, the blood sandstorm had already shattered into pieces. Not even a corpse remained. This person simply walked over, looking down on everything, feeling suffocatingly strong. No one knew where this person's destination was in the vast desolate God Valley. His eyes scanned the surroundings as if he was searching for something. From time to time, he would close his eyes to sense, and a trace of worry and hidden anger appeared between his brows. That hidden anger made everyone who had seen his strength not want to become his enemy. After confirming a direction, the old man quickly headed over. However, when he reached his destination, he found nothing. In this desolate God Valley, even someone as strong as this person experienced interference with his soul energy. After a few attempts, the old man continuously corrected his direction. His hidden rage reached its limit. Finally, a 2-star heaven-suspending war chariot hovering in the air appeared before the old man. Then the old man truly stopped moving. Boom! The old man threw a palm strike, and the 2-star heaven-suspending war chariot exploded in the air. The heaven-suspending war chariot was like a toy. The defensive formations that the Pirate Alliance put in so much effort to create were not worth mentioning before this person. The heaven-suspending war chariot exploded, and a figure fell. The old man's figure flashed and firmly caught this figure. Naturally, this person was Hua Qingyun, whom Xiao Chun and the others had been restraining. The old man casually removed the restrictions on Hua Qingyun and sent in a strand of astral energy. Hua Qingyun slowly woke up. When Hua Qingyun saw the old man's face, he exclaimed in pleasant surprise, "Grandfather!" This old man was Hua Qingyun's grandfather, the heavenly lodging palace's sovereign emperor Hua Qin. When Hua Qin saw that Hua Qingyun was fine, he heaved a sigh of relief. Then he asked sullenly, "Who did this to you? They are truly audacious. They even dare to bully my Hua Qin's grandson. The people of this branch in ancient desolate town are all trash." The appearance of Xiao Chun and the others immediately appeared in Hua Qingyun's mind. He said, "It's a group of people from the Divine Dragon Empire. I only remember their appearances. I don't know who they are." "That's enough. Leave the rest to Grandpa. Whoever hurts my grandson, no matter who it is, must pay the price." The anger on Hua Qin's face seemed to be enough to make one's soul tremble. In the herb garden, Situ Changfeng recovered at a visible speed, and his complexion became better. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Situ Changfeng had profited from his misfortune. Not only had he recovered from his injuries, but his bloodline had also been strengthened. Xiao Chun, what kind of medicinal pill does Situ eat? Give me one as well. When Murongyan saw that Situ Changfeng was fine, he relaxed and said with a smile, get another one? It was estimated that the pill spirit would fight with him. There was not much medicinal power in the first place, and Xiao Chun seized 1/10 of it. If Murongyan took another 10th, the pill spirit would definitely go berserk and try to take him down with it. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. After all, the pill spirit had divine nature. Murongyan could not casually offend it. Xiao Chun smiled and ignored Murongyan's request. He looked up at the sky, wondering how the demon blood vulture was doing. In reality, Xiao Chun was not too worried about the demon blood vulture's life or death. The demon blood vulture was very crafty and strangely fast. Even if it could not defeat Ming Xian and that mysterious person, it would not have difficulty fleeing. Xiao Chun did not know what fortuitous encounter the demon blood vulture obtained, but it looked like a burning blood phoenix. Speaking of fortuitous encounters, Xiao Chun should be the one with the greatest fortuitous encounters in this ancient city. Xiao Chun did not fight for the shattered divine crystal fragments. However, he vaguely sensed that the divine universe steel he obtained was even more valuable than the complete divine crystal. The 4 directions were called the universe, and the ancient times were called the Aeon. The divine universe steel was a space-related miraculous item. However, Xiao Chun had not had the time to investigate its mysteries. As for its origins, Xiao Chun found only some clues and a few words in the blood-soaked dragon emperor's memories. It was mysterious and unfathomable. There was no real explanation for it. During the primal chaos epoch, before heaven and earth were separated and order was not born, the world was in primal chaos, giving birth to countless gods and demons. The primal chaos ended and shattered, giving birth to the great desolate continent. Legend had it that this divine universe steel was born when the primal chaos shattered. Aside from the divine universe steel, there was the even more mysterious divine Aeon steel. However, no one knew how many divine universe steels and divine Aeon steels were born at the same time, and whether there were other items born at the same time. Xiao Chun did not know how many mysteries the divine universe steel had. However, he could understand its simple function of storing things. The herb garden should be safe for now. Xiao Chun searched for a quiet place in the surroundings. He took out the divine universe steel, wanting to refine it and merge it with his physical body. However, after trying for a while, Xiao Chun was shocked to discover that he could not refine this divine item at all. Even leaving his own spiritual mark on it was extremely difficult. After thinking about it, Xiao Chun felt that he needed divine energy to truly refine it. He had to settle for the next best thing, merging a strand of his will of soul with the divine universe steel to achieve simple control. This made Xiao Chun feel somewhat weak. Without a spiritual mark and without refining it, he could not leave it. If someone snatched it away, it would easily become someone else's treasure. Simply put, even if someone snatched away the tyrant saber in his hand, he would not worry at all. Others would not be able to use it at all. They might not even be able to draw the saber out. Sooner or later it would belong to Xiao Chun. After a strand of his will of soul merged with the divine universe steel, Xiao Chun's spiritual sense entered the divine universe steel's inner space with a whoosh. The inner space was vast and boundless with primal chaos at the edges. Deep inside, Xiao Chun felt very different from the immortal spirit ring. This was a real world. Can I enter with my physical body as well? Just as Xiao Chun wondered this in his heart, he felt something solid under his feet after a moment of distraction. He actually really entered. Where's Xiao Chun? The sudden disappearance of Xiao Chun quickly attracted the attention of Murong Yan, Lu Ruyun, and the others, greatly startling them. When they rushed over, they saw a stone steel radiating a horrifying might and pressure hovering where Xiao Chun cultivated. Divine Universe Steel. After the group read out the ancient words on the stone steel, they revealed doubtful expressions. They had never heard of such a stone steel before. Could it be that Xiao Chun entered the stone steel? Murong Yan's guess startled him. If that was true, then this stone steel was rather heaven-defying. A spatial treasure that could store a living person definitely surpassed a soul tool. People had only heard of such a divine item, but few had actually seen it. As though to verify Murong Yan's guess, Xiao Chan silently appeared before the group while holding the Divine Universe Steel in one hand. Wei Hongfei exclaimed in shock. "What is Xiao Chan doing?" Xiao Chan smiled as he replied. "This is the Divine Universe Steel that I obtained after deciphering some divine characters in the Divine Crystal. Right now I do not know how useful it is." The group felt shocked at Xiao Chen's luck. After congratulating him, Wei Hongfei said with a grave expression, "Xiao Chen, don't casually reveal this treasure. I believe that even a sovereign emperor will want to kill it if they see it." Xiao Chen nodded. Even if Wei Hongfei had not said so, he would not have dared to casually take it out. After all, he had not even left a spiritual mark on it. The Divine Universe Steel did not belong to him yet. After separating the group, Xiao Chen arrived before the Pill River and infused his soul energy into the Divine Universe Steel. After a while, the entire Pill River soared up like a dragon, flying towards the Divine Universe Steel. When the Pill River was completely absorbed into the Divine Universe Steel, Xiao Chen wobbled somewhat, and his complexion paled slightly. Many people had set their sights on this Pill River. However, at best they could only collect some of it. It was not even a drop in the ocean. However, Xiao Chen waved his hand, and the Divine Universe Steel activated, storing the entire Pill River in it. Murong Yin and the others were flabbergasted at this sight, feeling incredibly shocked. After resting for a while and recovering some of his soul energy, Xiao Chen held the Divine Universe Steel and stored the coiling dragon tree and the gargantuan medicine cauldron into it. Xiao Chen nearly overdrew on his soul energy. If not for reading the divine characters strengthening his will of soul significantly, he would not have been able to collect the Pill River and the coiling dragon tree. Even with the Divine Universe Steel, Xiao Chen believed that he would not be able to collect the Pill River and the coiling dragon tree. This made Xiao Chen realize that the Divine Universe Steel was not omnipotent. When collecting treasures, it exhausted a startling amount of soul energy. As Lu Ruyun and the others looked at Xiao Chen, they all felt somewhat afraid. Right now, Xiao Chen's wealth was comparable to that of a sovereign personage. Even a sovereign personage would pale in comparison. There was a Pill River that could feed a rank 6 sect, a 7-colored coiling dragon tree, and a spatial divine item that could store a living person. Lu Ruyun suddenly recalled that when Xiao Chen obtained the coiling dragon tree sapling, he said that he would not hand it over to the Dragon's Gate to exchange for a reward. In that case, what was the point of keeping it for himself? A divine item like the coiling dragon tree could bring out its greatest value in the hands of a sect faction. It would benefit the sect disciples and quickly strengthen them, ensuring that the sect's inheritance would not be destroyed. To an individual, the only thing they could obtain from it was the coiling dragon fruit. At most, they could eat 4 or 5 of them, and there would not be much of an effect. Lu Ruyun thought for a while but could not figure it out, so she stopped thinking. She revealed a faint smile. She should be happy for Xiao Chen for having such a fortuitous encounter. Situ Changfeng is awake. Murong Yen discovered that Situ Changfeng had opened his eyes at some point in time and stood up. Situ Changfeng stood up and looked at Xiao Chen with gratitude in his eyes. Situ Changfeng knew better than anyone else what kind of medicinal pill Xiao Chen gave him, and what kind of changes it would bring him. Situ Changfeng had not expected Xiao Chen to give away such a precious medicinal pill instead of consuming it himself. Xiao Chen nodded slightly. He could tell what Situ Changfeng meant by his eyes, telling him not to mind. Situ, sorry. If I had used the strand of will that father left in my body earlier, you would not have suffered so much. Lu Ruyun stepped forward and apologized to Situ Changfeng. This young lady had been feeling guilty all this time. Situ Changfeng smiled casually and said, "You should learn from Murong Yen. I saved this fellow's life several times, but he did not say a word of thanks." Clearly, Situ Changfeng did not mind Lu Ruyun's teasing and did not blame her. Lu Ruyun giggled. Only then did she feel relieved. Strangely, Murong Yen did not retort. Everyone looked around. Be it Wei Hongfei, Duanfei, or Xiao Chen, they all revealed smiles. After a calamity, one would understand many things. How fortunate was it to have such a group of friends and brothers to take risks and live together. Chapter 1968. In the ancient city, after Qin Outyan's group died and only 3 people remained, they finally escaped the pursuit of the flood dragon humans. Those people seem to have retreated, Zhongli said cautiously as he sized up the surroundings after not seeing any movement for a long time. Beside him, Lu Yunfei's shoulder was bleeding profusely. His injury was terrifying. Junior brother, is your arm okay? Zhongli asked sullenly. Of the White Dragon Palace disciples that came with him, only Lu Yunfei remained. The price he had to pay for this opportunity was a little too high. Most importantly, they didn't get any fortuitous encounters at all. After entering the city, they took the wrong path and entered the East Gate. Not long after, the group ran into Yan Songming and Zhang Yuan. These two freakishly strong people managed to injure the group within a few moves. As for Qin Outyan, Zhongli could only say that he had been blind to think that Qin Outyan was someone important. He had inherited Dao artifacts and grasped several great Daos at the same time. Before he met a true expert, he was truly boundlessly strong. Xiao Chan felt that he was practically unrivaled among holy venerates. He gained many fortuitous encounters in Desolate God Valley. However, Qin Outyan did not last even 10 moves against Yan Songming and veritable essence energy. Qin Outyan ended up severely injured within 10 moves, losing all his aura and being scared out of his wits. If Xiao Chan had all these inherited Dao tools, not to mention defeating Yan Songming, he would at least be able to protect himself. Thinking about himself, he did not even have a decent inherited Dao tool. This fellow was really lucky. Zhongli. Just as Xiao Chan was examining Lu Yunfei's injuries, Qin Outyan suddenly walked over and grabbed Xiao Chen's collar with a sullen expression. Qin Outyan, what are you doing? Zhongli turned pale with fright. He even saw a trace of killing intent in Qin Outyan's eyes. Qin Outyan demanded coldly, tell me, what is your relationship with that white-robed bladesman? Why did he help you block Qin Outyan? After recovering from his shock, Zhongli's expression slowly calmed down. He did not reply and only pointed his finger. In an instant, the tip of his finger shone with a cold light and was extremely sharp. Qin Outyan was slightly startled, and he let go and retreated. Zhongli said indifferently, Qin Outyan, don't get touchy with me. I do not know the person you are talking about. Qin Outyan smiled and said, you are actually playing dumb with me. But it doesn't matter. Since I already know his name, I will find out his identity sooner or later. Zhongli found this strange. Just what kind of enmity did this fellow have with Xiao Chan for him to endure for so long? After confirming that there was no danger, he immediately erupted. Boom! Just at this moment, an aura enveloped them. Qin Outyan, Zhongli, and Lu Yunfei were immediately restricted, unable to move. Their hearts were filled with fear, and their eyes were filled with terror. Is it them? Looking carefully, he discovered that the source of all this aura was an old man wearing a constellation robe on the opposite roof. Beside him was a young man. The young man shook his head and said, not them. For some unknown reason, when the young man said that it wasn't them, Qin Outyan and the other two heaved a sigh of relief. There are 2 auras of dragon race cultivators in the city. Since it is not them, it should be another group of people. Just as the sovereign emperor Hua Qin was about to leave, he suddenly waved his hand in the air, and a portrait of Xiao Chan appeared clearly before the 3. Do you recognize him? The expressions of Zhongli and the other 2 changed slightly. However, at this moment even Qin Outyan could not be stupid enough to say that he knew Xiao Chan. The 3 shook their heads and denied it. Hua Qingyun smiled coldly and said, what clumsy acting skills. Since you know this person, grandfather, just kill them. Qin Outyan and the other 2 immediately felt like crying. What was going on? This was especially so for Qin Outyan. He cursed all 18 generations of Xiao Chen's ancestors in his heart. Xiao Chan offended a sovereign emperor for no reason at all. What exactly did he do? Hua Qin remained expressionless. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Qin Outyan like he was a little chick. All Hua Qin needed to do was squeeze gently, and he could kill Qin Outyan like he was squashing an ant. Qin Outyan was so frightened that tears leaked out of his eyes. He felt a chill in his pants. He had actually lost control. Hua Qin revealed a look of disgust in his eyes. However, just as he was about to make a move, he sensed a trace of a pure golden dragon royal bloodline in Qin Outyan's body. To think that the purple gold dragon emperor's bloodline has such a cowardly descendant. How laughable. The sovereign emperor Hua Qin revealed a disdainful expression as he tossed Qin Outyin back to the ground. When Hua Qingyun heard that, he could only give up on killing Qin Outyin. He looked towards the center of the city and said, "Grandfather, there seems to be some fortuitous encounter there." The sovereign emperor Hua Qin replied indifferently, "It is just a pile of divine crystal fragments. They are not of much use. After I deal with the matter at hand, I will get them to spit them out." The incomplete divine crystal did not hold much attraction to Hua Qin. However, it would be a pretty good reward for a sovereign personage of the sect. Whoosh! The two's figures flashed and they left this place. Am I dead? After Qin Outyin was tossed to the ground, he still had not recovered his wits. It was like he was scared silly. Zhongli and Lu Yunfei heaved a long sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, at the last moment, they relied on the clan behind Qin Outyin to survive. However, the two felt somewhat embarrassed and did not look at Qin Outyin. "Senior brother, senior sister Ruyun is still with Xiao Chan," Lu Yunfei said when he thought of something. Zhongli looked in the direction that the sovereign emperor left and said, "Let's follow and take a look. If we can find senior sister before this sovereign emperor, we might still make it in time." "Let's go." The two knew Lu Ruyun's identity. Earlier they left her behind because they felt that she would not die if she was with Xiao Chan and the others. However, now that a sovereign emperor was here, the situation was different. As cultivators of the white dragon race, the two still had some conscience. However, while they had good intentions, how could they be faster than a sovereign emperor? Back in the herb garden, Xiao Chan sensed that the demon blood vulture had already shaken off the holy sun Ming Xian. He relaxed and decided to leave the city immediately before meeting up with the demon blood vulture. Aside from Xiao Chan, everyone else in the ancient city had gained something and was already satisfied. Everyone agreed to the suggestion of leaving. "You want to leave just like that?" Who knew? Just as the group left the herb garden, a familiar voice rang out from the roof in front. "Hua Qingyun." When the group saw the source of that voice, they were greatly startled. They had clearly worked together to restrain this person. At this moment, Hua Qingyun should be in the heavens suspending war chariot outside the city. Why was he in the ancient city? Xiao Chen's heart sank. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. Then he said, "Let's go." Murong Yan and the others did not understand why they should fear Hua Qingyun. However, since Xiao Chun said it, it was better to listen to him. At this moment, Xiao Chan could only place his hopes on that person. He was greedy for the divine crystals in the center of the city and did not come with them. Bang! 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 The group soared into the air. However, they crashed into an invisible barrier in the air and bounced back. Xiao Chan landed firmly on the ground with a grave expression. He knew that the thing that he did not want to happen the most had happened. Since Xiao Chan learned of this Hua Qingyun's identity, he had thought about how to deal with this person. Originally, he wanted to release this person after leaving ancient desolate town. Xiao Chan thought that a sovereign emperor expert would not make things difficult for them, the juniors. If Hua Qingyun came to seek trouble, he would just be seeking his own humiliation. There was no need to worry. Unexpectedly, that mysterious sovereign emperor cared so much about Hua Qingyun that he personally came to seek trouble. When Hua Qingyun saw Murongyan fly up in disbelief and get knocked down again and again, he mocked. "Go ahead and fly. Aren't there a bunch of dragons? Why are you all not flying anymore?" Even without Xiao Chen's reminder, the others already felt that something was wrong. Xiao Chen looked around and said indifferently, "Senior, just show yourself. Since you are already here, why are you still afraid of embarrassing yourself before us juniors?" Humph! A cold snort rang out. Xiao Chen and the others felt like they were struck by lightning. Their souls trembled and their qi and blood surged. They could no longer endure it and vomited a mouthful of blood, their complexions paling. Hua Qingyun slowly walked out and looked coldly at Xiao Chen and the others, not saying anything. A sovereign emperor. Despair surged in the hearts of Murong Yan and the others. This old man was definitely someone who surpassed sovereign personage. The pressure he gave off was too strong. There was no way around it. Interesting. To think that a mixed blood dragon has more backbone than the purple gold dragon emperor's descendant. When the sovereign emperor Hua Qin saw that Xiao Chun remained standing, showing no intention of begging for mercy in his eyes, he revealed a trace of appreciation. However, I like to torture people with backbone the most. The sovereign emperor Hua Qin flicked his finger, and 2 cracking sounds rang out. Xiao Chen's calves shattered, and he fell to his knees. Amid the intense pain, Xiao Chen clenched his teeth in silence. He stabbed the tyrant's saber into the ground with his right hand and supported himself on one knee. Xiao Chen. Lu Ruyun rushed over and supported Xiao Chen, glaring at Hua Qin. However, Xiao Chen's gaze remained incredibly calm, not showing any fluctuations. The sovereign emperor Hua Qin asked, "Don't you hate me? I am not as skilled as others. What is there to hate? However, I will take responsibility for my own actions. I killed the Heavenly Lodging Palace's people. It has nothing to do with others," Xiao Chen said, enunciating every word as he looked at the sovereign emperor Hua Qin. "If you dare to touch him again, I swear that I will make you pay the price." Lu Ruyun supported Xiao Chen as she looked at the sovereign emperor Hua Qin. Her valiant face looked somewhat scary. The White Dragon King's descendant? The sovereign emperor Hua Qin looked at Lu Ruyun. When he saw the royal white dragon bloodline in her, some surprise flashed in his eyes. However, Hua Qin soon smiled coldly. "I just killed a mixed blood dragon. Do you think that the White Dragon King is your father? He only has a royal bloodline. At most he can guarantee your death." Having a royal bloodline did not mean that one was a direct descendant of the royal bloodline. It was just like how Qin Outyan was definitely not a descendant of the purple gold dragon emperor. He was just a relative of that bloodline. "Sorry, I am really her father." Faint laughter came from the surroundings. Then a figure that looked like a white dragon suddenly appeared. This figure clashed with Hua Qin's palm strike. Boom! The shock wave spread out. All the buildings within 50 kilometers that were not protected by special formations turned to ashes. Blood leaked out of a corner of the sovereign emperor Hua Qin's lips. Horror flashed in his eyes as he staggered back a few steps. Chapter 1969. The White Dragon King. It really is the White Dragon King. The White Dragon King wore long robes of alternating blue and white. However, he looked young, handsome, and heroic. If one looked carefully, one would discover that Lu Ruyun's exquisite face, which exuded a heroic air, was more or less inherited from her father. The sovereign emperor Hua Qin felt somewhat shocked. He could not understand why someone of the White Dragon King's status would come to such an insignificant place. "White Dragon King, why are you here?" The White Dragon King smiled faintly and said, "Hua Qin, you are still the same as before, unable to understand me. Didn't I say that I am her father? Do I have to repeat myself?" The sovereign emperor Hua Qin immediately felt speechless. When he thought of what he said earlier, he wished that he could slap himself. This little girl's father was really the White Dragon King. Xiao Chen had guessed correctly. Hua Qin said sullenly, "I don't care if she is your daughter. However, this fellow is just a mixed blood dragon. He imprisoned my grandson. It is not overboard for me to take his life, right? How frustrating." Boom! The White Dragon King revealed an impatient expression. His figure flashed as he threw 3 palm strikes. Bang! 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 Hua Qin took a step back every time he received a palm strike. After the 3 palm strikes, Hua Qin's face twitched slightly as if he was enduring something. However, he could not endure it in the end. He vomited a mouthful of blood, along with his shattered internal organs. A divine vein realm sovereign emperor already condensed a divine body. Their physical bodies could be considered immortal. However, the White Dragon King's 3 palm strikes actually shattered Hua Qin's internal organs. This showed how great the gap between the two was. The White Dragon King acted like he had not moved at all. He said indifferently, "Hua Qin, did you not hear what my daughter said? If you touch him, you will pay the price. You are already so old, but your intelligence is still the same as when you were young. I wonder how you surpassed a sovereign personage." Hua Qin felt humiliated. However, the divine vein realm had a total of 9 divine veins. Each additional divine vein represented a huge chasm. Hua Qin had just advanced to sovereign emperor. Compared to the White Dragon King, he was much weaker. Hua Qin had not expected the White Dragon King to not give him any face, not even letting him touch a mixed blood dragon. This humiliation reminded Hua Qin of the White Dragon King suppressing him when he was young, making him feel even more sullen. Let's go. Hua Qingyun was stunned. Grandpa, why are we leaving? Can't we even deal with a mixed-blood dragon? The White Dragon King laughed. Ha ha, Hua Qin, your grandson is just like you. He has inherited your intelligence. No wonder you're so protective of your children that you wouldn't hesitate to come to such a small place to attack your juniors. Hua Qin's expression changed rapidly as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Xiao Chun picked up Hua Qingyun with one hand and quickly left. If he lingered, even if the White Dragon King did not beat him to death, he would be frustrated to death. Greetings, Lord White Dragon King. Wei Hongfei knelt on one knee and bowed respectfully. The White Dragon King nodded slightly. Then his gaze fell on Xiao Chun. He smiled and said, Come, come, come. Let me see what the person my daughter is interested in looks like and what his name is. The moment the White Dragon King said that, Murong Yin and the others felt embarrassed. This White Dragon King really spoke without restraint. When Lu Ruyun heard this, she felt even more speechless. Her face filled with embarrassment. You should know my name. Xiao Chun raised his head and looked at the White Dragon King. Then he clenched his teeth, his voice trembling somewhat. He could not hide the rage and dissatisfaction in his heart. Xiao Chun originally thought that with his mental state, he could hide his true emotions without changing his expression, not expressing his joy or anger. However, when he personally saw the person who erased Lu Ruyue's memories, he still lost his composure. The White Dragon King's smile froze. As he looked at Xiao Chen's face, many scenes flashed in his mind. It's him. This was the person whom Lu Ruyue could not forget in the abandoned land. The person whom she entrusted her life to. Hence, the White Dragon King had to personally erase Lu Ruyue's memories. The White Dragon King had never expected that one day, this person would come from the abandoned land and find his way here, one step at a time. The White Dragon King was very clear on how many difficulties, dangers and obstacles one had to face to reach this step from the abandoned land. Before Lu Ruyue's memories were erased, she said that Xiao Chun would definitely come out of the abandoned land and come to the Divine Dragon Empire to look for her. The White Dragon King laughed it off, not taking it seriously. This was simply impossible. To the White Dragon King, the abandoned land could not even be considered a rank 2 sect. It was too insignificant. However, right now, Xiao Chun truly appeared before the White Dragon King. He looked exactly the same as the person in Lu Ruyue's memories. Xiao Chun had a delicate and handsome face, a determined and unyielding gaze, and a hidden sharpness on his face. No words could describe the White Dragon King's shock. The White Dragon King had been a sovereign emperor for many years and had seen many grand scenes. However, he had never shown such an expression before. You are very good. After a long time, the White Dragon King said these 3 words, which sounded rather strange. The others all felt that the atmosphere was somewhat strange. There seemed to be some karma between the White Dragon King and Xiao Chun. Murong Yen and the others felt that something was wrong when Xiao Chun spoke to the White Dragon King without using honorifics. Even a simple-minded person like Murong Yen knew that one had to use honorifics when meeting the White Dragon King. It was impossible for Xiao Chun not to know. However, everyone found it hard to imagine what grudge there was between Xiao Chun and the White Dragon King. The difference in strength between the two was too great. There should not have been any interaction between them. In reality, no matter how hard they thought, they could not imagine that the White Dragon Holy Daughter was Xiao Chen's lover. The White Dragon King had erased his lover's memories. The somewhat stunned Lu Ruyun also felt that something was wrong. She knew more than the others. At this moment, she finally confirmed that Xiao Chun was the person in her elder sister's painting. The scarier thing was that Lu Ruyun saw a trace of murderous intent on her father's face. No one noticed this trace of murderous intent. Only Lu Ruyun knew that her father would show such an expression only when he really wanted to kill someone. Even when the White Dragon King attacked the sovereign emperor Hua Qin with a horrifying momentum earlier, he did not show any murderous intent. Lu Ruyun felt some fear for some reason. She said, "Father, what are you saying?" Quickly reattach Xiao Chen's leg. Xiao Chun rejected. There's no need. It will heal eventually. The White Dragon King's expression finally changed. He smiled and said, "It's fine. It's just a piece of cake." Upon seeing this scene, Lu Ruyun heaved a sigh of relief. The White Dragon King scattered that trace of murderous intent. Whoosh! The White Dragon King did not move at all. He arrived beside Xiao Qian and gently tapped twice. The shattered bones in Xiao Qian's leg healed at a visible pace. Then, the White Dragon King arrived beside Situ Changfeng and patted his shoulder twice. Strands of black death energy immediately leaked out of Situ Changfeng's body. The White Dragon King felt it was strange. He said, "What exquisite death energy! Who did it?" With the hidden danger in his body removed, Situ Changfeng felt much more at ease. He said gratefully, "Lord White Dragon King, many thanks for making a move. This was the Flood Dragon human outstanding talent, Yen Songming. Is he still in the ancient city?" A rather clear murderous intent flashed in the White Dragon King's eyes. Clearly, he did not want to leave this disaster alive, so he was rather decisive in killing. He already died under Xiao Qian's saber. The moment Situ Changfeng said that, he felt that he said something wrong. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. After hearing that Yen Songming died under Xiao Qian's saber, the murderous intent in the White Dragon King's eyes did not fade. Instead, it intensified. The White Dragon King turned around and looked at Xiao Qian. He discovered that although Xiao Qian was disrespectful to him, he was not stupid enough to point fingers at him and ask him to recover Lu Ruyue's memories. Unfortunately, the White Dragon King sighed in his heart. Then he looked at Xiao Qian and said, "You are very smart. Unfortunately, I like dealing with stupid people, like that sovereign Emperor Hua Qin, like this silly girl and her mother." The White Dragon King's words looked ordinary, but in reality they contained a heavy murderous intent. If Xiao Qian were stupid, the White Dragon King would have spared his life like he did with the sovereign Emperor Hua Qin. Xiao Qian could be considered a fatal threat. Lu Ruyun pouted. "How am I stupid? How are you stupid?" The White Dragon King retorted in frustration. Naturally, Xiao Qian understood the meaning behind the White Dragon King's words. He replied calmly, "However, I like to interact with smart people. Smart people think more. The more they think, the more they have to worry." When the White Dragon King heard that, his heart sank. He almost could not resist smacking Xiao Qian to death on the spot. Xiao Qian's words also contained a hidden meaning. He could tell that the White Dragon King had some worries. If he were as stupid as the sovereign Emperor Hua Qin, he would not have any worries at all. He would not have any qualms about killing Xiao Qian with one palm strike. There was no need to think too much. Unfortunately, Xiao Qian was the White Dragon King, not the sovereign Emperor Hua Qin. "Brat, you have guts." The White Dragon King felt incredibly frustrated. He did not want to remain here any longer. He pulled Lu Ruyun and said, "Come back with me." However, Lu Ruyun continued to support Xiao Qian, grabbing Xiao Qian's arm. She feared that if she left, her father would turn around and kill Xiao Qian. She lowered her head and said, "I'll go back myself." The White Dragon King laughed in frustration. He said helplessly, "I said that you are stupid and you still refuse to admit it? You should have known long ago that a girl cannot be kept at home. It would have been good if you gave birth to a son. No, if you gave birth to such a stupid son, you would really be frustrated to death." The White Dragon King's words made everyone flabbergasted. Murong Yan and the others could not help laughing, but they did not dare to. The White Dragon King let go. Shaking his head, he did not linger and left. As the White Dragon King walked, he suddenly felt very sullen, even more sullen than the sovereign Emperor Hua Qin. About 7 minutes later, the sovereign Emperor Hua Qin led Hua Qingyun, rushing out of desolate God Valley. Along the way, Hua Qingyun complained endlessly. However, Hua Qin showed a sullen expression, pretending not to hear anything. Suddenly, Hua Qin stopped, and his expression changed slightly. At some point in time, the White Dragon King blocked the two's path with a smile. The sovereign Emperor Hua Qin felt goosebumps from the White Dragon King's stare. He asked somewhat weakly, "White Dragon King, why are you blocking my path? Are you trying to kill me?" The White Dragon King smiled happily and said, "Indeed, it is more comfortable to deal with stupid people. The moment they speak, they can make others laugh. What is the point of me killing you? I just feel somewhat sullen and want to vent it on someone. No, that's not right. It's exchanging a few moves. Come. Let me beat you up." "Screw you." Hua Qin felt so frustrated that he wanted to vomit blood. He cursed and turned to run, not even caring about Hua Qingyun. Ha ha ha, you are still not getting any better. Don't you know that my principle for beating people up is that the farther you run, the harder I beat you up? The White Dragon King laughed loudly. Before he left, he glanced at Hua Qingyun, leaving behind something that Hua Qingyun found strange. It is better to have a daughter. She is cute when she is a little stupider. A stupid son would really be frustrated to death. Chapter 1970. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, giving off a resplendent light. Desolate God Valley was covered in blood sand all year round. It was rare to see such a clear blazing sun. After the White Dragon King left, Xiao Chun and the others followed. 1 hour later they arrived outside the city. When the group looked back, the ancient city glistened under the sunlight, giving off a different kind of light. Even the blood sand in desolate God Valley could not hide the beauty of this city. It was time to leave. The group had gained a lot on this trip to the ancient city. They all felt confident of successfully entering Ancestor Dragon City in the competition between the 7 outer palaces half a year later. Xiao Chun looked at the group and asked, "What are your plans after we return?" Murongyan stretched lazily and patted his mouth with his right hand. Then he yawned and said, "I will probably sleep for a while and properly refine the accumulations during this period. After that, I might make a trip to the Red Dragon Palace to see if I can find the inheritance." The Red Dragon race's inheritance might be the same as the Blood-Soaked Dragon Emperor's inheritance that Xiao Chun obtained in the Blue Dragon Palace. The dragon palaces of the various races all had similar inheritances to test their juniors. Xiao Chun recalled some of the Blood-Soaked Dragon Emperor's memories of the Red Dragon Palace. Then he said to Murongyan, "The Red Dragon Bloodline's inheritance palace has a total of 9 stages. If you want to go further and obtain a better inheritance, I suggest that you make up for some wind-attributed martial techniques and mysteries and train your eyes." 9 stages? The stages of the inheritance palace have always been a secret. I heard that others only made it to the 6th stage at most. Furthermore, what the test is a secret. How did you know, Xiao Chun? The laziness on Murongyan's face vanished, replaced by shock. Xiao Chun smiled and did not say anything more. Murongyan scratched his head and said, "I'll listen to you. In any case, there is no loss." "Xiao Chun, what are your plans after you return?" Situ Chongfeng asked. Xiao Chun thought for a while before replying, "I have not thought about it yet. I am already confident of entering Ancestor Dragon City. I might consider some things after I enter Ancestor Dragon City." The others felt embarrassed. While they were still thinking about how to enter Ancestor Dragon City, Xiao Chun was already thinking about what to do after entering Ancestor Dragon City. However, no one doubted that Xiao Chun indeed had this ability. A sharp bird cry came from the sky. When the group looked up, joy appeared on their faces. The demon blood vulture. "The silly bird is back," Murongyan said joyfully. "This is great. There is no need to walk back." The group soared into the air and landed on the demon blood vulture one after another. It was time to go back. Xiao Chun took one last look at the ancient city deep in thought. This was a city created by the martial god after his death. Every cultivator had such a city in their hearts. It was dreams, it was youth, it was pride. But in the end it couldn't resist the mercilessness of time. In the face of time, everything became nothing. The city was still there, but the people were not. Time has taken away our city, but it cannot take away our pride, just like the city in front of us. Even after so many years, when the sun shone on it, it still glistened, showing the glory of the past. There was such a person who once worked hard, had dreams and fought hard. In the end he became a martial god and left behind a city in this desolate God Valley. That was enough. Let's go. Under the sunlight, the demon blood vulture, which looked like a scarlet phoenix, carried the group of people into the distance. There was no protection from the ancient city there. Blood sand spread everywhere, and the environment was harsh. Day after day, year after year, it was the same, dull and unchanging. However, who cared? Battles were still going on in the ancient city. However, more and more people were walking out of the city. The remaining fights were a game between sovereign personages, which had little to do with them. Zhen Yuan came out of the western city, holding a black divine crystal. When he turned his head back to look, his expression turned grave. Soon, Many flood dragon human cultivators gathered here. Where's the young master? The flood dragon humans asked somewhat anxiously when they saw only Zhan Yuan and not Yin Songming. Whoosh! The black crystal left Zhan Yuan's hand, and black smoke spread out, slowly materializing a vague silhouette. Although the silhouette was not clear, the flood dragon humans immediately recognized it. They exclaimed excitedly, "Young master! Don't worry, I'm fine. The Dragonman race doesn't even have a place to stand. How can I die so easily?" That blurry silhouette and face were indistinct. Only a pair of eyes flickered with a resolute expression. This time it was a blessing in disguise, and he'd managed to survive in the midst of death. It actually allowed him to comprehend a trace of the profound meaning of life that was even more difficult to comprehend. He had to say that he had to thank Xiao Chun. I hope the next time he sees me, he won't be too surprised. Let's go. With Zhen Yuan leading the way, the group of flood dragon humans started their return journey. On the other side, the Black Lotus Saint and the mysterious person shrouded in a bloody shadow walked out from the east gate. There were a few wounds on Ming Xian's body from the demon blood vulture's poison. The Buddhist light flowed in the wounds, and the black toxins were constantly being cleaned out. What a pity. If I miss this opportunity, it will be difficult to kill him next time. The mysterious person shrouded in the blood shadow sighed and said softly. At that time, the two had clearly sensed that Xiao Chun was already in a rather weak state. At best, he could bring out 30% of his usual strength. Unfortunately, the demon blood vulture had appeared out of nowhere, delaying the two. They had clearly knocked back this demon blood vulture several times. Who could have imagined that after circling around, the demon blood vulture would craftily appear again? That demon blood vulture did not seem like a beast at all. Its high intelligence made the two clench their teeth in frustration several times. Holy Sun, where are you going next? Since they missed the opportunity, so be it. The two had a pretty good harvest in the ancient city. This was especially so for Ming Xian. He had unexpectedly obtained some divine blood. In the future, his strength would soar rapidly, and the benefits of the divine blood would slowly reveal themselves. Ming Xian said softly, I will break through to sovereign personage first. After that, I plan to go to the Shuowu dynasty. During the Black Lotus Church's most glorious period, it was the state religion of the Shuowu dynasty. Now there are many believers there. If I develop properly, I will definitely be able to make a comeback. The mysterious person shrouded in bloody shadows said after some thought. However, I heard that the Shuowu dynasty is now filled with demonic Dao sections. Back then, the Azure Lotus Church killed most of the Black Lotus Church's believers. If you go, you will definitely clash head-on with the Azure Lotus Church. The Holy Sun Ming Xian said indifferently, Where there is a will, there is a will. Master told me that the Black Lotus Church still has some seniors in the Shuowu dynasty. As long as I find the ancestral court, I can officially wield the sect master seal. As for the Azure Lotus Church, I have long wanted to meet that Azure Lotus holy daughter. A trace of confidence appeared in the Holy Sun Ming Xian's words. As he looked at the mysterious person shrouded in bloody shadows, he asked, What are your plans? Are you coming with me? How can I go? I do not even have a physical body. When I find the 5-element divine lightning and condense the 5-element divine body, I will meet up with you. The mysterious person shrouded in bloody shadows sighed softly, a trace of loneliness flashing in his tone. All right, I'll wait for you. The two parted like this, agreeing to meet up in the Shuowu dynasty in the future. 7 days later, two people in white battle armor landed in the sky above the ancient city. The battle armor flickered with a crystalline light, radiating a faint divine nature. This battle armor actually contained divine might. Although it was very faint, it was bona fide divine might. If others saw this, they would definitely be greatly startled, feeling extremely confused. However, if a divine Vane Realm sovereign emperor were here and saw the insignia of the sun, moon, and stars carved on the battle armor, they would not reveal an expression of understanding. Another true god that lost to time. Just look at the size of this ancient city. I wonder how horrifying it was when it was alive. Stop sighing and get to work quickly. The major characters in the holy domain are all waiting. Yes. As the two hovered in the air, they continuously formed extremely complicated hand seals. Immediately, The divine energy hidden in the ancient city activated. The cultivators still exploring the city were prepared to send this divine energy all the way to the ends of the world. Then they left for some reason. After a while, the ancient city floated up. The two actually lifted the ancient city with their bare hands and flew into the sky. From a distance, it looked like the two were not holding up a city but a gravestone. Their expressions were solemn and respectful. At this moment, Shao Chun had just rushed back to the Divine Dragon Empire's Heaven Dragon Palace and had not had time to rest. Many elders sent word to him at the same time, saying that the first palace master had been waiting for him for a long time. Chapter 1971. The head palace master is looking for me? What is it? Don't be so long-winded. Hurry up and go. If you don't come back soon, the recall order will be issued. Without any hesitation, the elders led Shao Chun to the main hall of the Heaven Dragon Peak. Shao Chun was somewhat puzzled. The three palace masters were elusive existences in the Heaven Dragon Palace. Many people might not even have the chance to see the three hall masters even after staying in the Heaven Dragon Hall for more than 10 years. Among the three hall masters, the first hall master was the most mysterious. He almost never showed himself. The second palace master, Zhu Yang, held the true authority in the palace. He often saw the heaven-class core disciples, so he was not too mysterious. The third palace master was in charge of the medicine refining pavilion, so he would occasionally see the people who often went to the medicine refining pavilion. As for the first palace master, he did not care about anything. Aside from the heaven-class elders, ordinary elders rarely saw him. Not to mention these disciples. Shao Chun was puzzled. He did not know why the first hall master was looking for him so urgently. What Shao Chun heard the most about this first palace master was that he was the person who truly perfected Firmament's rage in the past few thousand years. He didn't know anything else. After analyzing it for a while, he couldn't come to a conclusion, so he could only let him be. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Shao Chun saw the mysterious first palace master in the hall. Unexpectedly, the other two palace masters were there as well. When the second and third palace masters saw him, they nodded slightly. Shao Chun sized up the first palace master. His aura was unfathomable, and his strength was not something he could estimate. He wore a gray dragon robe and had an extraordinary bearing. However, there was a hint of fatigue on his face. Who knew what he had experienced recently? Greetings, hall masters. Shao Chun bowed slightly and cupped his hands in salute. The first palace master revealed a smile when he saw Shao Chun. He said softly, "You are too polite. Since you can stand at the top of the Heaven Dragon, you don't have to bow to anyone in the Heaven Dragon Hall. My name is Yun. You can just call me Senior Yun. There's no need to be reserved." "Thank you, head palace master." Even so, Shao Chun still felt somewhat restrained and did not dare to be presumptuous. The first palace lord did not mind. He said in a deep voice, "You must be very curious as to why I called you here in such a hurry. Even the three hall masters summoned you at the same time. In fact, 2 months ago, the three of us had already had a serious discussion about you." When Shao Chun heard this, he could not help but be surprised. He did not know what earth-shattering thing he had done. Supreme Dragon Fist. Second Palace Master Zhu Yang, who was at the side, looked at Shao Chun. When he saw Shao Chun's confusion, he gave a simple explanation. "This is just a fist technique, right? Although it is very heaven-defying, its flaws are also very obvious. I believe there should be a martial technique in the dragon race that is no weaker than the Supreme Dragon Fist." Shao Chun was slightly surprised. Just a fist technique caused 3 palace masters to seriously discuss it. Wasn't this a little too much? Of course, the vast dragon race has a long inheritance. There are countless cultivation techniques and martial techniques. At every moment, there are powerful martial techniques of our predecessors being excavated. Or perhaps there are peerless geniuses creating their own shocking martial techniques. A brilliant light flashed in the first palace master's eyes. It was like he was recalling the past. After a pause, he said, "As far as I know, in terms of fist techniques, there are 4 martial techniques that are no weaker than the Supreme Dragon Fist. However, the Supreme Dragon Fist is unique. If one becomes a heaven dragon, the horrifying might of this fist technique will surpass your expectations. Xiao Chun knew that the might of the Supreme Dragon Fist would increase when one became a Heaven Dragon. Xiao Chun infused the mysteries of the Heaven Dragon into the Supreme Dragon Fist, and instantly overtook Yen Songming. This was the best proof. However, Xiao Chun had not expected that after he truly became a Heaven Dragon, its might would increase to a level that even the first Palace Lord feared. However, what did all this have to do with calling Xiao Chun over? Feeling suspicious, Xiao Chun asked, "Could it be that you want to cripple my Supreme Dragon Fist?" If the Heaven Dragon Palace wanted to cripple it, Xiao Chun would feel helpless. However, he would probably still choose to accept it. After all, it was a secret technique of the Heaven Dragon Palace in the first place. If it were a cultivation technique that Xiao Chun created, he would fight to the end no matter who it was if anyone wanted to cripple it. When the first Palace Master heard that, he hesitated for a moment before saying sullenly, "Let's not talk about this for now. This time, the one who truly wants to meet you is not us but the royal clan of the Golden Dragon bloodline." At the mention of the Golden Dragon bloodline's royal clan, a look of disgust flashed in the first Palace Master's eyes. However, it was extremely minute. No one noticed it. "You are Xiao Qian, that mixed blood dragon who comprehended the Supreme Dragon Fist." Just at this moment, an arrogant voice rang out from outside. A dignified and graceful middle-aged man wearing golden dragon armor with Emperor's dragon chi surrounding him opened the door. This person's cultivation was not very high, only a small perfection sovereign personage. However, his aura was much stronger than that of the small perfection sovereign personages that Xiao Chun had seen before. Clearly, with the support of the divine dragon bloodline, this person was not an ordinary small perfection sovereign personage. The first Palace Master said softly, "This is Lord Qinyu, Monarch Yu from Ancestor Dragon City." At the same time, the third Palace Master's voice projection rang out in Xiao Chen's ears. Whether Xiao Chun crippled the Supreme Dragon Fist or not, it all depended on this person's thoughts. When Xiao Chun heard that, he immediately felt dissatisfied. If the Heaven Dragon Palace wanted to cripple his Supreme Dragon Fist, Xiao Chun would not have any complaints. However, if a random Golden Divine Dragon wanted to cripple his Supreme Dragon Fist, he would not be able to do so. He absolutely would not agree. "To think that you are not bowing when you see this monarch." When that Qinyu saw that Xiao Chun did not move, he smiled coldly and said, "You are indeed a mixed blood dragon who cultivates the Supreme Dragon Fist. Your temper is extraordinary. You have completely forgotten your status." "Greetings, Monarch Yu." Xiao Chun spoke in a calm tone, neither servile nor overbearing. Qinyu snorted coldly and did not look directly at Xiao Chun. He said indifferently, "Cut the crap. Demonstrate the Supreme Dragon Fist for me right here. After I take a look, I will decide whether you can continue practicing it." "Sorry, I cannot comply." Xiao Chun felt speechless. "Do you think I will practice it just because you say so? Do you think I am a monkey?" Qinyu revealed a horrified expression. He could not help feeling enraged. To think that a mixed blood dragon could throw a tantrum at him. "I will count to 3. If you do not practice it, I will cripple your Supreme Dragon Fist." Qinyu threatened coldly with a sullen expression. Xiao Chun smiled coldly and said, "Who do you think you are? If the 3 Palace Masters want to cripple my Supreme Dragon Fist, I will not say any nonsense. I won't say a word of nonsense. Who do you think you are? Have I received any kindness from you? I will not practice it for you to see. If you are capable, try crippling me now." Everyone had their own temper and bottom line, their own pride and persistence, and their own principles of dealing with people and things. Even if he died here today, Xiao Chun would not practice the Supreme Dragon Fist for Qinyu. When the 3 Palace Masters heard this, they were greatly startled. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun spoke to Qinyu like this. After all, the other party came from the Golden Dragon's royal bloodline. Although he was only a sovereign personage, he was not worth mentioning in their eyes. However, his bloodline was there for all to see. In name, his status was even higher than the 3 Palace Masters. "You are seeking death." Qinyu released a murderous intent. Unexpectedly, an insignificant mixed blood dragon dared to berate him. This person truly did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Qinyu immediately punched at Xiao Chun. This was the Emperor Dragon Fist that only the royal bloodline of the Golden Dragons could practice. This punch contained the Dragon Emperor's might. It carried heavy might and pressure as it punched at Xiao Qian at lightning speed. Divine Dragon War Body. The other party was a small perfection sovereign personage, one grade higher than Lu Yuanzong, who was an initial perfection sovereign personage. Furthermore, Xiao Qian had the support of a divine dragon bloodline. He did not dare to underestimate the other party, so he immediately activated the divine dragon war body. All the bones in Xiao Qian's body crackled like thunder, and his body instantly swelled up. Then he punched with the supreme dragon fist. Bang! The two fists clashed, and Xiao Qian immediately vomited blood and went flying back. Xiao Qian was not a match for the other party at all. After he landed, he even took a few steps back before he could stand stably. However, Xiao Qian gritted his teeth and revealed an unyielding expression in his eyes. He showed no intention of retreating. Instead, his fighting spirit blazed even stronger. To think that he did not die. Qin Yu is shocked. Just now he used 30% of his power in that punch. Originally he wanted to use a thunderous method. Originally he had wanted to kill Xiao Qian at lightning speed, preventing the three palace masters from reacting. However, from the looks of it, although Xiao Qian was injured, he clearly could still fight. His aura did not weaken at all. Xiao Qian could not help feeling humiliated. The other party was merely a holy venerate, while he was a bona fide sovereign personage. Unexpectedly, Qin Yu failed to kill the other party with one punch, not even severely injuring him. If word of this spread, he would become a huge joke. A murderous intent involuntarily welled up in Qin Yu's heart. Stop! The first palace master shouted coldly as he stood up, enraged. This Qin Yu was becoming increasingly overboard. However, Qin Yu acted like he did not hear anything, showing no signs of stopping. He knew that the three palace masters would not dare to truly attack him. If they dared to attack him, the Heaven Dragon Palace would suffer the punishment of Ancestor Dragon City, suffering an extremely miserable end. Screw you! How dare you injure my brother? You are really damn tired of living. Bang! Just as the three palace masters felt incredibly frustrated and furious, a scarlet figure suddenly appeared outside the hall. A blood-red silhouette suddenly appears outside the main hall. It rushes in at an extraordinarily fast speed and sends Qin Yu flying with an extremely overbearing kick. It was the Blood Dragon Guard's Vice Hall Master Li. Who dares to injure me? Qin Yu, who fell to the ground, was greatly startled. He could not believe that someone really dared to attack him. Beat him up. Vice Hall Master Li shouted coldly. A group of Blood Dragon Guard experts immediately rushed out of the hall and surrounded Qin Yu without even thinking. All sorts of attacks rained down on Qin Yu. Chapter 1972. The sudden appearance of the Blood Dragon Guards and Vice Hall Master Li shocked the three palace masters. Even Xiao Qian looked surprised. He had already thought of the worst-case scenario, which was to leave the Heaven Dragon Hall and find another place to develop. Who knew that such a funny scene would occur? Miserable screams could be heard coming from the spacious hall. The experts of the Blood Dragon Guard surrounded and beat up Qin Yu. Qin Yu was pretty strong. Unfortunately, Vice Hall Master Li's strength was a level higher than his, firmly suppressing him. Coupled with the other Blood Dragon Guard's experts, they could not retaliate in mere moments, letting out miserable shrieks. Li Yunfeng, how dare you attack me? Are you tired of living? Qin Yu, who was beaten to a horrible state, finally recognized Vice Hall Master Li and scolded loudly. Vice Hall Master Li laughed loudly and said, Who is Li Yunfeng? This old man is the Blood Dragon Guard's Lord Li. Today I will beat you up. Beat him to death. Beat him until he can't speak. A mere royal prince dares to bully my brother? Yes, Hall Master. Three palace masters save me. Qin Yu, who was beaten miserably, finally remembered his savior and shouted loudly. But after calling for a long time, nobody responds. Qin Yu turns his head to take a look. At the center of the great hall, the three hall masters had left at some point. That's right, he left. He had completely disappeared, as if he had never appeared and never seen him. How could this be? Qin Yu said in a daze, not understanding what was going on. Pa! With a swaying movement of his body, Vice Leader Li attacks Qin Yu again. After blocking 3 moves, Qin Yu's aura is in chaos. Vice Leader Li sends him flying with a slap. *CK it hurts. His skin is extraordinarily thick. Vice Hall Master Li said somewhat exaggeratedly as he looked at Qin Yu, whose face was swollen like a pig's head. Don't just stand there, continue beating him up. Yes. Xiao Chan silently scattered his divine dragon war body and arrived beside Vice Hall Master Li. He said, Big Brother Li, many thanks. At the same time, worry flashed on Xiao Chen's face. Will there be any consequences for this Vice Hall Master Li standing up for me? Vice Hall Master Li smiled disapprovingly and said, Don't say too much first. I'll tell you in detail later. There will be a good show to watch later. Just as Qin Yu, a bona fide sovereign personage, was about to kneel and beg for mercy, a loud shout came from outside the hall. Stop! It was the 3 hall masters. The 3 of them walked in with some surprise. When they saw the situation before them, they were stunned for a moment. The 3rd palace master went over to help Qin Yu up and examined his injuries. Big brother, the ribs in front of Monarch Yu's chest are all broken, and his internal organs are all shattered. His face has already been destroyed. The 3rd palace master said in shock, as if he had just found out about this. The corner of Xiao Chen's mouth twitched for a moment. His acting was so real that if he hadn't seen everything with his own eyes, he would have believed it to be real. The 1st Hall Master looked at Vice Hall Master Li and asked, What happened? Vice Hall Master Li said, I don't know what's wrong with this kid, but he actually attacked a core disciple of our Heaven Dragon Hall. Fighting is not allowed in the Heaven Dragon Hall. This is the ancestral rule, so I taught him a lesson. The 1st Hall Master said coldly, Do you know who you beat up? This is Monarch Yu. Ancestor Dragon City's Monarch Yu. Vice Hall Master Li looked at Qin Yu in shock and exclaimed, Monarch Yu. Woo. Qin Yu's face looked like a pig's head, with dark circles under his eyes. He looked left and right, completely stunned. He felt like his intelligence was insufficient, not knowing what was going on. Qin Yu wanted to say something but discovered that his mouth was too swollen. He could no longer speak, so he could only whimper endlessly. Vice Hall Master Li said in understanding, I understand now. It's all this brat's fault. I'll bring him back to the law enforcement hall to interrogate him. Let's see what's going on with him. To think that he dared to attack Monarch Yu. 3 palace masters, I'll bring him away now. Woo. Don't let this brat go. Qin Yu sat on the ground whimpering endlessly. He was so anxious that he nearly cried. However, Qin Yu could not do anything. He could only watch as Vice Hall Master Li, who beat him up, led Xiao Chan away. The 1st Hall Master and the 2nd Hall Master said, It looks like it is a misunderstanding. However, although it is a misunderstanding, the Blood Dragon Guards are becoming increasingly overboard. They even dare to beat up Monarch Yu. The 2nd Hall Master nodded with a smile and said, We have to report this matter as it is. I just used the light and shadow stone to record it. I will send it over later. Monarch Yu, don't worry. We will definitely uphold justice for you. We will not let you get beaten up for nothing. After saying that, the 2nd Hall Master gently tapped the light and shadow stone in his hand. Immediately a screen of light appeared. The light and shadow stone showed only scenes and no sound. The first scene was of Qin Yu and Xiao Chan chatting. Then Qin Yu suddenly attacked. This scene stunned Qin Yu. How could it be like this? In the scene, Qin Yu ignored the difference in cultivation and directly attacked a junior, looking like he wanted to kill Xiao Chan. After that, Vice Hall Master Li barged in and beat Qin Yu up. The 3 palace masters came out to stop him. Finally, the scene fixed on Qin Yu's face, which looked like a pig's head. Qin Yu was utterly stunned. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have fallen into a trap. If Xiao Chan handed over this light and shadow stone, he would not be able to explain himself. Not only would he have to suffer a beating for nothing, but his reputation would also be ruined. Furthermore, he would be punished by the royal clan. Even if he jumped into the Yellow River, he would not be able to clear his name. Xiao Chen's illustrious reputation would fall here. In the past, Xiao Chan felt that these 3 palace masters were obedient to him, not daring to say anything even though he was angry. Now that he thought about it, he trembled in fear. They were already divine Vein Realm experts, Yet they still tried to scheme against him. After coughing a few times, Qin Yu said with some difficulty, "The matter of the Supreme Dragon Fist, let it go. Xiao Chun has not comprehended the essence of the Supreme Dragon Fist yet, so it is not worth mentioning." The second hall master smiled faintly and tossed the light and shadow stone in his hand to Qin Yu. "Many thanks. Monarch, you reported it honestly. Third brother, go and find some good medicinal pills to quickly treat Monarch Yu's injuries." After Vice Hall Master Li pulled Xiao Chun out, he also felt somewhat confused, not understanding what happened. The acting of the three palace masters did not seem like impromptu performances. It seemed like they had planned this for a long time. Vice Hall Master Li said somewhat ruefully, "Don't think about it. This was the second Hall Master's idea. Many of the Golden Dragon races people have always been disdainful of mixed blood dragons, looking down on them. However, this Qin Yu is extraordinarily stupid. Does he really think that the three palace masters of the Heaven Dragon Palace are easy to deal with? He does not know that for a mixed blood dragon to reach their positions, which one of them is not a formidable character? How can an insignificant sovereign personage like him guess? The details are like this. After you practice the Supreme Dragon Fist, the first Hall Master went to Ancestor Dragon City to explain it to the other dragon race people. The main thing is the Golden Dragon race. The other dragon races will not care much about it. Hence Qin Yu came. Who knew you happened to not be in the Heaven Dragon Palace? Your luck is extraordinarily good. If he happened to block you, it would have been somewhat problematic. After that, the second Hall Master came to discuss it with me, and we came up with such a show. The commotion caused by you practicing the Supreme Dragon Fist has calmed down for now. There is no need to worry." Vice Hall Master Li spoke somewhat calmly. However, Xiao Chun could sense a surging undercurrent in his words. It looked like the commotion caused by the Supreme Dragon Fist was much greater than Xiao Chun imagined. However, Xiao Chun had been kept in the dark and did not know. Vice Hall Master Li sighed softly. The first Hall Master suffered significant grievances in Ancestor Dragon City. Originally, I did not intend to tell you all this lest it affect your mental state and delay your advancement to Holy Venerate. Now that the matter has blown up, I have no choice but to tell you. Haha. However, you gave us a pleasant surprise. To think that you actually broke through to Holy Venerate. A warm feeling welled up in Xiao Chen's heart. He said seriously, "Big Brother Li has suffered as well. This time the Blood Dragon Guards offended Qin Yu. It will be troublesome." However, Vice Hall Master Li guffawed and said, "The Blood Dragon Guards are afraid of many things, but they are not afraid of offending others. The Blood Dragon Guards are an independent faction, not under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kings. We obey only the Shadow Dragon Sovereign." "The Shadow Dragon Sovereign?" Vice Hall Master Li nodded and said, "That's right. Hence you don't have to worry about me. The three palace masters might fear this Qin Yu, but we, the Blood Dragon Guards, do not. From the moment the Blood-Soaked Dragon Emperor established the Blood Dragon Guards, they were independent of the 7 major bloodlines. However, they were also closely connected to the 6-colored divine dragons, holding a transcendent status." When Xiao Chun heard that, he felt stunned. The Blood-Soaked Dragon Emperor actually established the Blood Dragon Guards? This somewhat surprised him. So, he searched through the vast memories of the Blood-Soaked Dragon Emperor to see if he could obtain any useful information. Chapter 1973. The Blood-Soaked Dragon Emperor's memories were extremely vast and complicated. Xiao Chun could not possibly accept them all, so he compressed and sealed most of them in a corner. When he needed to use it, he would search for it. For example, the Red Dragon Race's Inheritance Palace. When Xiao Chun thought hard about the Red Dragon Race's Inheritance Palace, the Blood-Soaked Dragon Emperor's information about the Red Dragon Race's Inheritance Palace slowly appeared. When Xiao Chun heard that the Blood-Soaked Dragon Emperor created the Blood Dragon Guards, he recovered from his shock. After a while, some information about the Blood Dragon Guards appeared in his mind. It turned out that while the Blood-Soaked Dragon Emperor was in charge of the Dragon Race, the Blood Dragon Guards were an independent organization responsible for intelligence. The Blood Dragon Guards were indeed founded by the Blood Dragon Guards. However, after so many years, the Blood Dragon Guards were no longer just in charge of intelligence. Now they extended their reach to every corner of the Divine Dragon Empire. You have never heard of the blood-soaked dragon emperor, right? Vice Hall Master Li said with a smile when he saw Xiao Chen's confused expression. Xiao Chen came back to his senses and nodded. I've never heard of it. How could Xiao Chen not have heard of the blood-soaked dragon emperor before? Right now, Xiao Chen was the person who understood the blood-soaked dragon emperor the best in the entire dragon race. However, he was unable to explain it to Vice Hall Master Li, so he could only feign ignorance. Vice Hall Master Li said unhurriedly, speaking of this blood-soaked dragon emperor, there are some secrets of the dragon race that I only heard of by chance. Just treat it as a story. Actually, I don't really believe it. Xiao Chen said softly. Brother Li, tell me. It is said that 100,000 years ago, there were a total of 7 divine dragons. Other than the white dragon, the golden dragon, the silver dragon, the red dragon, the blue dragon, and the green dragon, there was also the strongest divine dragon. This blood-soaked dragon emperor is the dragon king of this strongest bloodline, and one of the strongest dragon emperors in the history of the dragon race. Back then, the Black Dragon King nearly destroyed the dragon race and turned the entire Central Great Realm upside down, starting a horrifying war between the righteous and demonic factions. However, the one who sealed him in the end was the blood-soaked dragon emperor. Vice Hall Master Li said softly, it would not be an exaggeration to say that he personally ended the previous war between righteous and demonic factions. Xiao Chen pretended to be curious and asked, what kind of dragon is this? Since it is so strong, why is there no word of it? Vice Hall Master Li frowned and said, yeah, I find it strange too. It is said that this lineage is called the Blue Dragon, but it has been extinct for nearly 100,000 years. I'm afraid that even if the Blue Dragon lineage stood in front of me, I wouldn't know what kind of dragon it is. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. After he confirmed that this Vice Hall Master Li was not testing him, he heaved a sigh of relief. It's not that there weren't any words left behind. It said that some secrets were preserved. Furthermore, it would be passed down from generation to generation. Who would care about a dragon race that no longer existed? The Empire's territory has changed several times, and the central world is in turmoil. There are too many distractions. Xiao Chen was slightly startled when he heard that. But when he thought about it, it was indeed so. As it was passed down from generation to generation, fewer people knew about the Blue Dragon lineage, unless they were like the Heaven Dragon of the previous generation. Otherwise, they would not care about the Blue Dragon lineage at all and would not know more about the Blue Dragon. Vice Hall Master Li said. However, no matter what, the Blood Dragon Guards have passed it down from generation to generation. We have never forgotten that the blood-soaked dragon emperor is the founder of the Blood Dragon Guards. This is recorded in the general principles. Xiao Chen smiled and said, that's a pretty good story. I'm done listening to it. Big Brother Li, are you going to bring me to the law enforcement hall now? Vice Hall Master Li laughed loudly and patted Xiao Chen's shoulder. Return to your residence and cultivate properly. Don't overthink. The 3 palace masters are counting on you in the competition between the 7 outer palaces. After saying that, Vice Hall Master Li left. If Qin Yu knew about this, he would probably die of depression. The Blood Dragon Guards did not even put on a show of bringing Xiao Chen to the law enforcement hall to interrogate him, directly letting Xiao Chen go. As Xiao Chen looked in the direction that Vice Hall Master Li left, he entered deep thought. He felt that in these short 4 hours he had experienced a lot. It was even more tiring than the adventure in the ancient city. The seemingly calm divine dragon empire was actually filled with undercurrents. The Supreme Dragon Fist cultivation technique stirred up so many storms. Xiao Chen vaguely sensed that the storm had not completely subsided yet. The Dragon Emperor's throne changed every 500 years. Before the Dragon Emperor abdicated, the successor would be determined first. According to the rules, mixed blood dragons could fight for the successor. However, in reality, only the most talented junior generation outstanding talents of the 6-colored divine dragons fought for it. The Golden Dragon bloodline had already occupied the position of Dragon Emperor for many years. This time, only the Golden Dragon race's people came to care about the matter of the Supreme Dragon Fist. In reality, the other 5 bloodlines were happy to see this happen, hoping for a variable to appear. To break the Divine Dragon Empire's calm on the surface, the more chaotic it was, the better. Thousands of clues gathered in Xiao Chen's mind. Then a majestic scene appeared before his eyes. Xiao Chun thought of the White Dragon King. For a moment, Xiao Chun felt that he would die at the White Dragon King's hands. The White Dragon race had Lu Ruyue. The other divine dragons should have their own outstanding talents as well. The 6-colored divine dragons were all stifling themselves in the struggle to become the Dragon Emperor. Sooner or later, an even greater storm would erupt, shaking the entire divine dragon empire. However, what role would I play in this? After returning to reality, Xiao Chun's figure flashed, and he returned to Cold Moon Cave. Then, he arrived at the mirror-smooth lake in the cave. Splash! Xiao Chun directly leaped into the lake. Then, he closed his eyes and slowly sank into the lake. When Xiao Chun reached the bottom of the lake, he shut off his senses. Then Xiao Chun relaxed and fell into a deep sleep. He was too tired. Right now, he did not want to do anything. He just wanted to sleep quietly. In the struggle of the martial Tao, a good night's sleep was often a luxury. 3 days later, the tranquility of the lake was broken, and a figure leaped out of the center. As Xiao Chun stood on the lake, the water droplets on his body gently fell into the lake. Xiao Chun did not use his veritable essence energy to evaporate the water. He just wanted to experience the feeling of being wet. Amid the mist, he looked up at the rising sun in the east. It was colorful and had a different flavor. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand and wiped away the water on his face. His vision became clear, and his eyes immediately lit up. He felt carefree and relaxed. The fatigue that he had accumulated for a long time was swept away. Then Xiao Chun let out a long breath of turbid air. Dressed in white, Xiao Chun's long hair draped over his shoulders, and the water droplets had yet to dry. He appeared unrestrained as he arrived at the courtyard with his hair draped over his shoulders. Xiao Chun took out a bottle of wine, the 1,000-year flame. However, he could not bear to drink it. There were only 2 or 3 bottles of 1,000-year flame left. If he drank it all, there would be no more. Xiao Chun took out a night-glazed wine cup and filled it with wine. Then, he raised the exquisite wine cup and gently swirled it. The golden starlight hovering above the wine cup slowly flickered with light. As the fragrance of the wine spread out, it rippled. As Xiao Chun slowly swirled the wine cup, the wine was adjusted to its most perfect state. The starlight flew out and formed a golden crow flying in the air. When the golden crow mysterious phenomenon disappeared, Xiao Chun drank it in one gulp, feeling the fiery aftertaste of the 1,000-year flame. After drinking only 1 cup, Xiao Chun put away the 1,000-year flame. What wine is it? It smells so fragrant. Just at this moment, someone arrived uninvited. Xiao Chun turned his head to look and saw the 3rd Palace Master, the 2nd Palace Master, and the 1st Palace Master. Xiao Chun stood up and performed a cupped fist salute. Greetings, Palace Masters. At this meeting, the expressions of the 3 Palace Masters were much warmer, no longer as grave and fatigued as they had been the first time they met. Clearly, the storm of the Supreme Dragon Fist had come to an end. The 3rd Palace Master looked at Xiao Chun and said, Xiao Chun, are you hiding some good wine? Quickly take it out. I already smelled it. Xiao Chun could not help feeling some heartache. He could negotiate with the other good wines, but he could not bear to take out this 1,000-year flame. I'll exchange it with you with a rank 4 heavenly pill. The 3rd Palace Master said fervently as he closed his eyes and sniffed the fragrance of the wine. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, the 2nd Palace Master saved Xiao Chun. 3rd brother, speak your mind. Don't get drunk here. Only then did the 3rd Palace Master say somewhat unwillingly, all right. Xiao Chun, the 3 of us Palace Masters have unanimously decided to give you some pointers before the competition between the 7 outer palaces begins. When Xiao Chun heard that, he rejoiced. Really? This was a pleasant surprise. Probably no Heaven-class core disciple in the entire Heaven Dragon Palace would receive such treatment. Having 3 Palace Masters giving pointers at the same time was heaven-defying. Of course. I have long wanted to see your firmament's rage. The 1st Palace Master revealed a smile as he looked at Xiao Chun. Clearly, he already knew about it. Aside from the 1st Palace Master, Xiao Chun was the 2nd person in the Heaven Dragon Palace in the past few thousand years to successfully practice Firmament's Rage. Chapter 1974. 2nd Palace Master Zhu Yang said after some thought. Before we came, We already discussed that the first palace master would give you pointers in martial techniques. In reality, aside from Firmament's Rage, Big Brother also participated in the Supreme Dragon Fist that you practiced back then. What? This startled Xiao Chun. This first palace master truly hit his strength. Firmament's Rage, which no one in the dragon race had successfully practiced for thousands of years, reached perfection. Unexpectedly, the first palace master could be considered half the creator of the Supreme Dragon Fist. This was truly surprising. Palace Master Zhu Yang continued, I am most skilled in Soul Dao cultivation, so I will give you pointers in this aspect. Third brother's cultivation is weaker than ours, but medicinal pills are excellent. However, medicinal pills are the best, and there's nothing better than cultivating your fleshly body. Martial techniques, soul energy, and physical body were all targeted at Xiao Chan, giving pointers on strengthening his body. Xiao Chun had to say that he was filled with anticipation. However, don't overthink this. The three of us cannot guide you for too long. At most we will give you one day. The rest will depend on your own comprehension. The second palace master is the busiest, so he will guide you first. We will take our leave first. When Xiao Chun heard this, he still felt happy. In reality, he did not think too much about it. The other party was not Xiao Chun's master. It was enough for them to take time out to guide him for one day. Most of the time, there was no need for long-term guidance. Sometimes, one sentence might be enough to benefit someone for life. It was fine as long as one put in the effort. Thank you, palace masters. Xiao Chun bowed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The first palace master and the third palace master vanished at the same time, leaving only Xiao Chen and second palace master Zhu Yang in Cold Moon Cave. Palace master Zhu Yang said softly, Xiao Chun, show me your Holy Venerate will. Your Holy Venerate will should be able to materialize, right? I sense that your soul energy is very strong, at the late stage Holy Venerate level. Yes. With a thought, the azure-colored dragon seal in Xiao Chen's soul pool flickered. The blazing sun and bright moon slowly rose into the air, competing with each other. In mere moments, Xiao Chen's Holy Venerate will covered the surrounding 1 kilometer. Sun and moon shine together. The second palace master, Zhu Yang, was greatly startled. There was actually a mysterious phenomenon. This was truly a pleasant surprise. A soul will that could produce a mysterious phenomenon was 1 in 10,000, perhaps 1 in 10 million. Normally, soul wills that could produce mysterious phenomena were mostly inherited from their ancestors, passed down through their bloodline. It was rather common among the outstanding talents of the various dynasties and aristocratic clans. However, it was rather rare in the 8 great empires. In the vast northern region, there were very few outstanding talents that could produce a phenomenon. Zhu Yang smiled and nodded. Not bad. This way it will be easier for me to guide you. I will teach you how to use the mysterious phenomenon. Please enlighten me, second palace master. The so-called application of skills is the actual combat skills. There are only 2 points. One is offense and the other is defense. Palace Master Zhu Yang said softly, you cannot have both at the same time. There must be a priority. Tell me first. Is your avatar mainly for defense or offense? Xiao Chun was deep in thought. He actually had many ways to attack. As for the soul energy, Xiao Chun mostly wanted to replenish it. He could not allow himself to end up in a passive position when he met a Soul Dao expert. The clear-headed Xiao Chun quickly made his choice. He said decisively, defense. Good. Since it is defense, then I will teach you how to merge this sun and moon shining together mysterious phenomenon with your physical body. The second palace master Zhu Yang's face sank. He stepped forward and suddenly tapped Xiao Chen's forehead. Boom! The light of the sun and moon in the sky intensified continuously. The blazing sun in the sky looked very real, giving off a scorching glow. The moonlight was like water, calm and serene as it sprinkled down a gentle glow. When the two merged, they reached an exquisite balance. This prevented one from feeling the heat of the blazing sun or the gentleness of the bright moon. Whoosh! Just as Xiao Chan sank into this wondrous feeling, the sun and moon entered his body at the same time. His body immediately gave off a bright light. Xiao Chen's might soared, and the light of the sun and moon flickered rhythmically. The surroundings fell into a wondrous, mysterious phenomenon. One moment it was night and the next moment it was day. Xiao Chun felt very surprised. To think that the sun and moon shining together mysterious phenomenon could be used like this. This was truly incredible. Now control it yourself. The second palace master withdrew his hand and retreated quickly. Then, he appeared on a distant wall and looked at Xiao Chun with a smile. Boom! In that instant, Xiao Chun felt like the two different wills of soul in his body went haywire. The wills of soul moved everywhere, alternating between hot and cold. Black and white light flickered without any pattern. Xiao Chun completely lost control, which he could not endure. Think carefully. This is the will of soul, not veritable essence energy. Don't use your usual methods to control them. The second palace master's voice rang out in Xiao Chun's ears, calming him down somewhat. That was right. This was the will of soul, not veritable essence energy. Xiao Chun calmed down. However, he normally controlled a portion of the will of soul which was a whole entity. Now that this will of soul suddenly split into two, Xiao Chun felt somewhat flustered. Xiao Chun controlled the blazing sun, messed up the bright moon and stabilized the bright moon. However, the will of the blazing sun turned irritable. Sweat trickled down Xiao Chun's forehead. Boom! In the next moment, the light of the sun and moon burst out of Xiao Chun's body. Xiao Chun vomited a mouthful of blood, suffering a backlash to his soul. The second palace master reappeared beside Xiao Chun. Without saying anything, he placed his finger on Xiao Chun's forehead again. This time Zhu Yang healed the damage to Xiao Chun's soul. Zhu Yang's strong soul energy quickly healed Xiao Chun's injuries. Xiao Chun heaved a sigh of relief and voiced his earlier doubts. The second palace master smiled without saying anything. Then, he got Xiao Chun to stretch out one hand and one foot at the same time. Xiao Chun sat nimbly, moving his hands and feet. Xiao Chun felt enlightened. Second palace master, this light of the sun and moon is actually like my hands and feet. While they look separated, they are actually one entity. I only have one will of soul. Of course, if you could have two different wills of soul, wouldn't that be heaven-defying? After your soul is destroyed, you can still survive. That is equivalent to having another life. Do you think that is possible? The second palace master smiled, feeling gratified. Although this was Xiao Chun's first contact, he was not stupid. I'll let you experience it again. Properly experience it. You were too distracted the previous time. Zhu Yang placed his finger on Xiao Chun's forehead again. Soon the earlier scene reappeared. The sun and moon entered Xiao Chun's body. Day and night alternated, flickering rhythmically. Suddenly, the rhythm became chaotic. Day and night alternated, changing constantly. However, in reality, it was still under the second palace master's control. Zhu Yang let go, and the light of the sun and moon scattered. Then he said softly, "In reality, I still used your soul energy. I did not use any of my soul energy. Come experience it again." This time Xiao Chun used his mind to experience it. It was indeed as the second palace master said. Be it the strengthening of the light of the sun and moon, or the light of the sun and moon entering Xiao Chun's body at the same time, merging with his physical body. Xiao Chun controlled it with his soul energy. He did not need a strong soul energy to achieve such an effect. He only needed a small amount of soul energy to easily control it. The important thing was how to control it. I understand. This time, Xiao Chun took the initiative to stop, forcing out the second palace master's will. The second palace master felt slightly startled. Then he moved back and watched Xiao Chun's actions. Sun and moon competing radiance. With a thought from Xiao Chun, the bright moon and the great sun soared into the air at the same time, hanging high in the sky. As Xiao Chun drained his soul energy, the light of the sun and moon continuously strengthened. However, everything was in order. Neither side was stronger. The second palace master felt somewhat surprised. To think that Xiao Chun grasped the art of equilibrium so quickly. This was truly shocking. Conservation of yin and yang. Light of the sun and moon, heed my call. Xiao Chun shouted in his heart, and the light of the sun and the great sun entered his body at the same time. The two were indeed one. Xiao Chun imagined it as a Taiji yin-yang flame diagram, with the sun and moon corresponding to yin and yang. After the initial immaturity, he could control them as he pleased. The sun rose and the moon set. With a raise of his hand, Xiao Chun moved freely. He smiled as he soared into the air, moving up and down. Xiao Chun looked into the distance. It had only been a while, but he no longer needed to focus fully. While maintaining the light of the sun and moon, he could still move and even drive his veritable essence energy. This dumbfounded the second palace master, Zhu Yang. This was equivalent to having practical combat ability. This was truly impressive, causing him to clap and praise Xiao Chun. Whoosh! As the alternating light of the sun and moon flickered, Xiao Chun landed beside the second palace master. Then he smiled and said, "Second palace master, please teach me the attacking technique of my holy venerate will." The second palace master shook his head and said, "There's no need. Once you understand one method, you will understand all methods. All that is left is for you to choose a soul energy cultivation technique to cultivate. I have nothing to teach you." Xiao Chun's expression changed slightly. He scattered the light of the sun and moon and sent his will of soul into his soul pool. Then he exclaimed in shock, "That's it." Zhu Yang thought to himself, what else could he do? Originally, he thought that it would take him several months to comprehend, but he learned it in 3 tries. Chapter 1975. The second palace master looked at the somewhat disappointed Xiao Chun and said, "Don't be too disappointed. You are not a cultivator who focuses on soul energy. Indeed, you do not need to learn too much. However, given your talent, it is truly a pity that you do not focus on soul energy." Focus on soul energy? Xiao Chun had never thought about it before. Soul energy was more supportive. He could not let himself get flustered when he ran into a soul energy expert. How horrifying are the strength of a soul energy expert? Xiao Chun asked. After some thought, the second palace master replied, "That's hard to say. The soul energy Tao is similarly vast and profound. The strongest person I've seen can even cultivate a will clone to the same level as the main body. As a soul body, it has the same cultivation as the main body. Furthermore, it has some advantages that the physical body cannot, making it exceptionally difficult to deal with. There are also those who can merge their soul energy with their eye technique. With just one look, one will sink into it, trapping the soul. The scariest are some demonic Tao sections. The ghost penance that they refine are extremely evil." The second palace master explained many things, broadening Xiao Chun's horizons. The central Great Realm Soul Tao experts were filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There were even fewer Soul Tao cultivators than physical body cultivators, and they were much more difficult to cultivate. However, once one succeeded, one would be extremely horrifying. Second palace master, can you show me a soul energy attack? Xiao Chun was somewhat eager to see how strong the second palace master, who had an extremely strong will of soul, was. Palace Master Zhu Yang entered deep thought. After a while he said, "That's fine. I will restrict my cultivation to Holy Venerate, and use my soul energy martial techniques to attack. This will be a good test to see how you can use the light of the sun and the moon to defend against my soul technique attacks." Right after Palace Master Zhu Yang spoke, Xiao Chun suddenly felt a terrifying will of soul coming from Palace Master Zhu Yang. Whoosh! Almost instinctively, Xiao Chun turned into a bolt of lightning and quickly dodged. After Xiao Chun landed, he was somewhat horrified to discover the afterimages he left behind. These short spears were condensed from soul force and seemed solid. If one was struck by them, one's soul would immediately be riddled with holes. Boom! Before he could sigh, the second palace master's will of soul turned into a landscape painting that spread out. Immediately, the Holy Venerate will greatly suppressed Xiao Chun. His movement technique and veritable essence energy decreased by more than half. The second palace master grabbed gently with his hand, and a dragon claw made of soul energy swiped at him. Xiao Chun's movement technique was limited. After dodging for a moment, he was caught by accident. In an instant, he felt as though half of his soul was gone, and the pain was unbearable. Several times, Xiao Chun tried to bring out his Holy Venerate will. However, the second palace master's soul technique attacked him. Almost all the time it was like a torrential storm, continuously attacking him. As a result, Xiao Chun was unable to concentrate and had no chance to use it at all. Xiao! All of a sudden, Xiao Chun felt the pressure on him lessen abruptly. Just as Xiao Chun was feeling bewildered, a dragon soul descended from the sky, pouncing at him with a vast dragon might. When Xiao Chun felt this pressure in the depths of his soul, he could not move at all. His entire soul felt suppressed. This startled Xiao Chun. If he let the dragon soul descend, it would definitely swallow up his soul. Sun and moon shining together. At the moment of life and death, Xiao Chun erupted with unprecedented potential before the immense pressure. The bright moon and the sun soared into the sky at the same time, hanging high in the sky. In the next moment, the light of the sun and the moon entered Xiao Chun's body. His surroundings flickered with light as day and night alternated. Bang! The dragon soul crashed into Xiao Chun's body, and a huge shock wave erupted. The entire dragon soul directly scattered, but Xiao Chun's soul only suffered some minor injuries. Very good. As long as you can bring out the light of the sun and the moon before this pressure, you will be able to protect yourself. Even if you face a sovereign personage's will of soul, you will be able to protect yourself. The shock wave scattered, and the second palace master Zhu Yang smiled faintly. Xiao Chun panted gently. He felt that the second palace master had not used his full power at all, and he could not even withstand a single strike. Xiao Chun felt somewhat embarrassed, not daring to accept this praise. Many thanks for second palace master's pointers. Zhu Yang smiled faintly and withdrew. Then, the first palace master's figure slowly appeared before Xiao Chun. The first palace master looked at Xiao Chun and said, "This is really surprising. I originally thought that you would need at least 3 months to control the light of the sun and the moon. Unexpectedly, in less than half a day, you managed to grasp it in actual combat. First palace master, you praise me too much." The first palace master shook his head and said, "I did not praise you too much. You are just lacking in accumulations. If you had cultivated in a large sect of the central great realm since you were young, you would have become famous long ago. However, you are not afraid now. Sooner or later, your name will spread throughout the northern region, even the entire central great realm." Clearly, the first palace master thought very highly of Xiao Chun. He continued, "I heard Zhu Yang mention the Supreme Dragon Fist. He brought you to see that person in the dragon prison. He seemed to have gained some new comprehension." Xiao Chun nodded and said, "Yes. He gained a new understanding of what it means to be a prime. It involves many things that I do not understand." After saying that, Xiao Chun told the first palace master about what he saw in the dragon prison. The first palace master sighed and said, "Even being locked up in the dragon prison did not stop him from gaining an understanding of this world. However, you don't have to worry about this for now. The Supreme Dragon Fist has not reached that level yet. Right. In the future, when you become a heaven dragon, you will discover some of the mysteries of the Supreme Dragon Fist. Perhaps it will be much easier for you to understand it." After some thought, the first palace master said, "I'll teach you Firmament's Rage first. Show me your Firmament's Rage and let me observe it." Xiao Chun nodded and thrust his hand out. Immediately, the great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon's rage spread out in the sky. A gigantic burning hand appeared, covering the sky and sun. Its 5 fingers were like sabers. Resplendent electric light and cold saber light flashed in the palm. Its might was vast and incredibly horrifying. The first palace master carefully observed it. After a while he said, "It's done." Xiao Chun withdrew his hand, and Firmament's Rage flew into the distance, shattering a mountain peak. Then, he quietly waited for the first palace master's guidance. Xiao Chun felt extremely satisfied with the might of this Firmament's Rage. That earlier strike had exhausted only 1% of his strength. You have not searched for the 5 elements yet. Are you looking for the 5-element divine lightning? The first palace master could tell that Xiao Chun had already practiced the second layer of Firmament's Rage to perfection. He could already infuse it with the 5 elements energy. Xiao Chun nodded and said, "The 5-element divine lightning happens to be compatible with my Thunder Great Tao. Furthermore, it is a peak energy of the 5 elements. It is very suitable to infuse it into this Firmament's Rage. However, this 5-element divine lightning is not easy to find. Furthermore, there are many experts who are interested in it. I will help you keep an eye out. If there is any news of the 5-element divine lightning, I will inform you immediately." "Thank you, First Palace Master. You are too polite. For now, your Firmament's Rage actually does not need much guidance. You already grasped its mysteries. You just lack some flexibility." Xiao Chan asked out of curiosity. For example? For example like this. The first palace master stepped forward and stretched out his hand. Then he turned his palm into a claw and grabbed. The first palace master instantly executed Firmament's rage. Before Xiao Chan could react, he felt the horrifying rage of a great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon encasing him. He felt the horrifying rage of the great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon enveloping him. Boundless sword chi assaulted his entire body. If he moved rashly, this rage would swallow up his physical body, and the sword chi would tear him to shreds. What was even more horrifying was that the first palace master did not unleash this Firmament's rage even as he clawed at Xiao Chen's head. The first palace master already had complete control over the release of his rage. Unlike Xiao Chan could not control the rage of a great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon. Once he executed it, he needed to vent his rage quickly. Otherwise, he would explode from the rage. Whoosh! The first palace master withdrew his hand, and Xiao Chan felt sweat pouring down his forehead. He heaved a sigh of relief, horror flashing in his eyes. Xiao Chan had never thought that Firmament's rage could be executed in such a manner. There was no startling aura or rage spreading in the sky. The first palace master simply executed it casually. Xiao Chan was certain that the first palace master had not brought out the might of the third layer of Firmament's rage. How do you feel? This is an eye-opener. Incredible. I am ashamed of my inferiority. Xiao Chen answered honestly, not exaggerating at all. The first palace master smiled and said, "This is the result of my centuries of comprehension. Of course you are not as good as me. There is no need to feel ashamed. Speaking of which, I should be the one feeling ashamed. Back then I spent an entire year to reach the second layer. Even so, my master praised me to the heavens, saying that I was a rare genius of the Heaven Dragon Palace that only appears once every 1,000 years. The first palace master revealed a sorrowful expression as he recalled the past. Then he said seriously, "Come, I'll teach you how to be flexible. First, control the rage. Hold it in without unleashing it. Finally, reach the state of showing might without rage." The first palace master was very patient. He guided Xiao Chan over and over again, teaching him how to control the rage. This was a very dry process. Seeing that Xiao Chan had the patience to learn, the first palace master felt extremely happy, revealing a satisfied smile. Next, condense the Firmament's rage. It does not have to really make the sky rage. If the rage of the water can shake the sky, wouldn't that be even better? Don't you think so? Good. That's it. Withdraw your rage and do it step by step. There is no rush. I failed. There is no rush. Again. Watch me demonstrate it. It was hard to imagine that a person could cultivate Firmament's rage to such a level. For someone to have such a good temper, patiently giving pointers and guiding him step by step, this made Xiao Chan feel somewhat embarrassed. He felt that he was too stupid. Even after such careful guidance, he still could not learn it. Focus. Xiao Chan repeatedly warned himself in his heart. He showed a serious expression, not daring to get distracted. Try it again. Control the rage. Good. That's it. There is no rush. Anger without showing it. That's right. Very good. Condense the ancestor dragon's rage in your palm. The Thunder Dao and the Saber Dao are both in your palm. Soon the first palace master stopped speaking. Xiao Chan immersed himself in this, reaching a state where he forgot about himself and the world. Then he raised his hand and curled his fingers. His palm turned into a claw and he moved it gently. Boom! A tyrannical look that showed disdain for the world burst out of Xiao Chen's eyes. With this gentle claw, the entire sky trembled. Success! The first palace master's voice rang out again, containing a gratified smile and satisfaction. Chapter 1976. Angry but not obvious, not angry but mighty. Xiao Chan clenched his fist and retracted the great path power and the ancestral dragon's fury in his palm. The god mountain erupted with a shocking pressure. Although it was calm, it was still awe-inspiring. All right. The first palace master praised softly as he clapped his hands in satisfaction. Xiao Chan was pleasantly surprised. He knelt down on one knee and said, "Thank you, First Hall Master, for your guidance. Xiao Chan is deeply grateful and has no way to repay you. There was an ancient saying that apart from one's parents in heaven and earth, only the master could be worshipped. Although the first palace master was not Xiao Chen's master, the first palace master's patient guidance had greatly benefited Xiao Chan. The first palace master was like half a master. If not for the other party, Xiao Chan would have needed at least another 10 years to comprehend Firmament's rage. His horizons were limited. In the past, he had never imagined that Firmament's rage could be used like this. Right now, this first palace master was the best at using Firmament's rage in the Divine Dragon Empire. The first palace master stepped forward and helped Xiao Chan up. Then he said, "You are too polite. Just do your best to enter Ancestor Dragon City in the competition between the 7 outer palaces. Actually, there are still many things that can be developed in Firmament's rage. The great Tao that you and I cultivate is different. The Firmament's rage that we execute is actually 2 different martial techniques." The first palace master continued, "I see that you seem to have cultivated the will of ice as well. Unfortunately, you do not use it much. I'm afraid that you will have to wait a long time before you can break through this bottleneck. If I manage to break through, I really look forward to infusing Firmament's rage with the ice Tao. What kind of changes will there be?" Xiao Chan said softly, "I do indeed not use the ice Tao much. I cultivate too much and cannot afford to be distracted for now. Unfortunately, none of us 3 palace masters knows how to use the saber. The other experts of the Heaven Dragon Palace who use the saber are all cultivating in Ancestor Dragon City. This is problematic." The first palace master was rather disappointed that he could not guide Xiao Chan in the saber Tao, which he excelled at. "That's it. Let third bro do it. He can't wait any longer." Haha. The first palace master chuckled and waved his hand, disappearing from Xiao Chen's sight. "It's finally my turn. Xiao Chan, don't hide anymore. Bring out your good wine." The third palace master appeared anxiously and said impatiently. Xiao Chan smiled bitterly, feeling helpless. Since the third palace master was so enthusiastic, he could only take out a flask of 1,000-year flame. "Come, teach me how to drink." The third palace master was clearly a wine lover. When he saw this 1,000-year flame, he knew that he could not casually drink it. So Xiao Chan told him how to drink this 1,000-year flame. Boom! A golden crow soared into the sky and circled around. After circling a few times, it turned into specks of golden light and slowly dissipated. The third palace master picked up the 1,000-year flame and drained it in one go. He immediately felt very satisfied and refreshed. Good wine. After drinking the cup, the third palace master felt somewhat dissatisfied. He sighed softly. If this wine appeared in the Golden Crow Empire, just 1 cup would fetch a sky-high price. How unfortunate. Xiao Chan had already told the third palace master that he did not have much of this wine left and felt that it was unfortunate. All right. It's time to help you temper your physical body. Here comes the proper business. Just as Xiao Chan was feeling some anticipation, wondering how the third palace master would temper his physical body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, a large pile of bottles appeared on the table, all sorts of medicinal pills. The third palace master pointed to the medicinal pill bottles on the table and said, "This is dragon bone paste. It is a rank 4 heaven ranked medicinal pill forged from dragon bones found in the Ancestor Dragon Remnant. When refined by me, it is no weaker than a heaven-ranked item. There are a total of 3 bottles. Each bottle contains 50 pills. Don't try to save them. Just refine them. Come and look for me after you run out. This is the Heavenly Cloud Bishio pill. It can help you repair your hidden injuries. Cultivators of the physical body can easily leave hidden injuries, damaging their foundations. With my Heavenly Cloud Jade Elegance pill, you can practice without worry. I guarantee that you won't have any internal injuries. This is the Putua pill, used to refine one's blood and strength. It's also of the heaven rank." Looking at the pile of pills, Xiao Chan was somewhat dumbfounded, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Third Hall Master, are these the pointers you gave me?" The third palace master smiled and said, "Of course, what else do you think it is? Do I look like a physical body cultivator to you? Doesn't seem like it. That's it then. I'm here to teach you how to take medicine. Medicinal pills can't be taken randomly. If you were to eat this pile of heaven-ranked level 4 medicinal pills, not only will it be ineffective, it will also harm your body. Suddenly, the third palace master paused. His expression turned serious as he said, I say, brat, I can tell long ago whether you are unhappy or not. Back then, when I took you in as my disciple, I was already extremely unwilling. Under the guidance of Big Brother and Second Brother, you benefited greatly, and you looked down on this old man. Fine, I'll take it back. So. How can that be? The table was filled with rank 4 heaven-ranked medicinal pills. Just thinking about the value of rank 4 heaven-ranked medicinal pills, this table was probably worth millions of primeval heavenly pills. This startled Xiao Chun. However, he reacted quickly and collected all the medicinal pills before the third palace master could. Then he said softly, Third palace master must be joking. Who doesn't know that talent comes first and resources second on the path of cultivation? However, without resources, no matter how talented one is, it would be useless. The third palace master snorted softly and said, It's good that you know. Xiao Chun did not dare to offend the third palace master, so he carefully dealt with him lest the third palace master get angry and take everything back. With so many medicinal pills piled up, Xiao Chun estimated that he should have no problem cultivating the divine dragon body tempering art to the 5th layer. 50 cauldron force would probably be able to improve it further. Furthermore, it would take a long time. Of course, the most important thing was that Xiao Chun would have to interact with the third palace master for a long time. For the next half a year of cultivation, Xiao Chun would have to go to the pill hall to exchange for medicinal pills. Clearly, the third palace master was not truly angry. He took out a list and said, Refine according to the steps on it. There are also some instructions on how to use the medicinal pills and how to refine them to achieve the best effect. Xiao Chun received the list. The details on it warmed him. Although this third palace master did not personally guide Xiao Chun like the other 2 palace masters, he was very considerate. Many thanks, third palace master. The third palace master waved his hand and said, There's no need to thank me. Compared to the other outer palaces, our Heaven Dragon Palace is poorer. There are not many heaven-class core disciples that we can nurture. Those that the 3 palace masters can nurture with all their might are even fewer. Oh right, I just recalled something. You should have a primal chaos level flame, right? Xiao Chun nodded and opened his hands. The heavenly snow divine flame and the heavenly flame appeared in his hands. What a fellow! To think that it is the heavenly snow divine flame and, hey, what flame is this? It seems like it? The third palace master stared at the heavenly flame, feeling very doubtful. He asked, Isn't this the universe origin true flame that only the Tianwu dynasty's royal court can grasp? The universe origin true flame. When Xiao Chun heard that, he felt stunned. This should be the true name of the heavenly flame, the universe origin true flame. How did you obtain this flame? Just as Xiao Chun was about to answer, the third palace master suddenly stopped. He said, I forgot. How can I casually tell others about such a secret? It is best to use it sparingly in the future. Although this universe origin true flame is not of a high rank yet, it is still something that only the Tianwu dynasty's royal court disciples can grasp. What do you mean? The third palace master looked at Xiao Chun with some surprise. Then he explained, Brat, you really don't know. Where did you come from? You don't even know this? The universe origin true flame's primeval flame seed is in the Tianwu dynasty's royal secret realm. It is the forbidden land of the royal court. If the people of the royal court can pass the test, they can obtain a strand of the primeval flame seed and nurture it for themselves. In the future, take it easy. Don't tell others. If someone says that this is the universe origin true flame, you can deny it even if you are beaten to death. Just say that this is the dragon race's extreme thunder true flame. After all, most people would not recognize it. You also do not know the Tianwu dynasty's martial techniques. No one should suspect anything. Suddenly, Xiao Chun recalled that Chu Chaoyan had a heavenly flame as well. However, he did not have an origin flame. Xiao Chun did not know if Chu Chaoyun would go to the Tianwu dynasty, or where he was now. Aside from Xiao Chun, the only other person who came out of the Kunlun realm was Chu Chaoyun. That's not right. There is also the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva, who was brought away. I'm leaving. If you need anything in the future, You can come to the medicinal pill hall to look for me." The third palace master stood up and prepared to take his leave. While Xiao Qian was distracted, he took advantage of the time when the third palace master was distracted to sneak away with the 1,000-year flame on the table. "Wait. What's the matter?" The third palace master, who had already stood up, asked with some guilt. Xiao Qian entered deep thought. Finally, he made up his mind. "Third palace master, during my experiential training outside, I actually gained a great harvest. However, I am unable to grasp it and bring out its power." The third palace master said lazily, "What is it? Let's talk about it another day." Another day. As the third palace master spoke, he prepared to leave. When Xiao Qian saw the situation, he said anxiously, "It is a medicine cauldron that can endure an astral flame. Senior, are you really not going to take a look?" "What?" The third palace master was greatly startled. He turned around and revealed an extremely shocked expression. "It is a medicine cauldron that can endure 9 astral cores at the same time. There is also a rudimentary divine pill in it." Xiao Qian answered honestly. This thing had a frightening origin. However, it was temporarily useless in his hands. If it were the third palace master, it would be a different story. Quick! Quick! Let me take a look. Chapter 1977. With a smile on his face, Xiao Qian left the third palace master's secret realm. It had to be said that the secret realm was a huge treasure trove. The foundation of the Heaven Dragon Palace was still very impressive. Unfortunately, he only managed to obtain a 9 heavens mysterious ice fruit. However, if these words were heard by the third palace master, he would definitely reprimand him. After returning to Cold Moon Cave, Xiao Qian began to prepare for his closed-door training. Right now, he did not lack resources, comprehension, and accumulation. He needed to go into seclusion and consolidate his foundation, turning all of this into actual combat power in preparation for the competition between the 7 palaces. Not only did Xiao Qian want to enter Ancestor Dragon City, but he also wanted to enter with the best ranking. Xiao Qian started with the Holy Venerate Will. The second palace master said that if one understood one method, one would understand all methods. Hence, he did not teach Xiao Qian the attacking methods of the Holy Venerate Will. The logic was the same. There wasn't much of a gap between defense and attack. Since he could use the light of the sun and the moon to defend himself, he could definitely use the blazing sun and the luminous moon to attack as well. For example, a scorching sun or a luminous moon could fall to the ground and form a soul power shockwave. Or the sun and moon could fuse, and then the light of the sun and moon would explode. Actually, the various methods and the technique of infusing the light of the sun and the moon into one's body were all the same. There was nothing too difficult to understand. Xiao Qian gave it a try. After half a month, he finally managed to switch the sun and moon shining together mysterious phenomenon between offense and defense as he pleased. At the same time, Xiao Qian was more concerned about the second palace master's method of guiding soul power. Xiao Qian did his best to recall the feeling of controlling soul power when the second palace master's finger touched his forehead. His current soul power was actually higher than his cultivation. Xiao Qian's cultivation was only at early stage Holy Venerate. However, with the help of the divine characters, his soul energy already reached peak Holy Venerate. The sun and moon shining together mysterious phenomenon could be directly manifested. If used well, it could catch the opponent off guard. After Xiao Qian stopped cultivating his Holy Venerate Will for a while, it was time to solidify Firmament's Rage. The first palace master's Firmament's Rage made Xiao Qian's eyes light up, fresh in his memory. Although he could successfully use it now, it wasn't very smooth, and the success rate wasn't high. Not only did it require a change in technique, but it also required a change in mentality. It wasn't something that could be achieved in a day or two. It required a long period of hard work. After cultivating for half a month, Xiao Qian felt that there was no obvious room for improvement, so he stopped and began cultivating. Physical body, divine dragon body tempering art. Relying on the third palace master's resources, it would be inexcusable if he did not make a breakthrough. Day after day, in the blink of an eye, Xiao Qian had already been in seclusion for 4 months. In the Cold Moon Cave, the white-robed youth continued to cultivate. Sometimes he frowned, sometimes he was puzzled, and sometimes he was doubtful. Occasionally, his brows would relax and he would reveal a knowing smile. That was the sincere happiness he felt after a difficult problem was solved. The path of a martial artist had always been like this. There were no shortcuts. On the road to success, those who stood at the peak would always be those who knew how to persevere. No one could casually make progress. Explode! In the Cold Moon Cave's combat training room, Xiao Chan tried his best to throw a punch. The towering dragon pattern cauldron rang out 100 times. The sound was ear-splitting, like the roar of a dragon or the roar of thunder, reverberating endlessly. 100 cauldron force. After 4 months of bitter cultivation and the aid of many resources, Xiao Chen's vital qi finally reached a horrifying 100 cauldron force. Divine Dragon War Body. With another shout, Xiao Chen's physical body swelled up, reaching 2 meters tall, becoming like a small giant. The muscles all over Xiao Chen's body bulged, filled with explosive energy. The divine dragon's dragon might lingered, looking solid as it wandered around his body, turning into strands of azure-colored dragon qi. Xiao Chen's eyes filled with pressure. Even if he faced the power of a sovereign personage, he would not shrink back in fear. In the ancient city, Xiao Chan could barely hold his own against an initial perfection sovereign personage. At best he would not lose. Now Xiao Chan, who had strengthened and consolidated his strength in every aspect, could hold his own against a sovereign personage. It might even be possible for him to defeat one. Furthermore, this was without using soul tools or trump cards like the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art. Xiao Chan gently snapped his fingers, and combat puppets immediately leaped out of the cultivation room. Xiao Chan had requested these from the Blood Dragon Guard's Vice Hall Master Li. The Blood Dragon Guards normally use these combat puppets for combat training. Every one of these combat puppets was at least an early-stage Holy Venerate. Compared to real cultivators, they lack some flexibility and intelligence. These combat puppets still possessed the offense and defense of a Holy Venerate. Firmament's Rage. Xiao Chan stretched out his hand and grabbed. His fingers curled, and his palm turned into a claw as he pressed it against the combat puppet's head. Immediately, boundless saber qi and thousands of lightning bolts encased this combat puppet. With a thought, the puppet gave off a crunching sound as the saber qi tore it into thousands of pieces. Each piece flickered with crackling electricity. Bang! Xiao Chan threw another palm strike, still using Firmament's Rage. However, this time he did not turn it into a claw. Instead, he threw this palm strike. The lightning infused with saber intent turned into a lightning saber qi storm. Howling. The 10-odd combat puppets in front all got blasted away, their bodies riddled with holes. Pa! This time Xiao Chan turned his palm strike into a palm strike. When the palm strike landed, a huge palm imprint appeared on the ground. All the damaged combat puppets shattered into pieces, destroyed. A sense of danger came from behind. Xiao Chan turned into lightning and his figure flashed. This was the last combat puppet left. This combat puppet was stronger than the others, reaching the peak of the Holy Venerate level. Xiao Chan had just landed when this combat puppet quickly followed and punched. Bang! 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 After exchanging 3 punches, Xiao Chan moved back 10 steps, his aura forcibly suppressed. The veritable essence energy of a peak Holy Venerate was extremely strong. Right now, as a middle-stage Holy Venerate, Xiao Chan was not a match for it. Blood Dragon Chop. After gaining the upper hand, the combat puppet showed no mercy. Scarlet flames burned all over its body, and a scarlet dragon coiled around its arm. Then it punched with great might. Firmament's Rage. When Xiao Chan executed Firmament's Rage, he turned his palm strike into a fist. He tightly grasped the Thunder Great Tao, the horrifying Saber Great Tao, and the mysteries of the Great Desolate Aeon Ancestor Dragon. Boom! The 2 fists clashed. This time it was the combat puppet that got knocked back by Xiao Chan. However, he did not move at all. A terrifying might erupted from Xiao Chen's body. He exuded might without showing rage, shaking the sky with one punch. Divine Dragon War Body. Xiao Chen's body swelled up, and his vital qi surged. Then he roared and charged over. Xiao Chen punched 10 times in a row. Each punch contained 100 cauldron force. After the 10 punches, the combat puppet's arm shattered. Cracks appeared in half of its body. Xiao Chen raised his leg and kicked heavily. The late-stage Holy Venerate combat puppet directly exploded, and its core crystal rolled on the ground. After stretching his body, Xiao Chun felt somewhat relaxed. However, he did not feel satisfied. After all, a combat puppet was just a combat puppet. It was still much weaker than a true cultivator. It could only be used to familiarize oneself with martial techniques and movement techniques during training. It could not be used as a reference for one's strength. If one treated a cultivator as a combat puppet in actual combat, one might not even know how they died. 4 months passed in the blink of an eye. The competition between the 7 outer palaces drew closer. However, Xiao Chun did not feel much about it. After 4 months of closed-door cultivation, his originally somewhat restless heart calmed down. This was especially so after practicing Firmament's Rage. Xiao Chun's mental state had improved significantly between anger and calmness. Xiao Chun picked up the combat puppet's core crystal on the ground. At the same time he pondered, how should I use the remaining time? There were still 2 more months. Even if there were fortuitous encounters before me, I would not be able to truly digest them. Should I go to the Blue Dragon Palace, the Red Dragon Palace, and the White Dragon Palace to look for Murong Yen, Situ Changfeng, and the others? At the same time, I can understand the strength of the experts of the other outer palaces. After thinking about it, Xiao Chun gave up on this idea. The other outer palaces discriminated against mixed blood dragons. If Xiao Chun went over, he could not guarantee that he would not run into trouble like the White Dragon Palace. Heaven-class core disciples quickly gather at the Profound Dragon platform on the Heaven Dragon Peak. Just at this moment, a message came from Xiao Chun's identity token. It was Elder Tianyun's voice. Why are the Heaven-class core disciples gathering at this moment? There are only 2 or 3 Heaven-class core disciples in the Heaven Dragon Palace. Is there a need to gather? Xiao Chun did not feel like going. He did not like Elder Tianyun either. However, Xiao Chun was wrong about this. There were more than 3 Heaven-class core disciples in the Heaven Dragon Palace. It was just that those who could climb to the top of the Heaven Dragon Peak had all gone out on experiential training. The remaining 3 happened to be the weakest. They had not been able to climb to the top of the Heaven Dragon Peak. Xiao Chun had something important to discuss at this gathering. After collecting the core crystals on the ground, Xiao Chun prepared to go to the Blood Dragon Guards and meet with Vice Hall Master Li. The 2 got along well. Xiao Chun found it interesting to hear about the Blood Dragon Guards. Senior brother Xiao, this junior brother was about to disturb you. Unexpectedly, senior brother came out on your own. Just as Xiao Chun left Cold Moon Cave, he saw an outer palace disciple stop him and say respectfully, "What's the matter?" Elder Tianyun was afraid that senior brother Xiao did not receive the message to gather at the Profound Dragon platform, so he sent a disciple to inform you. Xiao Chun had no choice but to go. Chapter 1978. On the Profound Dragon platform, figures flashed. Exian Ju Yuan and Li Luo had arrived long ago. They looked around as if searching for someone. However, they revealed disappointed expressions. They did not see the person they wanted to see. Soon 10 odd people gathered on the Profound Dragon platform. Xiao Jinyu felt startled, somewhat surprised. To think that the Heaven Dragon Palace had so many Heaven-class core disciples. Whoosh! Soon, an extremely strong aura flew over from the Profound Dragon platform. That aura was so strong that everyone felt an obvious pressure, prompting them to look over involuntarily. This person wore white battle armor and showed no expression, appearing somewhat indifferent. This person was already a late-stage Holy Venerate. He had an extremely sharp look on his face. After slowly looking at the crowd, he silently hid his sharpness. This person radiated sharpness as he pleased. Senior brother Lu. This person seemed to be very famous among the older generation Heaven-class core disciples. Many people greeted him respectfully when they saw him land. Xiao Jinyu pulled Ichinyun, who was beside him, and asked, "Who is this person?" Ichinyun had stayed in the Heaven Dragon Palace longer than Xiao Jinyu, so they should know each other. After passing the test, the 2 had already become official Heaven-class core disciples. Ichinyun gave that person a deep look and said, "His name is Lu Feng. He joined the Heaven Dragon Palace at the same time as me. He has a mixed blood dragon bloodline, but he already became a Heaven-class core disciple 3 years ago. During the test back then, he suppressed us all by himself. I was the most confident of becoming a heaven-class core disciple. In the end, I lost to him, wasting 3 years of time. A mixed-blood dragon bloodline is still that strong? Xiao Jinyu said in surprise, feeling startled. Ichinyun whispered, "Speak softly. Don't let him hear you. This person will take revenge for the smallest grievance. Don't let him target you." Just at this moment, Xiao Jinyu felt a chill. When he looked up, he saw Lu Feng looking at him coldly. Xiao Jinyu only felt better when the other party looked away. He could not help feeling shocked. Originally, he thought that after cultivating bitterly during this period, he should be able to rank within the top 3 of the heaven-class core disciples. Now it looked like he was somewhat surprised. There were many hidden talents among the heaven-class core disciples. It was not as simple as he thought. Boom! Junior brothers, long time no see. All of a sudden, an aura even stronger than before descended from the sky. A figure slowly landed on the peak of the heaven dragon, looking down at the crowd. Eldest senior brother. The others said in unison when they saw this. As Xiao Jinyu looked at that person, he thought to himself, is this the strongest heaven-class core disciple by Yunfeng? Xiao Chun had heard Li Luo and the others mentioned by Yunfeng long ago. Bai Yunfeng had already occupied the top position of the Heaven Dragon Palace's heaven-class core disciple for many years. Xiao Chun spent most of his time traveling. Rumor had it that the people he befriended were already inner sect disciples of Ancestor Dragon City, not outer palace disciples. He had a close relationship with many of the inner disciples, and he often followed them around. Xiao Chun's wanderings were not limited to the Divine Dragon Empire, but the entire northern region. He came into contact with the outstanding young talents of the entire northern region. He could be considered as someone who had seen the world. His knowledge and strength were a level higher than the others. Xiao. Bai Yunfeng descended from the top of the Heaven Dragon and swept his gaze across the crowd. His gaze lingered on Lu Feng for a moment. It was like the others looked down on Lu Feng. Who is Xiao Chun? Bai Yunfeng asked sullenly. However, no one answered him. Xiao Jinyu felt startled. Could it be that this Bai Yunfeng has heard of Xiao Chun as well? Li Luo stepped forward and said, Senior brother Bai, Xiao Chun has not arrived yet. He is not here. Bai Yunfeng smiled in understanding. That's true. If he is really here, then the rumors are too exaggerated. Let me wait and see how strong this Xiao Chun is. To think that 3 palace masters personally guide him. Whoosh! The moment Bai Yunfeng said that, everyone was startled, feeling deeply shocked. What? 3 palace masters actually guided the same person at the same time? That's impossible, right? This is too exaggerated. It is already very fortunate for people like us to receive guidance from just 1 palace master. To think that he received guidance from 3 palace masters at the same time. Could it be that this fellow has some backer? It was not that no one in the history of the Heaven Dragon Palace could receive guidance from 3 palace masters at the same time. However, they could be counted on one hand. Logically speaking, it was impossible for the 3 palace masters to guide Xiao Chun to leak out. However, there was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. The 3 palace masters did not hide it on purpose. It was not strange that Bai Yunfeng, who had some means, found out. Shock flashed in Li Luo's heart. Then she asked, First senior brother, did you gain anything after going out for 2 years? Bai Yunfeng smiled faintly and replied, I can't really say that I gained anything. However, I am confident of entering Ancestor Dragon City this time. As Bai Yunfeng spoke, he radiated strong confidence. His body radiated a pure dragon might. The surrounding disciples all took a few steps back, feeling startled. What a strong dragon might. Such an aura could rival that of a sovereign personage. Congratulations, first senior brother. You probably converted at least 30% of your bloodline power. Someone with sharp eyes praised softly, noticing the mysteries behind it. Bai Yunfeng said softly, It's still all right. I just gained some benefits from traveling with the inner sect disciples. If you have the opportunity to enter Ancestor Dragon City, you will see how strong the inner sect disciples are. The competition between geniuses in the entire northern region will be very exciting. These words made some people uncomfortable. It was as if Bai Yunfeng himself had already entered Ancestor Dragon City. First senior brother, Which experts in the Dragon's Gate's outer palaces do you think are worth paying attention to? Someone asked softly. After all, the other party was very knowledgeable and well-informed. He knew many things that the others did not. Bai Yunfeng pondered for a moment before replying. There are many experts in the 6 Divine Dragon outer palaces. The first is the Golden Dragon Palace's Qin Mu, whom you all know. There is no need for me to elaborate. His Emperor Dragon Fist has already reached the 7th layer. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he is the strongest in the outer palaces. Next is the Silver Dragon Palace's Yuan Shi. His sword skills are superb, and his sword Great Dao has already reached great perfection. I heard that he is already close to the Dao domain level. Ordinary sovereign personages would not dare to fight him. Next are the Red Dragon Palace's Ding Jun and the Blue Dragon Palace's Feng Wuheng. Their comprehension of the Fire Dao and the Wind Great Dao is unrivaled in the outer palaces. These 4 are definitely people who will enter Ancestor Dragon City. The inner sect elders even took a liking to them long ago. Qin Mu, Yuan Shi, Ding Jun, and Feng Wuheng were currently the 4 strongest experts of the Dragon's Gate's outer palaces. Xiao Jinyu made a mental note of these people's names. In that case, Senior Brother Bai, how many of our Heaven-class core disciples do you think can enter Ancestor Dragon City? Someone asked in anticipation. Bai Yunfeng looked around and replied softly, aside from me, Lu Feng has a high chance. As for you all, your chances are rather slim. If that Xiao Chun is not up to par, it is likely that only the 2 of us will enter Ancestor Dragon City. Ah! Bai Yunfeng's words were like a bucket of cold water splashing on everyone's heads. Everyone immediately fell silent. They found it hard to accept. However, the one who said this was Bai Yunfeng, so they could not rebut. Just as everyone fell silent, a cold snort suddenly rang out. Who are you? How dare you speak nonsense here? What does my situation have to do with you? It was Xiao Chun, who had walked up from the foot of the mountain. Xiao Chun remembered that he had not come up from the foot of the mountain before, so he came up from the foot of the mountain, which delayed him for some time. He was somewhat surprised to see so many Heaven-class core disciples gathered at the Profound Dragon platform. What was even more unexpected was that he heard someone talking about him behind his back the moment he arrived. Xiao Chun immediately felt dissatisfied. This was a formal gathering. How could others speak nonsense about him? Whoosh! The moment Xiao Chun said that, everyone felt shocked. They had not expected Xiao Chun to challenge Bai Yunfeng the moment he arrived. Bai Yunfeng's eyes lit up. He said seriously, "You must be Xiao Chun, right? You are rather strong. No wonder you are someone who received guidance from 3 palace masters. However, with your strength, you only have a 50% chance of entering Ancestor Dragon City. You are a frog in a well. The sky is only as big as the mouth of the well. You should go out and see more." Xiao Chun frowned slightly. This person seemed to understand Xiao Chun very well, and seemed to have made preparations long ago. This person even knew about the 3 palace masters' guidance. Xiao Chun, Senior Brother Bai, has a close relationship with Elder Tian Yun. Seems like he is targeting you. Li Luo sent a voice transmission to Xiao Chun, resolving Xiao Chun's doubts. It turns out that Bai Yunfeng is Elder Tian Yun's man. No wonder this old fellow is so prejudiced against me. Since Elder Tian Yun does not care about me, there is no need to be overly concerned. There is no need to stoop to the level of a jumping clown. Xiao Chun looked around, preparing to find a place to rest. Junior Brother Xiao, it seems like you do not agree with Senior Brother's point of view? Who knew? Bai Yunfeng's figure flashed and appeared in front of Xiao Chun, looking at him with a smile that did not seem like a smile. Xiao Chun raised his eyebrows and a murderous intent flashed in his heart. He was already angry. Xiao Chun turned around and walked in another direction. Whoosh! Bai Yunfeng seemed to be putting on a show. His figure turned into a dragon image in the air and spun around several times. Then with a loud boom, he appeared in front of Xiao Chun again. I wonder if Junior Brother Xiao has any advice for Senior Brother's movement technique? As Bai Yunfeng spoke, his figure turned illusory, continuously circling around Xiao Chun. A strong wind blew and afterimages flickered. A deep dragon roar rang out in the surroundings. No one could see where Bai Yunfeng's true body was. Pa! Just as everyone was praising Bai Yunfeng's movement technique, a resounding slap rang out, sending Bai Yunfeng flying. Chapter 1979. The profound dragon platform fell completely silent. Many people were so shocked that their jaws nearly hit the ground. Xiao Chun actually sent Bai Yunfeng flying with one slap. Naturally, the calmest person was Lu Feng. From the very start, he had maintained a cold and indifferent appearance. Even after Bai Yunfeng appeared and commented on him, Lu Feng remained expressionless, not showing any fluctuations in his expression. It was like Lu Feng was not talking about himself. Now, after Xiao Chun sent Bai Yunfeng flying with a slap, Lu Feng still showed no signs of changing his expression. Bai Yunfeng held his burning cheeks. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. Even he felt somewhat confused. My soaring cloud art has already reached peak great perfection. Why can he still see me? Not only can he see me, but his attack is also so accurate. Most importantly, Xiao Chun even used the most humiliating method to slap me. You are seeking death. Bai Yunfeng was thoroughly enraged. Originally, he only wanted to promise Elder Tianyun that he would humiliate this Xiao Chun. He had not thought of doing anything to Xiao Chun. However, rage filled his heart. He only wanted to trample on Xiao Chun, mercilessly trample on him. Rage burned in Bai Yunfeng's heart, and his aura soared. Dragon might roared out, venting the murderous intent and rage in his heart. Quickly dodge. Quickly dodge. This is already the aura of a sovereign personage. First senior brother's improvement in the past 2 years is really terrifying. Even an initial perfection sovereign personage would not have any advantage against first senior brother. This rage is somewhat scary. Let's move further away and not get caught up in it. Everyone felt the rage in Bai Yunfeng's heart. Aside from Lu Feng, they all left in a hurry, afraid of getting caught up in it. Worry appeared in Li Luo's heart as she looked around. Why is the sect elder not here yet? It must be Elder Tianyun. Elder Tianyun must have sent him away. He still has not let go of his grudge with Xiao Chun, and does not want to give up this opportunity to deal a blow to Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun, you forced me to do all this. You are just a frog in a well. Today I will show you how vast the sky is. Bai Yunfeng roared, and his holy venerate will appeared, infusing it into his aura. The strength of his soul energy turned the formless dragon might into something solid. Layers of dragon shadows floated in all directions. Not only did they bring a strong sense of oppression to one's physical body, but even one's soul would tremble. Soaring dragon fist, flying flame meteor. Bai Yunfeng soared into the sky like a dragon soaring through the 9 heavens. He turned into a shooting star that traveled across the horizon and punched out. It gave off the feeling of a meteor falling from the sky, bringing with it a peak aura as it turned into a falling star. The fist light was like a star, lighting up the surroundings. The dazzling light made it hard for people to open their eyes. Not only was it powerful, but its speed was also frighteningly fast. In the next instant, it had already arrived before Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun's left shoulder shook slightly, his body slanted, and he easily dodged the punch. When the horrifying fist light struck the air, it instantly exploded. Sparks flew everywhere, and the entire profound dragon platform trembled. Twinkling starlight. Bai Yunfeng roared with a frown. His fists flashed as he continuously punched. Motes of light looked like flickering stars, crackling as they flew at Xiao Chun like a torrential storm. The dense attacks and the overwhelming aura made it impossible to dodge this punch. Let's see where you can dodge to. After learning from the previous punch, Bai Yunfeng immediately changed his strategy, not giving Xiao Chun a chance to dodge. However, Bai Yunfeng seemed to have misunderstood. Did Xiao Chun need to dodge? Did he? Naturally, he did not need to. Holding it in without unleashing it, angry but not showing it. Xiao Chun planted his feet on the ground. He did not see a startling aura erupt from his body as he threw a palm strike. This was Firmament's rage. However, most of the people present could not recognize this Firmament's rage. There was no rage filling the sky, no colossal hand, and no overwhelming rage that made everyone tremble. There was only a palm wind. Bang! When Xiao Chun threw a palm strike, it did not show its might. However, the thunder great Tao and boundless saber chi, as well as the rage of a great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon, completely poured out. Boom! With this palm strike, Xiao Chan clashed with the thousands of fist lights that Bai Yunfeng sent out with his fists. A loud sound rang out. The motes of starry fist lights scattered. Bai Yunfeng took 10 steps back before he managed to stabilize himself. Might without getting angry, Xiao Chan stepped forward and gently pushed off the ground. His expression was calm, but an overwhelming might encased Bai Yunfeng's body. This made Bai Yunfeng feel very uncomfortable. To think that the other party actually suppressed his aura. Dragon subduing fist, burning clouds. Bai Yunfeng did not want to just sit and wait for death. He shouted again and his aura rose by 50%. Only then did he feel the pressure on him lessen. Fiery clouds surrounded Bai Yunfeng as he charged at Xiao Chan. Fist lights rained down, clashing head-on with Xiao Chan. Not believing that he could not do so, Xiao Chan remained calm, dealing with the moves as they came, fighting steadily and surely. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged more than 100 moves. Unexpectedly, Bai Yunfeng did not gain any advantage. Bai Yunfeng looked like a raging monkey jumping around Xiao Chan. I don't believe that I cannot injure you. Soaring dragon profound chop. Rage filled Bai Yunfeng's heart as he chopped with his hand. Flames spread out in the sky and gathered into a 300-meter-long saber light. The blazing flames on the saber light inspired fear when seen from afar, deterring one from clashing head-on. To think that this was a martial technique that merged soul energy and veritable essence energy. No wonder it was so scary. The moment this move appeared, the surrounding Heaven Dragon Palace disciples retreated significantly. They all sensed that this move would be extremely horrifying. Sun and moon shining together. Xiao Chan shouted. Without needing to bring out the sun and moon shining together mysterious phenomenon, he drew the light of the sun and the moon into his body. Instantly day and night moved around his body. One moment it was day and the next moment it was night. The pressure that this soaring dragon profound chop brought on his soul vanished. When he looked at it again it was just the same. There was no need to care. Explode. When Xiao Chan punched it was still Firmament's rage. However this time it turned into a fist light. The ancestor dragon's rage, the overwhelming saber chi, and the lightning saber Dao instantly exploded together with the fist light. The terrifying subduing dragon profound slash was shattered into thousands of pieces by this punch and scattered in all directions. Boom boom boom. Explosions rang out in the surroundings. The expressions of the cultivators who were already far away changed greatly. They hurriedly made their moves in a fluster, trying to shatter the remnant flames. Only Lu Feng did not panic. He gently tapped a few times with his fingers. The remnants of the flames that flew towards him were torn apart by strands of sword intent, turning into wisps of faint hot wind that blew past his body. She only lifted the hair in front of her forehead, but her body was not injured at all. How could this be? Seeing Xiao Chan perfectly break his killing move, Bai Yunfeng suffered a huge blow. His momentum faltered and he became somewhat dazed. So. However, Xiao Chan didn't give him the time to be in a daze. He took a few steps forward and officially attacked for the first time. In just 3 moves Zhang Xian had forced the other party into a dilemma, and his face paled. Whoosh! After 10 moves Bai Yunfeng was struck by a punch. He soared into the air, flying towards the top of the Heaven Dragon. At this moment, Bai Yunfeng already felt regret in his heart. He wanted to use his movement technique to get Xiao Chan to stop. However, who could have imagined that Xiao Chan would arrive first despite moving later? He turned into a lightning dragon and soared up? When Bai Yunfeng stabilized himself and looked down, he saw nothing but empty air. He did not see Xiao Chan at all. Suddenly Bai Yunfeng felt a strong might and pressure above him. When he looked up he saw a lightning dragon charging at him. This startled him so much that he nearly fell off. Boom! Bai Yunfeng did his best to throw a punch, wanting to shatter the lightning dragon. In the end he was knocked back several steps. Then he stepped on the dragon's head and looked like he would fall off. When the lightning dragon appeared, Xiao Chan did not show any mercy. Using Firmament's rage he used his palm as a claw and swiped at Bai Yunfeng. At this moment, Bai Yunfeng forced out all his strength. He dodged left and right, dodging several times, causing Xiao Chan to grab nothing. Scram! With this, Bai Yunfeng's confidence soared. He grasped the opportunity and threw a punch. Xiao Chan had to admit that his first senior brother was truly his first senior brother. Even in such an adverse situation, he could remain calm and steady. Before everyone's eyes, Bai Yunfeng's final, all-out punch struck Xiao Chen's shoulder at lightning speed. Is he going to make a comeback? From the start until now, the two's fight had been startlingly fast, making everyone's hearts hang in their throats. Who would have thought that Bai Yunfeng would be able to seize the opportunity at the last moment? Bang! The fist light landed solidly on Xiao Chen's shoulder. Before Bai Yunfeng could smile, his expression changed. Vital qi surged in Bai Yunfeng's body and gathered at his left shoulder. 100 cauldron force surged out. The one to retreat was not Xiao Chen but Bai Yunfeng. However, Xiao Chen did not give Bai Yunfeng a chance to fall. Using Firmament's rage, he turned his palm into a claw and attacked again. Whoosh! In an instant, Xiao Chen's 5 fingers pressed against Bai Yunfeng's head, preventing him from moving carelessly. The horror that Xiao Chen experienced at the hands of the first palace master appeared on Bai Yunfeng's body tenfold, 100-fold. Boundless Saber Qi, the Thunder Great Tao, and the Great Desolate Aeon Ancestor Dragon's Rage all appeared in this claw, encasing every corner of Bai Yunfeng's body. As long as Bai Yunfeng resisted, he would instantly shatter into pieces. Life and death depended on a single thought from Xiao Chen. Bai Yunfeng looked around and saw everything in the Heaven Dragon Palace. Then Xiao Chen asked indifferently, "How big do you think the sky is?" At this moment, how could Bai Yunfeng dare to answer? He begged, "Junior brother Xiao, please let me off." Senior brother was confused. "I'm asking you how big the sky is." Xiao Chen interrupted the other party coldly. Bai Yunfeng's legs trembled. He felt like his life hung by a thread. Earlier he had mocked Xiao Chen for being a frog in a well. Now he could not answer. "At the top of this Heaven Dragon Palace, I'll teach you a principle. Being a frog in a well is not laughable. As long as your heart is always higher than the sky, it is fine. The laughable thing is that by looking at the sky, you can jump out of the well, but you cannot jump out of your own heart." Right after Xiao Chen spoke, he retracted his hand and slapped Bai Yunfeng off the top of the Heaven Dragon Palace. Then he shouted, "Old fogey Tianyuan, how long are you going to keep sneaking around?" Chapter 1980. Just a moment ago, the resounding slap still resounded above the Heaven Dragon statue. In the next moment, Xiao Chen shouted furiously, forcefully drowning out the sound of the slap. Before the crowd could recover from the shock of Xiao Chen defeating Bai Yunfeng, Xiao Chen did something shocking, challenging a Heaven-class elder. Xiao Chen had long sensed that something was wrong. After fighting with Bai Yunfeng for so long, no sect elder came out to stop him. It had to be Elder Tianyun's doing. During the battle, Xiao Chen kept an eye out and sensed that someone was spying on him several times. The other party hid very well. Xiao Chen could not figure out how. He only vaguely sensed that the other party wanted to make a move several times. However, he seemed to have some misgivings and did not make a move. Now that things had reached this point, Xiao Chen was sure that the old Revenant Tianyun had been hiding from the start. According to the Heaven Dragon Palace's rules, those who disrespect an elder can be executed on the spot. On account of your ignorance, this old man will not bicker with you. Get down. Elder Tianyun said seriously as he appeared in the air with a sullen expression. Then he landed on the Heaven Dragon statue. Xiao Chen turned around and looked at the other party. On account of my ignorance? Although this Bai Yunfeng is stupid, he will not take the wrong medicine and seek trouble for me for no reason. This is especially so when he knows that the 3 palace masters have given me pointers. He will not come and offend me. If not for someone supporting him, how could he be so confident? Elder Tianyun felt very confident. He smiled coldly and said, "What do you mean? Are you trying to say that I instructed him? Brat, don't think that you can challenge an elder just because you have the support of the 3 palace masters. Not to mention that I did not instruct Bai Yunfeng. Even if I did, what can you do to me? Can you get the 3 palace masters to teach me a lesson? The 3 palace masters only gave me pointers for 1 day. Don't think too highly of yourself." Elder Tianyun spoke arrogantly. He simply could not be bothered with Xiao Chen, not caring about him at all. Elder Tianyun already made it clear that he was the one behind this. Scram. This is not a place for you. This elder still has something important to announce. Xiao. Elder Tianyuan's figure flashed. and he arrived before Xiao Chan. Then he threw a palm strike. The palm was so fast that Xiao Chan couldn't see it clearly. He could only rely on his body's instincts to dodge it in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. Missed? Elder Tianyun felt somewhat surprised. He felt slightly angry in his heart. This elder is teaching you a lesson. Just stay there properly. As soon as he said those words, he struck out with an even faster and stronger palm strike. The difference in cultivation between the two was too great. Elder Tianyuan was a late-stage sovereign personage. Furthermore, he had comprehended a Dao domain. Even among late-stage sovereign personages, few could defeat them. The difference between Xiao Chan and him was too great. They were not on the same level. It was already extremely rare for him to be able to dodge his palm strike. However, Xiao Chan didn't even have the time to react and was hit. Several of his ribs broke, and he vomited a mouthful of blood before falling to the ground. Then with a loud thud, he landed heavily on the ground. Li Luo quickly went over and helped Xiao Chan up. Xiao Chan showed a calm expression as he wiped away the blood at a corner of his lips. Then he raised his eyebrows and looked at Elder Tianyun. Elder Tianyun smiled coldly, showing no fear. Naturally, Elder Tianyun showed no fear. He was a heaven-class elder and had known the three palace masters for decades. The three palace masters cherished talent and taught Xiao Chan for a day. However, they did not take him in as a disciple. He was not even a nominal disciple. In the past 4 months, they did not give him any instructions. Furthermore, Xiao Chan did not make any major mistakes. Even if Xiao Chan called over a palace master, he would at most give him a verbal warning. This Xiao Chan was reckless. Defeating Bai Yunfeng was enough. To think that he dared to challenge Elder Tianyun. If Elder Tianyun did not teach Xiao Chan a lesson today, he would lose his prestige as a heaven-class elder. Xiao Chan, take a step back and you will see the world. After all, we are disciples. A disciple is a disciple, and an elder is an elder. There is no need to bicker with them. Li Luo advised softly when she saw that Xiao Chan had no intention of backing down. In Li Luo's opinion, Xiao Chan was seeking trouble for himself. How could a disciple challenge an elder? Even the unruly genius disciples of the Heaven Dragon Palace for thousands of years did not dare to do so. Xiao Chan, do you admit your mistake? Elder Tianyun asked as he looked coldly at Xiao Chan from the top of the Heaven Dragon Palace. What mistake? Whoosh! Elder Tianyun remained expressionless as he casually waved his hand. Immediately, a sword wind pulled Xiao Chan away from Li Luo. After the sword wind passed, many crisscross bloody wounds appeared on Xiao Chen's body, inflicting incredible pain. Elder Tianyun's sword intent remained in Xiao Chen's wounds, continuously deepening them. Did you admit your mistake? Elder Tianyun shouted coldly. Then with a flip of his hand, he sent another sword wind at Xiao Chen's body. Intense pain assaulted Xiao Chen, but he gritted his teeth and endured. Xiao Chan remained silent as he gave Elder Tianyun a deep look. Then he turned and left. The elder is asking you a question. Just at this moment, the figure of Bai Yunfeng, whom Xiao Chan had slapped earlier, flashed and appeared in front of Xiao Chan. A mocking smile appeared on Xiao Chen's face as he said, "You are still too inexperienced to fight with me. Weren't you very arrogant up there earlier? Now let me ask you, how big is the sky? Speak. If you don't, you are not allowed to leave today." The other disciples on the profound dragon platform could not bear to see this. Xiao Chan should not have offended Elder Tianyun. No matter what, Elder Tianyun was a heaven-class elder. Xiao Chen instantly reversed the situation. Bai Yunfeng, who was under Xiao Chen's foot, flipped around as if he wanted to get back at Xiao Chan. Disdain flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He could not be bothered with Elder Tianyun. With Elder Tianyun backing Xiao Chan, do you think I do not dare to attack him? Wrong. Gravely wrong. Xiao Chan replied to Bai Yunfeng with a lightning-quick strike. 100 cauldron force instantly erupted, sending Bai Yunfeng flying with one punch. Bai Yunfeng was sent flying back in a sorry state, crashing into the cliff wall. His facial features twisted together as he felt extreme pain. Idiot! Just as Elder Tianyun was about to make a move, who knew Xiao Chan would leap off the cliff. Whoosh! 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 Just at this moment, A group of elders emerged from the heaven dragon statue. They asked somewhat worriedly, "Elder Tianyun, isn't this somewhat inappropriate?" Elder Tianyun retorted indifferently, "What's inappropriate? He is just a disciple. Can he really instruct the 3 palace masters to teach me a lesson?" The other elders thought about it and agreed. The 3 palace masters were very busy people. How could a disciple casually instruct them? Xiao Chun, who came down from the Heaven Dragon Peak, showed a cold expression, not saying a word. Xiao Chun felt angry in his heart, but he did not lose his composure. If it were an ordinary person, they would either get angry and fight it out with Elder Tianyun. Otherwise, they would feel sullen and have nowhere to vent, resulting in a heart demon, making them feel even more depressed and pained. However, since Xiao Chun dared to challenge Elder Tianyun, he naturally had his reasons. Elder Tianyun's thoughts were right. Even if Xiao Chun called the first palace master and the second palace master over, they would only give Elder Tianyun a warning. They would not give Elder Tianyun any substantial punishment. After all, the other party was a heaven-class elder. However, it was different for the third palace master. Xiao Chun moved as fast as lightning, heading for the secret realm where the third palace master was. When he neared the secret realm, when he approached the secret realm, there were many checkpoints guarding it. However, the third palace master had instructed not to make things difficult for Xiao Chun. Seeing that it was him, all the checkpoints let him through, and Xiao Chun successfully entered the secret realm. At this moment, the third palace master's face was full of smiles as he studied the medicine cauldron inscribed with divine runes. After 4 months, he was finally able to slightly control this medicine cauldron. He felt that it wouldn't be long before he could officially use this medicine cauldron to refine pills. At that time, not only would the pills he concocted be upgraded to a whole new level, but it would also increase the grade of the pills he concocted. He might even be able to break through the bottleneck that he had been stuck in for over 100 years and reach another level. When the third palace master thought that he was about to break through his bottleneck, a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. "Haha, Xiao Chun, you came at the right time. Did you bring any wine? Come, have a drink with me." The third palace master sensed Xiao Chun's presence the moment he entered the secret realm. When he saw Xiao Chun, he welcomed him with a smile. Who could have imagined that Xiao Chun would ignore him? He walked over, waved his hand, and put the medicine cauldron into the divine universe steel. "Kid, what do you mean by this?" The third palace master asked anxiously. This medicine cauldron was about to start a fire to refine pills. Now that it was gone, how could the third palace master sit still? Xiao Chun waved his hand and said, "I can no longer remain in this Heaven Dragon Palace. I'm preparing to pack my things and leave. Naturally, I have to take this medicine cauldron as well." Only now did the third palace master notice the sword wounds on Xiao Chun's body. He was startled to realize that the other party was not joking. "This is that brat Tianyun's sword intent. What exactly happened? Tell me. If there's anything, this old man will take care of it for you." Xiao Chun turned around and said, "I already told him everything I needed to say. There is nothing more to say. He already injured me to such an extent. How can I have the face to remain here?" The third palace master carefully examined Xiao Chun's injuries. They were a ghastly sight, and he immediately became enraged. Even if the third palace master did not say anything, the fact that Xiao Chun told him the secret of the divine ranked medicine cauldron was already a great favor. Given Xiao Chun's talent and aptitude, he should not have suffered such grievances. "How dare you rebel? There's no need to say anything else. Come with me. This old man will not believe it today. How can an elder be so bold?" The third palace master showed a sullen expression. Without saying anything, he grabbed Xiao Chun and left the secret realm. Chapter 1981. This is really strange. Whoosh! Bai Yunfeng startled to his senses and hurriedly knelt. "Third palace master, I am innocent as well. Elder Tianyun tempted this junior by giving me 50,000 primeval heavenly pills and a rank 5 heaven medicinal pill to teach Xiao Chun a lesson. I did not dare to disobey him." With Elder Tianyun taking the lead, the others all bowed. The 3 palace masters held great authority. No matter how low profile this third palace master was, he was still a palace master. His status and strength far surpassed everyone else's. However, Elder Tianyun was frightened out of his wits. He fell to his knees and said in a sobbing tone, "Third Palace Master, Tianyun knows his mistake. Please give me a chance." Unexpectedly, Elder Tianyun gave the crucial slot to Bai Yunfeng to choose from. On the profound dragon platform, Tianyun's expression was still fine. However, the expressions of the elders behind him all changed wildly. Even if they were wronged and knew that it was the other party's fault, they should have endured it for now. Elder Tianyun slowly descended from the top of the Heaven Dragon platform. It was clear that he was in a good mood. Actually, when Elder Tianyun planned to have Bai Yunfeng seek trouble for Xiao Chan, he had thought that if Bai Yunfeng failed, Xiao Chan might mock him. At this moment, Bai Yunfeng felt very pleased with himself, giving off the feeling that he was passing judgment. He said seriously, "This time the 3 outer palaces will gather. The people who go cannot be weak. They absolutely cannot embarrass the Heaven Dragon Palace. Hence the first person I choose is..." That person showed a bitter expression and said, "Third Palace Master, this time, it really has nothing to do with us. Elder Tianyun told us that he wants to suppress Xiao Chan. So he wants Bai Yunfeng to test Xiao Chen's strength. It would be best if he can teach him a lesson and tell us not to show up." After saying that, the Third Palace Master turned around to leave. The Third Palace Master seemed to be in good spirits. It was hard to tell that Xiao Chan had taught him a miserable lesson not long ago. As for Bai Yunfeng, his earlier grandeur had long since been tossed out of his mind, completely frightened silly. The Third Palace Master laughed in rage. "The heaven-class elders of my Heaven Dragon Palace are indeed very awe-inspiring. I wonder if they are still as awe-inspiring in the Starry Heaven's Dragon Prison?" Tianyun was immediately frightened. The Third Palace Master was truly enraged. If he only wanted to help Xiao Chen get back at him, he could have just taught him a lesson on the spot. Bai Yunfeng, who had tidied up a little, stepped forward and answered loudly. The Starry Sky Dragon Penitentiary was the nightmare of the dragon race. No one could come out in one piece after being imprisoned in there. Elder Tianyun pointed to the crowd and said, "Yunfeng, as everyone's first senior brother, you have a deep friendship with the inner sect disciples and are very knowledgeable. This time, you will be the leader of the 3 halls gathering. Including you, there are a total of 5 places. You can choose." At that time, it would be perfectly justifiable for him to teach Xiao Chen a lesson, leaving him with no place to complain. This was because he had a good grasp of Xiao Chen's character, and he would not easily compromise. Elder Tianyun immediately panicked. All hope of getting lucky vanished. He could only brace himself and say, "Yes. However, Third Palace Master, please listen to my explanation. My Heaven Dragon bloodline has a low status and limited resources. It is truly not easy for a sovereign personage who comprehended a Dao domain to appear. The first brother and the second brother also helped you a lot in secret. However, this is not the capital for you to make a mistake. If all the elders are like this, petty and scheming to suppress a junior generation disciple in exchange for satisfaction, then there is really no need for this Heaven Dragon Palace to continue existing. There is really no need for the Heavenly Dragon Palace to continue existing. If it cannot protect its juniors or allow the Heavenly Dragon to rise, what is the point of having it?" Fortunately, this shout was mainly directed at Tianyun. Otherwise, half of the Heaven-class core disciples present would have been severely injured and vomited blood. However, who could have imagined that the Third Palace Master, who never interfered with the sect's matters, would actually stand up for Xiao Chan? The other elders spoke up at the same time, trying to shirk responsibility. Indeed, the Third Palace Master is here for Xiao Chen's matter. No matter how much reason you have, you can only obediently hold it in. You might even have to take the initiative to admit your mistakes." Tianyun stopped speaking. Then he said sullenly, "This is a rare opportunity and the slots are limited. Those who go can observe the strength of the other outer palace's Heaven-class core disciples. This will be of great help to the competition between the 7 outer palaces. I believe everyone understands the significance of this." Third Palace Master? "Greetings, Third Palace Master." It was Xiao Chen. "Tianyun, it's over. The Third Palace Master is angry. What's going on?" "The Third Palace Master has never interfered with the sect's matters. Why is he so angry?" That person immediately felt horrified. Before the third palace master, he did not show any of the prestige of an elder. When Elder Tianyun saw Xiao Chan beside the third palace master, his heart immediately sank. He felt somewhat flustered as he did his best to think of a countermeasure. Greetings, third palace master. However, the slots were limited. Xiao Chan did not know how Elder Tianyun would choose the slots. Oh no. I remember that this third palace master was famous for his fiery temper and unruly behavior in the past. However, ever since he became the third palace master, he has been much more restrained. Although his temper is strange, he no longer loses his temper. The scarier thing was that when Elder Tianyun discovered that the third palace master actually smiled, he felt somewhat dizzy. He felt that the situation had truly spiraled out of his control. Among the heaven-class elders, your strength increased the most steadily. When you came to ask me for a medicinal pill, you were the one with the strongest strength. When you came to me for medicinal pills, although my words were harsh, I actually gave you additional supplies, hoping that you could break through the shackles within 10 years and advance to Divine Vein Realm Sovereign Emperor. Tell him that I do not wish to see you. The other heaven-class core disciples quickly moved aside. When they saw Xiao Chan beside the third palace master, their jaws dropped in shock. This time, the Silver Dragon Palace invited the heaven-class core disciples of our Heaven Dragon Palace and the White Dragon Palace to gather at the Silver Dragon Palace to give the juniors a chance to discuss matters. The third palace master personally brought Xiao Chan over. The many heaven-class core disciples felt somewhat stunned. The third palace master showed a sullen expression. He did not answer at all. Instead, he looked directly at Elder Tianyun and asked, "Let me ask you, were you the one who injured him? What's going on with this third brother? I have not seen him so angry in so many years. This is really strange." At the same time, many of the secluded supreme elders in the ancient heavenly dragon peak revealed doubtful expressions. Originally, these supreme elders had thought that it was not a big deal. Perhaps Xiao Chan had a bad temper and angered Elder Tianyun. In that case, they would just teach Elder Tianyun a lesson and help Xiao Chan get back at him. Everyone was greatly startled. They did not know what happened, and their expressions changed wildly. It's the third palace master. However, the other party was a heaven-class elder. The many elders recalled the third palace master's fiery temper before he became the palace master. Their complexions paled slightly, and they all felt a headache. Elder Tianyun, who was kneeling on the ground, felt somewhat flabbergasted. He had not expected the third palace master to remember him. However, Xiao Chan had said it before Elder Tianyun on the summit of the Heaven Dragon Peak. However, the heaven-class core disciples present still valued this news. It was as Tianyun said. Before the gathering of the 7 outer palaces, knowing the strength of the other outer palaces' disciples would be very helpful to them. This was exactly what Tianyun wanted. He did not say anything to Xiao Chan at all. He directly attacked and taught Xiao Chan a lesson. It really has nothing to do with us. We were all forced into this. Most likely they had all turned crazy. However, he had never thought that the truth would be so surprising. He felt a little tired. Plop! Tianyun banged his forehead on the ground, causing blood to flow out. He said sullenly, "Third palace master, I really know my mistake. Please give me a chance. I guarantee that I will not disappoint third palace master again." Immediately, everyone became somewhat anxious and expectant. They temporarily forgot about the storm between Xiao Chan and Bai Yunfeng. It looked like Xiao Chan was right. This Bai Yunfeng had a deep friendship with Elder Tianyun. The earlier matter was a trap set up by Bai Yunfeng. Tianyun's heart immediately sank. He knew that it was all over. The third palace master was truly angry. This time he really went overboard. In the next moment, the third palace master landed on the profound dragon platform with Xiao Chan. The third palace master shouted coldly, interrupting Tianyun. Then he looked around and looked at the people behind Tianyun. Then he fixed his gaze on an elder and said, "I have some impression of you. Tell me everything in detail. If you hide anything, I'll cripple your cultivation." Bai Yunfeng. However, now that Xiao Chan mentioned the Starry Heavens Dragon Prison, he turned and left. Just at this moment, a horrifying might and pressure encased the entire profound dragon platform, making everyone tremble. Immediately, everyone felt some sympathy for Xiao Chan in their hearts. The third palace master stopped and said with his back to Tianyun, I remember that you were still a holy venerate 50 years ago. I saw that your sword Dao cultivation was pretty good. When you broke through to sovereign personage, I gave you 3 grade 5 heaven rank breaking crisis pills. Indeed, I did not make a mistake. After you entered Ancestor Dragon City, you successfully broke through to sovereign personage. After you came back, you worked for second brother. Although I have not been managing matters for the past few years, I heard that you comprehended a Dao domain and felt proud of you. It was my suggestion to promote you to Heaven Class Elder. The gathering of the 3 palaces was rather surprising. The other 4 palaces probably had other gatherings. However, unexpectedly, Xiao Qin's strength improved greatly. Bai Yunfeng was no match for him. At that time we saw Elder Tianyun's expression change. After Elder Tianyun appeared, Xiao Chan tried to reason with him. However, before Xiao Chan could say anything, Elder Tianyun smashed him off the top of the Heaven Dragon platform with a palm strike. After that, Elder Tianyun personally taught Xiao Chan a lesson, asking if he knew his mistake. We really did not do anything. The third palace master also knows that he is a Heaven Class Elder, 1 rank higher than us. We had no choice but to obey. Heaven Dragon Peak, Profound Dragon Platform. Tianyun's heart trembled. He thought to himself, this is the third palace master's aura. What's going on? Why is the third palace master here? A bad feeling welled up in Tianyun's heart. Could it be? Indeed, it was as Tianyun expected. After Xiao Chan defeated Bai Yunfeng, he wanted an explanation from the third palace master. Originally, Tianyun thought that after Xiao Chan suffered such humiliation, he could only endure it. After all, the other party was a Heaven Class Elder. This disciple is here. Tianyun's face turned green in anger. However, he could not think of anything to rebut, as that was the truth. The third palace master pointed at Xiao Chan but did not turn around. Shut up. Boom. Tianyun thought about many things. He even felt somewhat confused and did not want to remain here. The series of events today was full of ups and downs. They simply could not react to it. Just as Tianyun was thinking, a loud shout resounded in the sky. Many people trembled and nearly knelt on the ground in fright. Bai Yunfeng immediately started trembling. He could not say a complete sentence, not understanding what was going on. At this moment, Tianyun felt very cocky in his heart. With a smile on his face, he said to the many Heaven Class core disciples, I gathered everyone here today because there is something important to discuss. The competition between the 7 outer palaces is imminent. According to tradition, there will be a small gathering of the outer palaces to see the strength of the younger generation. Aside from Tianyun, there was probably no one else with such courage in the entire Heaven Dragon Palace. Even if one was angry, one could only hold it in. Tianyun thought that the other party had already forgotten about the 3 rank 5 breaking adversity pills from back then. Unexpectedly, the other party still had high hopes for him. Chapter 1982. Tell him. When Elder Tianyun heard this, he felt shocked at first. He thought about how he was a Heaven Class Elder. How could he leave his fate in the hands of a disciple? However, after some thought, he realized that the second palace master was letting him off by doing this. Then he turned around and knelt to Xiao Chan. Xiao Chan, I was in the wrong this time. Can you let me off? I guarantee that I will not make things difficult for you in the future. Xiao Chan frowned slightly. Then he said softly, I can't stand your kneeling. Stand up and speak. Many thanks, Xiao Chan. Elder Tianyun heaved a sigh of relief, feeling cold sweat running down his back. Seeing the other party's appearance, Xiao Chan felt somewhat dispirited, not feeling much of a sense of accomplishment. He walked over to the third palace master and said softly, Third palace master, let's leave it at this. I will not pursue this matter. I am not trying to do anything to him. I just want to say that wrong is wrong, right is right. Just prove that I, Xiao Chan, am not in the wrong. The moment Xiao Chan said that, the third palace master felt startled. As he looked at Xiao Chan, he found it strange. The third palace master remembered the rage in Xiao Chen's heart when he entered the secret realm. Xiao Chen had not faked it. Now Xiao Chen actually let it go just like that. The third palace master asked seriously, Are you sure? Xiao Chan nodded and said, the third palace master's words gave me an answer. Elders cannot be narrow-minded, haggling over every ounce and using the authority in their hands for the sake of being happy. This disciple is the same. If I abuse the authority that third palace master gave me for the sake of feeling happy, there is no point. Actually, given Xiao Chen's mental state, this matter would not affect him too much. If it were in the past, Xiao Chan would have brought out all his trump cards, the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art, the god shadow bow, and the Chongqi beast ghost pennant. Even if the other party was a late-stage sovereign personage, he would have fought to the death. After causing a huge commotion, Xiao Chan would have left this Heaven Dragon Palace. However, Xiao Chan truly had some feelings for the Heavenly Dragon Palace. He had wandered the Great Thousand Realms for so long. It wasn't easy for him to settle down, and he didn't want to leave just like that. Xiao Chan recalled that when he fought for the Heaven-class core disciple slot, he had fought against 1,000 people and remained standing until the end. Those core disciples took the initiative to leave. That was the pride of a dragon. It respected the strong and did not go against its conscience. Instead of continuing to surround and attack Xiao Chan, they took the initiative to help him become a heaven-class core disciple. Even mixed-blood dragons had their own pride and breadth of mind. This place was filled with dragon disciples. If it were anywhere else, it would be difficult for him to feel nostalgic. He still remembered the first time he climbed to the top of the Heaven Dragon and looked down at the Heaven Dragon Hall. He could not forget the excitement and hot-bloodedness he felt. The feeling this place gave him was no less than when he was in Qingyun. He just wanted to find a suitable way to stay and prove that he wasn't wrong. He didn't go against his heart and the unyielding will in his heart. Now that he had achieved his goal, there was no need for him to be unforgiving and beat the dog while it was down. Elder Tianyun, who was in the distance, felt somewhat stunned as well. He immediately felt somewhat ashamed. Unexpectedly, he, a bona fide elder, could not compare to a junior generation disciple in terms of breadth of mind. When Elder Tianyun looked at Xiao Chen's injuries, he felt his face heat up. The third palace master turned around and looked at Elder Tianyun. Then he said, "This matter is over. However, even though Xiao Chen forgave you, it does not mean that you do not need to receive any punishment. Your monthly stipend will be suspended for half a year. And your heaven-class elder honor will be suspended for 3 months. You will be tested again." Thank you, third palace master. Elder Tianyun knew that he was already fine. These punishments were nothing compared to the Starry Heavens Dragon prison. No matter what, the person she should thank the most was Xiao Chan. If he insisted on not forgiving her, she would not be able to do so. If Xiao Chan insisted on not forgiving him, Elder Tianyun was certain that the third palace master would lock him up in the Starry Heavens Dragon prison. Back then, the third palace master had not even been willing to turn around and look at Elder Tianyun. This showed how much he loathed him. At the same time, Elder Tianyun felt somewhat ashamed. Unexpectedly, the third palace master had remembered him all this time, and was even prepared to help him break through to Divine Vein Realm Sovereign Emperor within 10 years. Elder Tianyun truly let down the other party's expectations. Elder Tianyun looked at the other elders and sighed. "Let's leave this matter as it is, then. When I arrived, I overheard your discussion. Let Xiao Chan choose the spots for the gathering of the 3 outer palaces. We have to decide on the spots eventually." Right. Xiao Chen's strength is clear for all to see. The other elders quickly nodded in agreement. "Xiao Chen, take a look. Choose 4 people to go with you to the Silver Dragon Palace," the third palace master urged. Xiao Chen looked around and fixed his gaze on Lu Feng first. This person gave Xiao Chen the feeling that he was stronger than Bai Yunfeng, hiding his strength very deeply. "Him," Xiao Chen said softly as he pointed at the other party, not knowing the other party's name. Lu Feng stepped forward and performed a cupped fist salute. He smiled casually and said, "I am Lu Feng. Many thanks, junior brother Xiao, for thinking highly of me." The others all felt some anticipation, hoping that Xiao Chen would choose them. They did not want to miss this opportunity. Xiao Chen looked around and fixed his gaze on one person. Then he said, "Xiao Jinyu." Xiao Jinyu was stunned for a moment, wondering if he heard wrong. After verifying that he was not mistaken, he said joyfully, "Thank you, senior brother Xiao Chan. This was a complete surprise. When Xiao Jinyu thought about his past conflicts with Xiao Chun, he had not expected the other party to choose him. Xiao Chun naturally had his reasons. Although this Xiao Jinyu's cultivation could not compare to those seasoned senior brothers, his talent in the sword Dao was extremely terrifying. His potential for growth was very strong. Xiao Jinyu could still make great improvements in the next 2 months. Xiao Chun looked around and fixed his gaze on Li Luo. Li Luo. As for choosing Li Luo, Xiao Chun had his own selfish reasons. Back then when Tianyun knocked him down with a palm strike, only Li Luo came over to support him. Due to Tianyun's might, the others did not dare to move. Naturally, Xiao Chun remembered who was good to him and would repay them. There was one more person. When Xiao Chen's gaze landed on Bai Yunfeng, he said, "Him then." There was no need to praise or belittle this Bai Yunfeng. Even Xiao Chen's strength went without saying. While defeating the other party looked easy, in reality, he had put in a lot of effort. The third palace master was slightly stunned, appearing somewhat shocked. Then he revealed a smile, feeling somewhat gratified. After Bai Yunfeng recovered from his shock, he felt wild joy. "Thank you, junior brother Xiao Chun." Even Bai Yunfeng himself felt that this happiness came too suddenly. Originally, he thought that after offending Xiao Chun in that manner, he would definitely not have this opportunity. The others who were not chosen all felt somewhat disappointed. According to the rules, aside from the opportunity to observe the strength of the other outer palace disciples, the 5 people who were chosen would also receive intensive nurturing from the sect in the last 2 months. In the last 2 months, the sect would focus on nurturing them, providing them with large amounts of resources. These were some unwritten rules that were not openly announced. However, everyone here was a veteran and knew this very well. While they were disappointed, they still had to congratulate those who needed to be congratulated. The people who were familiar with each other started to congratulate each other. "Go back and prepare. We will depart in 3 days. Those who were not chosen, don't be disappointed. The second palace master has his own arrangements. He will not let everyone stay in the palace for 2 months for nothing." Yes. After everyone left, Xiao Chun and the third palace master returned to the secret realm. After this, the relationship between Xiao Chun and the third palace master actually improved further. "Xiao Chun, you came to look for me first. When you said that you wanted to leave, you were 70% telling the truth. However, I could tell that you really could not bear to leave," the third palace master said with a smile as he looked at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun nodded and did not deny it. "My experiences are rather complicated. Before I came, I did indeed have other intentions. However, after coming to this Heaven Dragon Palace, I am indeed somewhat reluctant to leave. Even if I go to Ancestor Dragon City in the future, I will always be a part of the Heaven Dragon Palace." The third palace master smiled and sighed. "If only everyone thought like you." Unfortunately, Xiao Chun entered deep thought. Then, he looked at the third palace master and said, "Earlier, when I heard third palace master reprimanding Elder Tianyun, you seemed to be somewhat disappointed in the Heaven Dragon bloodline." The third palace master said somewhat helplessly, "The Heaven Dragon bloodline is in the end a mixed blood dragon bloodline. This Heaven Dragon Palace is used to protect all mixed blood dragons. That is something from many years ago. Let's not talk about it. I feel that I finally got to know you today. The mixed blood dragons have a lowly status. However, if they could be like you and have such a strong and unyielding will, they would not have to worry about not rising up." Xiao Chun said seriously, "Such a day will come." The third palace master smiled faintly and said, "After saying so much, you should leave the medicine cauldron with me, right? I will soon be able to use this medicine cauldron to refine medicinal pills." Xiao Chun exclaimed in shock. "That fast?" "That's right." The third palace master thought of something and asked, "Do you have any way to communicate with that divine pill's spirit? If it is willing to work with me, I can provide it with natural treasures when I refine the medicinal pill. As long as it uses its divine nature to help me form the pill, the medicinal pill I refine will have some of the spirituality of a divine pill." Chapter 1983. Seeing that Xiao Chun did not understand, the third palace master explained further, "It is no longer an ordinary divine pill. It can be considered a living creature with its own intelligence. This is normally called a pill spirit. It only appears in the process of refining divine pills. However, the chances of it appearing are extremely rare. Normally, it is in pill demon. However, once a pill spirit appears, it will be even more valuable to an alchemist than the divine pill itself. Xiao Qian also knew how to refine some medicinal pills. He immediately understood the third palace master's explanation. This was equivalent to an alchemist gaining an assistant. Furthermore, this assistant lived in the cauldron and lived in the blazing fire. This assistant could observe the properties and conditions of the various ingredients in the cauldron. Even the most brilliant alchemist could not reach the level of understanding the medicinal pills the pill spirit had of the medicinal cauldron. Do you understand now? The third palace master continued. However, this pill spirit is somewhat difficult to deal with. Normally, a pill spirit would feel a sense of closeness to its refiner. However, its refiner died many years ago. The situation is unique. I tried communicating with him several times, but I could not get anything out of it. Xiao Qian pondered for a moment before saying, I'll give it a try. The third palace master did not hold much hope. If it does not work, then so be it. There is no need to force it. Xiao Qian nodded in understanding. Then he leaped into the air and landed on the medicinal cauldron. Then he leaped into the blazing fire. The inside was a world of fire. Xiao Qian knew that if the pill spirit wanted to hide, he would not be able to find it. He could only think of a way to use a strange move. The so-called strange move was nothing more than threatening and enticing. Xiao Qian was about to speak when the sea of fire in front parted to reveal a path. The sea of fire in front parted to reveal a path. Then a childlike boy with a red doodoo tied to his chest appeared before Xiao Qian. His facial features were exquisite. He glared at Xiao Qian indignantly and said angrily, It's you again. Last time you extracted 10% of my medicinal pill. Then you found an old man to kill me. If it weren't for my great luck, I would have long since died at the hands of that old man. If you want to threaten me again, then don't even think about leaving this medicine cauldron. We'll die together. Rumble. Her delicate little face was filled with anger, making her look extremely adorable. However, the words that came out of his mouth were no joke. Xiao Qian felt a little awkward. He was prepared to use the same trick, but he didn't expect his opponent to take the initiative. As far as the eye could see, all the flames in the medicine cauldron were gathering in this place, forming a blazing fireball. The medicine cauldron with divine characters suddenly shone brightly, and heat waves rose to the heavens. This startled the third palace master outside. What's going on inside? Why does it feel like this pill spirit has a deep grudge against Xiao Qian? Xiao. He hastily leaped up and arrived above the medicinal cauldron. When he looked down, he was greatly shocked. The flames that filled every corner of the medicinal cauldron condensed into a dazzling fireball, hovering in the middle of the medicinal cauldron and not scattering. The third palace master quickly sent out a strand of soul energy. After piercing the fireball with some difficulty, he discovered that Xiao Qian was fine. However, he did not know what happened inside, so he still felt somewhat anxious. Xiao Qian, how's the situation? It's fine. I'll talk to him. Inside the flame barrier, Xiao Qian looked around at his surroundings. First he was startled. However, after a while he calmed down. A pill spirit was a pill spirit after all. The more ferocious it appeared, the more timid it was. Xiao Qian consoled her. Don't be rash. This time I am not here to extract the nature of your medicine, nor to refine you. If you were spiritless, I might think of a way to refine you. Since you already have spirituality, I really can't bring myself to do it. I'm here this time to bring you an opportunity. Look at you. After staying in this flame for a long time without spiritual energy to replenish yourself, your spirituality will dissipate sooner or later, right? The pill spirit's heart skipped a beat. However, he did not want to admit defeat. He retorted angrily, so what if that is the case? In any case, if you want to extract my medicinal nature and swallow and refine me, I will die with you. At this point, Xiao Qian already felt completely confident. He said calmly, Aren't you just letting me off easy by doing this? When you die, the vague divine pill will lose its spirituality. I will not have any pressure refining it then. I'll self-detonate at that time. The pill spirit said sullenly when Xiao Qian hit the nail on the head. There's no need. This is a win-win situation. This is not good for anyone. As long as you agree to help me, not only will I not refine you, but I will even give you resources to help you cultivate. It is not like there are no pill spirits in history who have attained the Tao. At that time you will successfully attain the Tao and break free from the divine pill. I can naturally refine the divine pill as well. The pill spirit's mind wavered slightly. However, it vanished very quickly. He said sullenly, "You humans are not worth trusting. I will not cooperate with you." The pill spirit had already spoken to this point. Unexpectedly, the pill spirit was still so stubborn. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. "In any case, I can be considered half your master. If not for me suppressing the pill demon, you would not have been born. Are you really not willing to cooperate with me?" The pill spirit's heart wavered again. However, he finally shook his head resolutely and said, "No way. Since you obtained the medicine cauldron, you will have to refine pills sooner or later. I will not take advantage of you. I just need to take a breath of the spiritual energy produced during the refining process." Xiao Chen smiled and said, "I don't even know what I want you to help me with, but you rejected me. It looks like your first impression of me is too bad. You just need to help me mold the pill during the refining process and nourish the medicinal pill. Aside from the spiritual energy produced during the refining process, I will also provide you with other natural treasures to help you cultivate." The pill spirit asked in some disbelief, "Really? Naturally. I said it before. Helping you is helping myself. In the process of providing you with resources, I am refining the divine pill. Once you succeed in your cultivation, the divine pill will be nearly complete. At that time you can live without the divine pill, and I can refine the divine pill in peace. Why not?" The pill spirit lowered his head and entered deep thought. Clearly, he was somewhat moved by Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen continued, "You can give it a try first. In any case, you will not lose anything." "Alright, I promise you. I'll give it a try first." The pill spirit finally agreed. Then he waved his hand and scattered the flame. Xiao Chen revealed a smile and soared into the air, flying out of the medicine cauldron. "How is it?" the third palace master asked somewhat anxiously. Xiao Chen nodded. "I agree. As long as I give it a try, I can give it a try. No problem. The resources I give him are not worth mentioning at all compared to what he gets in return. This is great. Not only will my medicine refinement skills improve, but the Heaven Dragon Hall might even change because of this." When the third palace master heard that, he felt overjoyed. "Oh, by the way, how did you do it?" This pill spirit was not even willing to meet the third palace master. The third palace master tried to enter a few times, but he ended up in a sorry state every time. There were a few times when he almost rolled out of the hole in the dregs. The third palace master had already given up hope long ago. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen made a move and settled it instantly. Xiao Chen smiled softly and said, "The main thing is that the other party was willing to give me a chance to meet. Although it nearly killed me the moment we met, I managed to convince it in the end." The third palace master looked at Xiao Chen and asked suspiciously, "What exactly did you do to it for it to have such a huge grudge? You startled me. I thought that the cauldron was going to explode." Xiao Chen thought about it. Back then, he was eager to save the pill spirit, so he directly extracted 10% of the medicine. That was indeed somewhat cruel. It was like someone forcibly extracted 10% of their soul from a living person. Xiao Chen did not answer the third palace master's question. Instead, he looked at the medicine cauldron with divine characters. Then he said, "Third palace master, I can let you use this medicine cauldron for free for 1 year. After 1 year I want to take it back. If third palace master wants to use it to refine a high-ranked medicinal pill, there will definitely be no problem." Xiao Chen had his own plans. In the future, if the Blue Dragon Palace was rebuilt, this medicine cauldron would be of great use. Xiao Chen took the risk to convince the pill spirit for the sake of his future Blue Dragon bloodline. The third palace master felt it was unfortunate. However, this medicine cauldron belonged to Xiao Chen in the first place. Being able to use it for 1 year was already a great opportunity for him. The third palace master said seriously, "All right. If you lack any resources during this 1 year, as long as I can give it to you, you can take them from me." "Many thanks." The third palace master smiled and said, Brat, you are still being so polite with me. Quickly go back and prepare. This trip to the Silver Dragon Palace is an opportunity to broaden your horizons. Make good use of it. Right. Chapter 1984. Just as the battered wave was about to fall, Yuan Tai put away his sword and flicked his finger. In the center of the flower-filled island, there was an open space. A group of people were casually sitting on stone benches. Yuan Shi looked at Xiao Chun meaningfully, and then looked at Yuan Tai in confusion. Yuan Tai went over and whispered something in Yuan Tai's ear. 6 people came from the White Dragon Palace. Logically speaking, only 5 should be enough. Lu Yunfei slowly landed on the surface of the lake. There were some sword wounds on his body, and he looked slightly dispirited. As Lin Yun drew his sword out of its sheath, a silver light flickered, and strands of silver sword chi surged out. There was someone in the crowd who wore a bright silver dragon robe. The dragon patterns on the robe were all made from special divine materials. While it was gorgeous, it didn't lose its elegance. It was eye-catching. Just as the towering wave was about to swallow Yuan Tai up, he smiled faintly, and a sword appeared in his hand. That's true. However, no matter how you look at it, our Silver Dragon Palace still holds the advantage. Based on the strength of these 2 palaces, my Silver Dragon Palace will be able to send at least 5 people into Ancestor Dragon City. If we are lucky, it will be 10. Seems to have begun. Everything was quiet. On the island of flowers, a delicate fragrance filled the air. Compared to daytime, it seemed to be even more fragrant. When this palm strike was sent out, a strong wind kicked up huge waves. It was as if the entire crescent lake was going to be lifted up. It was a terrifying sight. Yuan Shi nodded slightly. Yuan Tai looked around and said, "This Yuan is untalented, so I will stand out first. If anyone thinks highly of me, we can exchange pointers. Let's get to know each other first. We'll have plenty of opportunities to spar later. Junior brother Su, you don't have to be anxious. This is our second elder brother, Su Fuguan." Yuan Tai sat down and introduced him. In the night, the scenery of the Twin Moon Lake was exceptionally beautiful. Coincidentally, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The bright moon hung high in the sky, looking exceptionally bright. Bang! The huge waves in the sky were forcefully pushed back by Xiao Chun. They settled back down, reflecting the full moon in the sky. It was as he had guessed. Xiao Chun had indeed come. Whoosh! The weather is not bad. And the bright moon tonight is really bright. I wonder which fellow Taoist is willing to stand out first? After Xiao Chun finished introducing everyone, his gaze landed on Lu Ruyun. However, he did not know how to introduce her. Break. Not far away, there was a musician playing a zither. The melody of the zither was beautiful and pleasing to the ears, causing the butterflies on the island to dance. There was a full moon in the sky, and the 2 moons on the ground reflected 2 full moons, so there were 3 bright moons. Great senior brother, the people from the Heaven Dragon Palace are here. On the Silver Dragon Palace's side, a man with an unfriendly expression looked at Xiao Chun provocatively. Yuan Shi smiled faintly. Actually, this was what he thought as well. He did not feel that the Supreme Dragon Fist was as strong as the legends made it out to be. Men, bring some fine wine and spirit fruits. Musicians, play. However, everyone present knew that it wasn't that Lu Yunfei couldn't even withstand one move from his opponent. However, this move had already revealed many things. There was no need to continue fighting. Yuan Shi nodded slightly and gestured for them to sit down. Then he glanced at Yuan Tai. It really made one feel that it was a bit wondrous, as if one was in a dream. Yuan Shi smiled faintly. Undisguised adoration flashed in his eyes as he looked at Lu Ruyun. He stood up and said, "Let me make the introductions. This is the White Dragon King's beloved daughter, Lu Ruyun. The younger sister of the White Dragon Holy Daughter, Lu Ruyue. She does not need to take the test to enter Ancestor Dragon City. She has given me some face by coming here this time." Xiao Chun glanced around and saw 3 familiar people. One was Lu Ruyun, one was Zhongli, and the remaining was Lu Yunfei, whom Xiao Chun had injured. In the following conversation, aside from Bai Yunfeng taking the initiative to speak, Xiao Chun simply skipped over it and focused on the White Dragon Palace's group. First, he introduced Lu Ruyun. "This is the White Dragon Palace's first senior brother, Ling Xiao. This is brother Zhongli. This is Lu Yunfei. Aside from the Silver Dragon Palace's people, the White Dragon Palace's disciples had arrived long ago. Not to mention Yuan Shi's strength, even Yuan Tai alone was sufficient to defeat most of the other Outer Palace disciples. A certain elder sighed as he looked at Xiao Chan. If they really fought, the one who would lose after 500 moves would still be Lu Yunfei. How boring. A Dao disc appeared behind Lu Yunfei, and a strong wind blew. As he flew out, he threw a palm strike. The monstrous waves were pierced by him. These monstrous waves contained Lu Yunfei's aura and Dao runes. I've lost. Xiao Chun thought to himself, this fellow has improved a lot in the few months that I have not seen him. The others surrounded this person like stars surrounding the moon. Needless to say, this person was the pride of the Silver Dragon Palace, one of the 4 strongest disciples of the Dragon's Gate's Outer Palace, Yuan Shi. This was not a life-and-death battle, just a simple exchange of pointers. There was no need to continue fighting. Yuan Tai's expression slowly changed. After he heard that, he walked over and said, "You actually managed to practice the Supreme Dragon Fist. I originally thought that the strongest expert of the Heaven Dragon Palace would be Bai Yunfeng. It looks like I took it for granted." As Yuan Tai spoke, he leaped up and landed on Crescent Moon Lake. The others remained silent, not saying anything. Hence, he begged first senior brother Ling Xiao to bring him over. Lu Feng felt slightly stunned when he heard that. Then, he revealed a somewhat cruel smile on his face. After just one move, Lu Yunfei took the initiative to admit defeat and return to his seat. Supreme Dragon Fist? That's all there is to it. I really want to see if this Supreme Dragon Fist is as exaggerated as the legends say. The elders of the Silver Dragon Palace gathered together, secretly observing the group of people chatting at Crescent Moon Lake. This was especially so for Yuan Shi, one of the 4 heaven-class core disciples of the Outer Palace. He had an extremely well-hidden sharpness. This time, the Heaven Dragon Palace is somewhat surprising. To think that an expert who comprehended the Supreme Dragon Fist appeared. Ignoring Yuan Shi, Lu Ruyun stood up and looked at Xiao Chan. "Xiao Chun, we meet again. Senior brother Yuan." The Divine Dragon disciples of the White Dragon Palace and the Silver Dragon Palace felt some disdain for Xiao Chen's group. Yuan Tai immediately felt a headache. He did not seem to know the names of the others, so he had not paid much attention to them. However, Xiao Chen did not think too much about it. He was carefully observing the White Dragon Palace's Zhongli and the Silver Dragon Palace's Yuan Shi. This is Bai Yunfeng, the first senior brother of the Heaven Dragon Palace. As for the others, they knew that they had already lost by one move, allowing the other party to win easily. Yuan Tai said loudly, immediately attracting the attention of the White Dragon Palace and the Silver Dragon Palace's people. No matter how one looked at him, he was a dragon among men. This was equivalent to sending out sword lights and shattering Lu Yunfei's aura. In a palace on a mountain peak in the distance, Lu Ruyun actually knows a mixed-blood dragon? Who is that? Come, let's exchange a few moves. Earlier, didn't you want to know how strong first senior brother is? Now, I'll tell you on behalf of first senior brother, to show you the difference. However, Lu Ruyun could not sense much based on his aura alone. Coincidentally, the zither music stopped at this moment. To think that Yuan Shi still dared to take the initiative to mock him. He was truly reckless. Bai Yunfeng had met Yuan Shi several times before. Bang! 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 Being able to practice it is one thing. How much of its might you can bring out is another. Furthermore, this fist technique is not that easy to execute. The side effects are very obvious. The feeling that these two gave off was that they were not ordinary holy venerates, both extremely strong. On the flower-filled island, Yuan Shi raised his hand, and the musician stopped playing and slowly left. Xiao Chen nodded slightly. We meet again. Yuan Tai felt somewhat cocky at making the other party admit defeat in one move. He somewhat forgot himself as he looked around and fixed his gaze on Lu Feng. The White Dragon Palace's Ling Xiao was not too surprised. He had learned about how Xiao Chan and Lu Ruyun met from Zhongli. Yuan Tai stepped forward and said, Senior brother, let me do it. Yuan Shi felt slightly stunned. This stunned him for a few seconds before he reacted. He felt somewhat embarrassed, not knowing what to say. In the end, Yuan Shi withdrew his sword and used his finger to break. Clearly, he was trying to show off. I am the White Dragon Palace's Lu Yunfei. Please give me some pointers. Before anyone realized it, night fell. However, that did not matter. The gathering of the 3 outer palaces was clearly not just for a chat. They needed to exchange moves and probe each other's strength. When Lu Ruyun heard that, she felt somewhat unhappy in her heart. When she heard that the 3 outer palaces were gathering, she thought that Xiao Chan might represent the Heaven Dragon Palace. Yuan Tai understood what she meant. She wanted him to introduce the people of the 3 outer palaces to each other. Lu Feng was about to step out. Unexpectedly, someone came out before him. Chapter 1985. However, by the time Yuan Tai startled to his senses, it was already too late. The other party had already completed his move, and his momentum was gone. As Yuan Tai grasped the sword hilt with his right hand, sweat continuously dripped down his forehead. You really talk big. Yuan Tai's palm was covered in sweat. At this moment he felt that the sword hilt was incredibly heavy. However, he did not dare to draw it. That is very possible. No matter what, the White Dragon Palace is stronger than the Heaven Dragon Palace. Even Lu Yunfei used only one move. He definitely needed only half a move. Given Yuan Tai's strength, he should have been able to dodge this sword strike. Lu Ruyun exclaimed in pleasant surprise. This sword strike was indeed beautiful, inspiring admiration. You lost. Suddenly, a cold shout filled with energy came from outside Twin Moon Lake. It's the Golden Dragon Palace's people. It seems to be Qin Outyin and Li Feng. Xiao Chan stood up and glanced at Su Fuguan, who challenged him earlier. Then he looked at Li Feng and said, You came at the right time. Since that is the case, the 2 of you can come at me together. If you win, I will return the dragon-patterned battle suit. That earlier move was somewhat lucky. Don't make it sound too ridiculous. Objectively speaking, if Lu Yunfei wanted to fight, he could fight for another few hundred moves without losing. However, this Heaven Dragon Palace disciple is actually a sword cultivator. It is hard to say how many moves he can last. Lu Feng did not stand on ceremony. He instantly drew his sword, and his figure soared into the air, turning into a beam of sword light as he charged at the dragon. Xiao Chun did not say anything, not bothering with him. Everyone knew that Xiao Chun was not weak. However, no one knew exactly how strong he was. If Xiao Chun had not underestimated the other party, he would have reacted the moment Lu Feng drew his sword. Before the strange phenomenon of 3 moons could shock everyone, Lu Ruyun arrived beside Xiao Chun. Lu Ruyun asked softly as she arrived beside Xiao Chun. However, it was normal for Xiao Chun to be somewhat cocky with the strength he displayed. This was also a swordsman's basic technique. As long as it was a strong sword move, it had to be a straight thrust in the end, unleashing its might. Just as Lu Ruyun's mind went blank, thinking about how to embarrass himself and how to face it, a shout startled him to his senses. The Silver Dragon Palace disciples all had strong confidence in the sword Dao. Xiao Chun thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, Lu Feng. Seeing Xiao Chun admit to it so openly, Qin Outyin raged. Senior brother Li, there is no need to waste your breath. Just take him down. If anything happens, I will take responsibility for it. Yuan Tai was quite confident. He raised his hand and said, You first. That Li Feng seems to rank within the top 10 of the Golden Dragon Palace. In the Heaven Dragon Hall, Xiao Chun and the others also did not know how strong Lu Feng was. The Silver Dragon Palace was famous for its sword Dao. However, Lu Feng completely suppressed its sword Dao. Xiao Chun refused indifferently, I'll bet on a sure win situation. This was because he discovered to his horror that he couldn't dodge this stab. This was a move that all swordsmen knew, a straight thrust. When the Silver Dragon Palace's people heard this, they immediately felt upset. In the blink of an eye, the entire area was filled with boundless sword qi, accompanied by the moonlight that filled the sky. Petals flew everywhere, dancing chaotically in the 9 heavens. Lu Feng smiled faintly and sheathed his sword. This is just a small matter. Is there a need for senior brother Qin to make a move? I alone am enough. The White Dragon Palace's first senior brother smiled faintly and said, Brother Su, fortunately, you did not bet. Otherwise, you would have lost miserably. Xiao Chun nodded, not denying it. Senior brother Yuan Tai might be able to defeat this Heaven Dragon Palace disciple with just half a move. The Silver Dragon Palace's second senior brother, Su Fuguan, showed a sullen expression. He looked at Xiao Chun and said, "Saying 1,000 words and saying 1,000 things is not as good as having a real fight. Xiao Chun, right? Do you dare to exchange moves with me? Let me see the might of the Supreme Dragon Fist." Defeated. First senior brother, what's wrong? Su Fuguan asked, feeling confused. Qin Outyan? If I recall correctly, he is Qin Mu's younger brother. What is he doing here? Xiao Chun said sullenly. Although I have not seen Lu Feng make a move from the start to the end, he did not treat Yuan Tai as a match. A person with such foresight is either ridiculously strong or arrogant. I do not think he is the latter. After Yuan Tai underestimated his opponent, Lu Feng completely suppressed his sword move. The moment the other party drew his sword, Yuan Tai was already defeated. Such a setback was even more sullen than when he defeated Lu Yunfei. The Silver Dragon Palace has some understanding people. However, when it was Yuan Tai's turn, he suffered a complete defeat. He could not even draw his sword. Yuan Tai's body trembled slightly, feeling humiliated and extremely dissatisfied. After all, Yuan Tai was a Silver Dragon Palace Heaven-class core disciple. For Yuan Tai to be the first to fight, he had to be confident. This showed how horrifying Lu Feng's sword Dao cultivation was. Humph! If you are afraid of losing, just say so. However, just at this moment Yuan Shi, who had been paying attention to the battle on the flower-filled island, said softly, his expression changing slightly. Junior brother Yuan Tai is going to lose. Yuan Shi said softly as his expression returned to normal. He didn't say anything else. However, Lu Feng's sword pressed against Yuan Tai's chest. If Lu Feng had advanced another centimeter, the strong sword intent would have crushed Yuan Shi into dust. Yuan Shi raised his head and asked, "Why are the two of you here?" Two figures arrived uninvited, soaring through the air. Only when they landed on the flower-filled island did people see their appearances. Xiao Chun, you are right. These people were definitely famous in the Silver Dragon Palace. Xiao Chun, who do you think will win? This Li Feng could rank within the top 10 in the Golden Dragon Palace. If he went to the other outer palaces, he would have no problem ranking within the top 3. Yuan Tai appeared cocky after forcing back Lu Yunfei with one move. There was no point in inviting the Golden Dragon Palace over. Not to mention whether the other party would come or not. Even if he did, he would just be asking for trouble if he got beaten up. The others were not familiar with Lu Feng. It was not just the people from the White Dragon Palace and the Silver Dragon Palace who did not know. Since this is the Qin clan's matter, why is Qin Outyan not coming? Second senior brother Su Fuguan said coldly. He has not even seen the other party make a move, yet he dares to say that he is the victor. This is very interesting. Do you dare to make a bet with me? I bet that junior brother Yuan Tai will definitely win this round. Why? Lu Ruyan found this slightly strange. When she looked over, she did not see any advantage in Lu Feng. However, Xiao Chun answered so many questions. Xiao Chun was rather interested in this battle. It was rare for a swordsman to have such a calm state of mind. Lu Feng and Yuan Tai already stood firmly on Crescent Moon Lake, each holding a sword. The other party's thrust looked ordinary. However, it was secretly compatible with the world. The other party's sword move had already invaded the lake, the bright moon, and the night sky without anyone realizing it. Give me another chance. Even if my sword techniques are not as good as yours, I will not lose in such a miserable manner. The Golden Dragon Palace firmly suppressed the other 6 outer palaces, just like how the Golden Dragon Palace's Qin Mu firmly suppressed the other 3 outer palace experts. Just as the few of them were feeling surprised, the smile on Yuan Tai's face suddenly froze. The sword move from that earlier sword move instantly exploded. 2 bright moons immediately rose up from Crescent Moon Lake. Li Feng said proudly. When Yuan Tai saw the situation, he could not help mocking. A swordsman of the Heaven Dragon Palace cannot even execute a decent sword technique. Never mind. Since you want to play with the basics, I'll play with you. One dragon-patterned battle suit. Yuan Tai lost just like that? Oh no. Suddenly Yuan Shi, who was on the flower-filled island, said, Yuan Tai, stop embarrassing yourself. If I give you another chance, you will only lose even more miserably. You even lost the sharpness of a swordsman, and you still want to turn the situation around? Did you toss aside the education that the Silver Dragon Palace gave you? No matter how Yuan Tai drew his sword, the moment he drew it, the other party's sword would strike his heart. Li Feng glanced at Xiao Qian and said, "Senior brother asked me to do this? I only came to take something from my Qin clan, and it is in his hands." At the very least, the other party clearly had a lot of energy to spare, taking the initiative to admit defeat. Anyone with eyes could tell that Yuan Tai did not lose too badly. Yuan Tai said, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. However, most people could tell that even if Yuan Tai had not underestimated Lu Feng, he would have lost extremely miserably. Xiao Qian raised his eyebrows and said softly, "There is no need to use the Supreme Dragon Fist to deal with you." Yuanxi felt confused. It seemed like the Silver Dragon Palace did not invite the Golden Dragon Palace. Upon seeing this scene, the others suddenly startled awake. Why did Yuan Tai lose so miserably? Why could he not even draw his sword? Yuanxi frowned slightly. Then he looked at Xiao Qian and said, "Xiao Qian, the Qin clan really has something in your hands." Chapter 1986. The moment Xiao Qian said that, the crowd on the flower-filled island burst into an uproar. To think that Xiao Qian wanted to fight one against two. One of them was even a Golden Dragon Palace expert. This is my hearing bad? Did I hear wrong? If Yuanxi or the White Dragon Palace's Ling Xiao had said this, it would have been fine. After all, they were cultivators with divine dragon bloodlines. However, Xiao Qian was a Heaven Dragon Palace Heaven-class core disciple with a mixed blood dragon bloodline. Where did he get his confidence from? Even Yuanxi could not help feeling slightly stunned. He asked sullenly, "Xiao Qian, do you know what you are saying?" Xiao Qian nodded and said, "I am very clear. Your Silver Dragon Palace's Su Fuguan wants to fight me, and the Golden Dragon Palace's Li Feng wants to seek trouble for me as well. We can deal with them together to avoid trouble. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that?" The others were stunned when they heard that. There was nothing wrong with Xiao Qian's words. Since the trouble came together, it would be best to deal with it together. Everyone would think that way. However, the problem was that Xiao Qian was a Heaven Dragon Palace disciple, just a mixed blood dragon. Of course, everyone only thought this in their hearts and would not say it out loud. However, everyone looked at Xiao Qian like he was a madman. Actually, there was no need to say anything to know what they were thinking. Li Feng said coldly, "The Heaven Dragon Palace does not need the help of the other palaces when it comes to its matters." Su Fuguan felt somewhat upset at Xiao Qian's words. He retorted, "I am challenging this fellow, and I do not need you to interfere. This is the Silver Dragon Palace, not your Golden Dragon Palace. If there is anything, wait until after I fight with him." Yuanxi felt a headache coming on. He impatiently waved his hand and said, "Cut the crap. Come at me together. Let me see how strong the person who comprehended the Supreme Dragon Fist is." Yuanxi's tone contained some displeasure. This displeasure stemmed from Lu Rian being too close to Xiao Qian, upsetting Yuanxi. Furthermore, Xiao Qian's attitude made him feel disdain. Since Yuanxi spoke, Li Feng and Su Fuguan hesitated for a moment before leaping onto the water at the same time. For Li Feng, he only needed to retrieve the dragon pattern battle suit and report to Qin Mu. Although he did not feel good about teaming up with Su Fuguan, it was better to end the battle quickly. As for Su Fuguan, he could sense his eldest senior brother's displeasure. He knew that his nagging had angered the other party, so he couldn't help but look at Xiao Qian with even more hatred. Right now there was nothing much to think about. The two of them just had to work together and beat up Xiao Qian to vent their anger. When the Heavenly Dragon Palace's people saw such a lineup, they all felt somewhat worried for Xiao Qian. Li Luo looked at Xiao Qian. "Junior brother Xiao Qian, isn't this a little too risky?" Bai Yunfeng lowered his voice and said, "I think so too. We need to be cautious." Xiao Qian looked up at Bai Yunfeng and said, "When I fought you, I only used 50% of my strength." Ah! Bai Yunfeng was shocked. Just 50% of his strength was enough to make him unable to retaliate? Whoosh! Xiao Qian gently pushed off with his feet and landed on Crescent Moon Lake. Then, he quietly looked at the Silver Dragon Palace's Su Fuguan and the Golden Dragon Palace's Li Feng. Senior brother beat him to death. Qin Outyan roared as he watched from the side. Li Feng appeared displeased, but he did not hesitate. He instantly moved. Li Feng was the kind of person who would not underestimate any opponent. When he attacked, he would show no mercy. The instant Li Feng moved, the golden dragon's furious roar reverberated in the surroundings. The lake water exploded and poured down like a torrential rain. When Li Feng punched, a golden dragon image coiled around his arm. Then, a golden disc materialized in front of his clenched fist. The golden disc was a complex and profound formation diagram. Li Feng made up his mind. And a terrifying fist light burst out of the disc. In the blink of an eye, the fist light elongated and flew towards where Xiao Chen stood. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, easily dodging. The lake water where Xiao Chen stood instantly evaporated, filling the air with steam. Watch out for my sword. Su Fuguan had been waiting for a long time already. The moment Xiao Chen moved, he moved as well. Su Fuguan's figure turned into a ghostly sword image, piercing through the rain. Not a single drop of water touched him as he stabbed at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen could not dodge. He squinted and focused his gaze on the tip of the sword. The Thunder Great Dao silently spread out. The sword before Xiao Chen could not just look at its surface. He also had to look at the hidden sword move. Dang! Just as the tip of the sword was about to touch Xiao Chen flicked his finger and tapped the sword in the time it took for a spark to fly. A melodious sword hum rang out, echoing in the surroundings. The hazy sword intent hummed endlessly. Boom! In the next moment, Su Fuguan's sword move slashed out. The rain that filled the sky suddenly changed, turning into boundless sword chi that shot towards Xiao Chen. However, the Thunder Great Dao that Xiao Chen silently laid out also activated at the right time. Thunder flattened the sky, suppressing the sword hum. Amidst the terrifying roar of thunder, the rain of swords exploded into pieces, clanging non-stop. Su Fuguan revealed a surprised expression. He had not expected Xiao Chen to shatter his sword moves with just the Thunder Great Dao. Just as he was about to retreat, he realized that Xiao Chen's fist aura seemed to have accurately calculated the direction of his retreat. 100 cauldron force gathered in the tip of his fist. The strong pressure nearly suffocated him. His figure flashed and he quickly changed his position. Boom! 100 cauldron force exploded, and the shock wave forced Xiao Chen's illusory figure back. Unhurriedly, Xiao Chen threw another punch. At such a close distance, the sword in his hand was useless. Su Fuguan was a little angry. You're going too far. His left hand formed a seal, and a dazzling sword light burst out to meet Xiao Chen's fist light. Bang! The fist radiance and the sword radiance were evenly matched. Su Fuguan was forced back 100 meters. Just when he was about to heave a sigh of relief, he was shocked to discover that the sword radiance was not as powerful as before. The horrifying fist light before Su Fuguan seemed to follow him like a shadow, charging over again. Xiao Chen predicted every step Su Fuguan took, preventing him from escaping. Senior brother Su. Several Silver Dragon Palace disciples were flabbergasted. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen was so strong. Within 2 or 3 moves, he pressured Su Fuguan to the point of suffocation. Now he was in danger. At the critical moment, a calm figure appeared in front of Su Fuguan. Seeing the fist light containing 100 cauldron force and a mountain-like pressure, this figure calmly threw a punch, clashing with it. Bang! The 2 fists clashed. The 2 did not move back at all, and the shock wave spread out. Tens of thousands of water pillars burst out of Crescent Moon Lake, which was as large as a medium-sized city and stretched as far as the eye could see. The surface of the water under their feet sank. In a clash of fist force, aside from veritable essence energy and vital chi, there was also their auras and great Dao. While it looked like the 2 were fighting in a small area, in reality, the shockwaves of the battle already covered the entire Crescent Moon Lake. From top to bottom, it was a clash of auras. Veritable essence energy, will, mental state, all materialized in their auras. Whoever revealed an opening first would be the unlucky one. The 2 had a rather perfect grasp of their auras. They were practically equal, making it hard to find an opening. Hence, a rather strange scene appeared on this Crescent Moon Lake. Xiao Chen and Li Feng's strange fists clashed on the lake's surface. Neither moved at all. As their gazes clashed, sparks danced. What a strong opponent. However, only I can win. Li Feng shouted in his heart, and golden dragon roars erupted from his body. The golden divine dragon's dragon might spread out behind him, illuminating the entire night sky. The golden divine dragon's dragon might dazzled everyone. When everyone felt the golden divine dragon's dragon might, they all trembled. The golden divine dragon was the noblest of the 6-colored divine dragons. Naturally, its dragon might was stronger than that of the other 5-colored divine dragons. As for mixed blood dragons, that went without saying. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qian did not immediately lose before this nearly solid golden divine dragon's dragon might. He showed a calm expression, even more relaxed than the people on the flower-filled island. The Heaven Dragon's mysteries. Xiao Jinyu, Li Luo, and the others familiar with Xiao Qian were greatly startled. At the same time they felt proud. It turned out that the Heaven Dragon's mysteries were truly strong. Xiao Qian did not fear the golden divine dragon's dragon might at all. This was especially so for the mixed blood dragon Lu Feng. His eyes blazed with fervor. Can a mixed blood dragon's dragon might be so strong? The one who found this the most unbearable was none other than Li Feng. His golden divine dragon's dragon might was like a tall mountain, like the sea, even giving off the supreme might and pressure of a deity. However, Xiao Qian, who faced Li Feng, was boundlessly ethereal, appearing and disappearing. Xiao Qian was clearly right in front of Li Feng, but it seemed like he was beyond the 9 heavens. This scene startled Bai Yunfeng. He suddenly recalled what Xiao Qian once asked him. How vast was the sky? One could jump out of the well but not out of one's heart. It was useless. When one looked at the sky with one's eyes, it would forever be unreachable. One could only feel one's own insignificance and helplessness. Looking at the sky with one's heart, Bai Yunfeng paled. In this instant of comprehension, he saw a mysterious phenomenon that others could not see. An incredibly colossal dragon image circled Crescent Moon Lake. The dragon head looked like it descended from the sky, hovering above Li Feng's head with its jaws open, looking like it would bite down at any moment. However, at this moment, Li Feng was still searching for Xiao Qian's boundlessly ethereal and mysterious dragon might. Bai Yunfeng thought to himself, how am I going to find it? Li Feng was still conflicted with the clash of auras, searching for Xiao Qian's openings on the battlefield. However, Xiao Qian's heart had already leaped out of the battlefield. After a while, Li Feng only needed to show the slightest sign of weakness, and he would instantly lose. Bai Yunfeng thought about the horrifying strike that would erupt from Xiao Qian's dragon might at that time, and he felt a chill. Watch out for the sword. However, just at this crucial moment, the forgotten Su Fuguan leaped out and swung his sword like a lone peak. It was like the clouds parting and the fog scattering, revealing a lone peak piercing the sky. This horrifying sword strike, which was waiting to be unleashed after storing up power, contained the mysteries of a lone peak. It gave off the boldness of breaking through the sky. Upon seeing this sword strike, the Heaven Dragon Palace's group could no longer sit still. Xiao Qian! Lu Riyun exclaimed. She felt some impulse to rush forward and save Xiao Qian. The main reason was that no one expected Su Fuguan to launch this sword strike at the crucial moment of the clash of auras. Even the Silver Dragon Palace's people felt embarrassed. However, they all kept their mouths shut, acting like nothing had happened.